rolling down the 101 highway with a big nasty protest in the road. Look at all the feds coming down from the north. They can't practice the skull. Roll down the window, put down the top. On our kind, baby, let that music stop. That's the killing us, and that's the coupon. I'm doing so much crime, it's like another shitty day. I hate it. We hate it. I hate it. We hate it. We hate it. Look at that looter. Look at those thieves. Look at that bum over there, man. He's down on his knees. Look at these people. There ain't people like them nowhere. Except for the law. We hate it. Except for the law. We hate it. Santa Monica Boulevard. We hate it. 6th Street. We hate it. We hate it. We hate LA. We hate it. I hate LA. We hate it. I hate LA. We hate it. I hate LA. We hate it.
Bro, that song rules. That song rules. That song rules. AI rules, man. I don't know. Somebody made that. The guy that makes the songs about we can say the N-word tonight makes that song. Pretty funny. Pretty funny. Pretty funny. Pretty funny. Pretty funny. What's about right? Pretty funny. I mean, if you know LA, it's pretty funny, right? It's pretty because it is funny, like the concept, like how people are freaking out about the protests and stuff, but then it's like, yeah, but LA does suck though. And like, it's not like it's recent. It's like it turned to shit a long time ago. This shit's gotten worse and worse and worse.
ghost, most definitely, yeah. That girl will be your end, and she'll bury you on the ground. She'll kill you now and then, 'cause your heart has been spellbound. And if you try to run, if it goes, it comes around. It's not hard to die from love when your heart has been spellbound.
I got a video to watch today. I have a video today to open with. And then we're going to read the book. We're going to read Socialism. What's the name of the thing? Socialism, an economic and the sociological analysis. Chapter 2, the organization and production under socialism. I'm excited. I'm excited to learn more about socialism. What about you guys? I'm excited. I love learning about socialism. Well, specifically this book, Mises is good, man. He's a good writer. I was talking to Grim about it, right? Grim said he got inspired to read it again. I mean, to read some of Mises' work again. Mises was ahead of the game, man. He wrote, like I was saying before, he wrote everything down. Like the warning of everything we needed to know, Mises wrote. You know, he wrote it all down. He said, "Hey, man, watch out, guys. This is what's happening. This is what socialism is. Watch out." And everybody was like, Does that guy really? You know what? You know why most people can't understand him, and he even explains it. Most economists, leftist economists, can't even understand the fact that you would need a formula to like some kind of like economic formula to figure out how to like set prices and things. Like that you would even have to come up with that, or like figure out the logistics of replacing prices. They don't even like understand that concept, right? Like they can't even fathom what he's even talking about. They don't understand economics, is what I'm saying. Socialist economics do not understand. Economists do not understand economics. They believe in like a fake version of it. Like they believe in the deconstruction of economics down to a sociological analysis, right? That's not economics. That's just fakeness. They're just making up a thing and saying it's a thing. Isn't that crazy they can do that? Like the Marxists can do that, and then people buy it. They go, actually, science is corrupt because it was done by white people, and we're doing this science now, this critical critique of society. See, what you don't understand is actually to take a step back from the frame, and you have to look at the frame, at the lens, the grand meta narrative that everything is inside of first. And if we analyze that, then we're doing real science of reality. And what you're doing with that fake science, that one with like the math and the scientific method, that fake stuff you're doing, well, we're doing sociological analysis, which is looking at the framework of what you're inside of when you do that. So we're actually doing more science than you. What? Like, it's fucking insane. They paint it all the way. I know, but like when you really understand it, Gio, right? Isn't it just stupid? Like they're literally just fibbing to you. They're like, "Oh yeah, we actually know, we're actually doing better science than your one. We're actually doing sewer science. It's actually called materialist sewer Marxist science. Yeah, so scientific Marxism, amazing edition. It's actually that. It's actually better than yours. Yeah, we actually understand the reality better than you do, actually. So, maybe listen to us instead. Even though we're making no real arguments to make any sense, we're just saying the other one sucks. Come on, we're doing science now. So dumb. So fucking dumb. It's dumb. The fact that anybody buys it, is it not proof of what I'm saying? That the midwits have taken over the world. The fact that this shit works, because you know why it works? It's the fucking emperor's new clothes, man. And that's what's fucking disgusting to me. It's the emperor, the current reality is the emperor's new clothes, right? Current society is the emperor's new clothes. And nobody fucking notices. You're all fucking naked, man. The little kid sees. Everything. We're all fucking, there's a ton of little kids out there that see right through you naked asses. And then they still just keep going. They still just keep being naked. They don't give a fuck. No shame. No nothing. They just stay being fucking naked. And you know what else I'm realizing about that story now? There is an embedded element of degeneracy by the fact that he's naked, right? Put some fucking clothes on. Put some fucking clothes on. The rest of us are wearing clothes. Put some fucking, show some basic decency. I mean, yeah. Well, that's just the part I'm just realizing now, you know? I'm not doing the part with the, making her mouse sing anymore. Let's change to a different one. What is this one? What is this visualizer? I don't even remember making this. Like a ghost thing. I don't even remember making this. I must have been high or something. I don't remember making this. I don't remember making this at all. It's cool though. Which I bet it's pixelated. I bet it doesn't encode good. It's cool looking though. I don't remember making it, but it's cool looking. I don't remember making this. I don't remember. I do remember making variants of this, like the earlier versions. Not this one though. With the dancing butt Linda and the whatever's going on the side of the crazy ones. I clearly had a theme here, right? Insanity, I think. I clearly had a theme, and then I'm kind of hiding. I know what I'm doing. The Linda in the middle. Those I made a. Okay, do you remember the butt collection, Gio? I animated the butt collection. So there's a number of those. They look like they dance like that, and they're kind of funny. So using the like effect that everything's going on, I'm hiding some of the AI artifacts so you don't see them. So you don't see them, right? You can't really tell they exist. That's one of the fun things about making visualizers. Be fair, usually high. No, that's true. That's true, man. That's my workflow, yes. I smoke weed and then just listen to music, yes. And then I just, you know, tweaking things. But I think it's a pretty good use of my vice or whatever, you know, like using it creatively. Right, even when I'm smoking weed, I'm like doing something productive for the stream, kinda. So I'm, you know, whatever. We're at what, 23 minutes? Hold on. Like I'm learning skill sets. Oh, there's an invisible man. You can see him. Look, in that image, there's a guy that appears out of the smoke. You see him? Like half a second in the middle. The guy that appears out of the smoke. I thought I was trying to make that Sugi Ghost. Because they're pretty sick. I thought I was trying to make that Sugi Ghost. I probably could. Probably could. But, I did not do it yet. I did not do it yet. Koji bought another key on Sims, so we gotta get the Sims one on. I know, I wanna use, old face for the. I want to watch a video first. So I'm gonna use old face. Is it this? No. This? Why is Linda back there? Do I have a? I have a version of the face, right? That I can use. Hold on. This one? This is it, right? And the string's plugged into this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We can pull out old classic face. Was it Mike? Cray would never do the devil's lettuce. Never. What's up, Mike? What are you up to, man? Mike, are you the same one from before, or no? Or was it different? Was the name different before? You originally, wasn't there a guy from Sam's name like Mike? My cunt or something? Or not my cunt, my cock or something. The other one, Mike. Wasn't there another one? Were you around before? Like, I remember there was a guy that came around from Sam's that had a name like yours. It was like Mike before recently, like last time, like a couple months ago or something, or a year ago. When we were on like a different platform, even, I think. Are you the same guy or a different guy? Mike Hawks? No, not me, that one. Not Mike Hawk. He's from USA. I'm Australia. Oh, Mike Hawk. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, so you do know the guy I mean, though? Okay, so you're separate people. Okay, good. Because that guy couldn't get to read a book, bro. My cunt, you've been nothing but cool since you showed up, so I was confused. That guy couldn't get to read a fucking book. I tried. I remember a big issue between me and him was I was trying to get him to read a book. I'm gonna change the visualizer. I wanted him to read a book and he fucking refused. He said, no, I will do no such thing as read a book. And I said, what? You would not read a book. Alright, you know what, this isn't horrible for the open, having the brain thing back there. But the black screen is too much though, right? Maybe, hold on. Oops. Where's the Linda with this is kind of good. I need a different image, maybe. Maybe a smaller one. Oh. What's I gonna do? Like we do like this, maybe. And then, what do you think? And then I want to move it over a little bit, so. Alright. Yeah? Whoa, no. Get face, stop that, you son of a bitch. Stay still. No! Why is he doing it? Why is Face doing this? No! Okay, hold on. Stop. You son of a bitch, you better stop that. This is old Face is a rascal. Stop it. You stop. Stop moving. Now you're going up now. You need to stop right now. You understand me, Face? I can't get control of this thing. Okay. It's the stick, I think. It's the stick, I think. Let me check all these knobs real quick. Hold on. Maybe I bumped a knob. If I hold it, look at that. Bro, didn't I used to have an effect to make the face dance, like with bass? That was a thing, right? It's not like this, though. This is not right. That was a thing. Is it effect of this face? Also, I really need to fix this. I don't know. What if I just refresh the scene? It might fix that one. No, stop. You need to stop. Stop moving. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Is it this? Hold on. Is it this? Turn this off for now? It'll hold for now? Yeah, okay. I'll worry about that in a minute. What the fuck is the problem? Oh, there's a threshold for it. Hold on. There's a threshold for it, which means something turns it on. This does. Oh no, that stops it. That's flashing it. Ah, I see. Is it really this? It is this. It's the stick. But the stick isn't giving zeros. It's giving just a value, and that's why it's doing it. It's a little stick on the... Okay. I fixed it. It's a little stick on the Mackay thing. Yeah, it's from Minnesota or Melbourne, Australia. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Okay. Well, good. Because I like you more. So, Stevie, the Bahubas making him weird. Yeah, apparently. What it is, really, if you want to know, is there's a joystick on the MPK Mini in the corner, and I use that for the magic trick, so I can move the face around like this. But, see, like this, I can move it around wherever I want. Like, it can slide around and stuff. But, the problem is, like, there was a piece of dust, or, like lint in there or something, and it was giving a value. So it was making it go down. Because, you know. Anyway, we're gonna watch a video first. I got a video before we start reading. From Jolly, my boy Jolly Heretic. I like his channel. I don't know about you guys. I like his channel though. Let's put it on. I like his channel. He talks about midwits a lot, stuff like that. I think he's some kind of he's got some kind of PhD, I think. Why is it they have all the there's all these like smart people that disagree with stuff, but everyone like disregards them like they're not smart or something, right? But he's some kind of professor, I'm pretty sure, of something. I was trying to see if I could find it. The author of many books, But I think he's he has some kind of professor thing. He's some kind of professor. Eccentric genius professor. Yeah, that's one way to refer to him, I suppose. But anyway, he's a smart guy though. I found a thing trying to smear him, saying he does like race science or something. Why also, another thing, why also do they always like act like those people are like that, you know? They always act like you're some kind of fascist or something. You can't just disagree with people. Anyway though. What's his degree? Religious studies. Okay. Religious studies, it says. I guess that's as legit as anything. Race sciences? Maybe. I accidentally closed the video. Hold on. Chinese microphone censor podcast host in real time must watch. What? When I click that? It's in my watch history. Oh, the short. Oh, it's Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde. Okay, get this on the screen. They've been lying to us, it says.
Hello, and welcome to the Jolly Heretic. Well, those who want an inquiry into what is now called group-based child sexual exploitation and abuse, in the words of Keir Starmer, are jumping on a bandwagon, jumping on a far-right bandwagon, and they are spreading lies and misinformation. Moreover, in the roughly paraphrased words of Emily Maitlis, the majority
his color seem wrong?
These kinds of crimes are committed by white people, and it is clearly racist to be in any way concerned about them at all. And
which thing are we talking about? Some British politics? He says what now? Go back. What did he say? What is the British politics they're talking about?
The Jolly Heretic. Well, those who want an inquiry
into
what is now called group-based child sexual exploitation.
Group-based child. I think that was that the German thing. Ah, crap. Was that the German thing where like they were experimenting on kids or something? I remember hearing about something like this recently. Group-based. What do you call it?
Group-based child sexual exploitation.
Group-based child sexual exploitation. It's wonderful. I think it was in Germany. Group child, something like this, right? What is that? Government response to national audit on group-based child sexual exploitation and abuse report. Group-based child sexual exploitation committed by grooming gangs is one of the most horrific crimes imaginable. Oh, it was a report on that. Okay. So people are saying that anybody that wants that is racist.
And abuse, in the words of Keir Starmer.
Grooming gangs. Well, yeah, no, I understand that, but I didn't understand what the... okay, I didn't understand what we were talking about. He's saying... Come on, why is the face you doing? He's saying there's some kind of inquiry. They were into it, right? And people are complaining about it and saying doing that is bad. That's what's happening, right? And trying to look into it is racist.
Obama,
right? Am I understanding?
Jumping on a bandwagon.
By the way,
jumping on a right bandwagon.
I think I'm understanding it correctly. I've skimmed by videos of it. I think that's it, right?
And they are spreading.
There's some kind of, they're trying to do some kind of inquiry, check it out, right? Doing a report, and then they're talking about it, and then anybody that does that is a racist. I get is what I'm guessing. Lies to them, to the people that call everyone a racist.
And misinformation. Moreover, in the roughly paraphrased words of Emily Maitlis,
been load foreigners caught and some English gangs. So the report. So there's this report in the news right now. Is that what's going on? And also, isn't it kind of cool that the setup for the old face has it so he's like floating? I should make it. Hold on. I should crop it more so it looks better, right? Hold on. I should get the gray. Hold on. I should just make it the video so then he is floating, right? What do you think? There's still a little gray on the side. On the bottom, too. Right there. What's up with the bottom floating, though? What's up with that? I gotta push him down there. You see it? You see it needs to be a little tall. Okay, oops. And then, perfect. Floating. Oh, look at that. Look at this technology we have here. This technology. Hopefully nobody messes anything up. Hopefully nobody messes anything up now. Nobody messes it up.
The majority of these kinds of crimes are committed by white people. And it is clearly racist to be in any way concerned about.
Oh, I get the report.
Isn't that amazing?
And there's no such thing as per
it's like
capita.
There's no such thing as per capita. It's like me and him are hanging out in like a dark closet somewhere, right? Me and Jolly Heretic are hanging out in a dark closet somewhere. Is what it feels like, right? Pretty good. Dark closet stream.
Doesn't make any sense. The majority of the crimes are by whites, who make up about 80% of the population.
You're a separatist.
Well, there's
well, that makes sense, right? That makes sense, right? I was actually hearing something about. Oh, I was actually on this channel, I think. There's all kinds of there was like rioting and stuff too about some other immigrants in like some neighborhood recently too.
A bit of a spanner in the works of late for the entire British government, for the front bench of harpies, such as the Home Secretary, and such as
freedom. Sure, I appreciate that. As an American, I appreciate that. I don't think you should be under any rule. You should be a free state.
A new report has come out, which I have read, called National Audit on Group-Based Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse by Baroness Louise Casey, and it completely demolishes the kinds of arguments that the left have been putting forward for the last year to try and avoid there being a national inquiry into what I have already said is the.
So we're saying, so people are trying to say that it's still mostly white people because technically it's mostly white people, but per capita, I mean, right? It is bad for for immigrants over or whatever your group or whatever thing, right? Of course it is, right? Okay.
Worst crime committed against the English people, perhaps, by foreigners, since the harrying of the North. And that is what I want to look at today. Before I do so, could you do me a quick favour?
Yeah, mostly in England, sure. For those not willing to like and subscribe to Craig right now, will be administered a little boy slap. A little boy slap? But to be fair, guys, here's the thing. I'm not gonna ask you to subscribe, to follow. Whoa. What is happening today? I am sorry. I am so sorry. I'm not going to ask you to subscribe or like the stream, but if you do it, I will appreciate it. But I'm not going to ask you. I respect you too much. I respect you too much, you know? It's just a matter of respect, and I respect you too much, so I'm not going to tell you what to do, but if you want to, you know, consider, you know, if you want to. But if you don't want to, there's other streams you could watch. You could, you know, you could get out of here and shoo. But if you want to watch this one, then, you know, you can consider it or whatever.
Could you possibly subscribe? It helps me most immensely if you do that. Subscribe,
me and him
leave
too.
a like, leave a comment for the
Yeah,
album.
like English shit don't stink. Well, yes, of course. Well, of course. I get it. No, of course English shit stink. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why. Like, what? I'm serious. I think you guys should be a free state. Why not?
Share the video. And if you really are a lovely person, then please...
Occupied Ireland, that was cracking Northern Ireland, right? Well, but Northern Ireland is where the thing I was talking about, right? There was some like neighborhood I heard about, with it, like with people from like Roma or something, Romania, something like this. There's like a heavy immigrant, like Romanian population, like some kind of something like this. Is that it?
Please subscribe on my Substack. That's jollyheretic.com.
Yeah.
Where I put all the most based stuff I can't put on YouTube, in-person interviews, vlogs, films, my weekly Dutton's Digest, and if you like what I do, you can support me for the cost of a pint of beer a month. Okay, back to the video. So what have we got then? Let's think about what's happened. In about the 1980s, or maybe
the Roma people, not to be confused with Romanians. Oh, they are Roma or they are Romanians?
Late 70s, a new morality began to develop.
Yeah, Roma's like travelers, call them or tinkers. They always fighting. Sure. Well, from what I remember learning, didn't we learn one time that Romas are connected, or like to like an ancient Jewish group or something? Like they were Jewish once upon a time. Is why they're wanderers now.
A new morality out of a previous morality that already started, a morality that put feelings and...
So these did happen to be from Romania. Isn't there some connection there to Romas? And I think it was a myth we debunked. Oh. No, well, I don't know. I think you're thinking of the K one. The K one's the myth, Geo. The Kakistan or something took over all modern Jews. They're all modern Jews are descendants of Kazakhstan or something, some K word. That's what a lot of the people say now, right? The people that don't like Jewish people, they say they're not the real ones, and they're from some K country, so in the Middle East, I think.
Concerns with
They're from India. Oh, India. There are lots of Jew myths. Yeah, okay. But I thought the Roma thing. I think Romas are connected to Jewish people. I think if you go back, I think they were. I'm not sure right now, but I think we did find that one. Maybe it was a myth though. But if anyone wants to look it up, let me know.
Quality and concerns with harm.
I'll look it up myself later.
Above.
Oh, Breath of Fire errata. I'll say it again tomorrow. The Queen. I did misread it. I realized I did misread it. I was tired. In the Nina scene, what's happening is Nina is sitting there talking like about when she runs away, and she says in that moment, like just then, I was no longer just my mother's daughter. I wasn't the queen. I wasn't just the queen's daughter anymore. I was a runaway, something like this. And the phrasing is really confusing and all that because the way she's like just talking to herself. But I figured that out. I went back and looked.
The good of the group, above truth, above...
She was saying I'm no longer... In that, when I ran away, right, from home with Ryu, at us, I wasn't the queen's daughter then. I was something else. I was my own identity. I was setting out on my own.
Above obedience to traditional authority, above traditional sources of wisdom and sanctity. And this eventually moved from issues such as
Finally,
sex,
a post I saw on Discord.
Class.
Yeah, I wrote about it in there, and I'll mention it again when we play. So it's like if you were watching back to back, you know.
Race, and then anti-racism developed.
Right, it didn't make sense anyway. So, Leafy serves today. Guess what? What do you mean surface today? She replies to me sometimes. But what do you mean serves today? Every so often she replies to me. She says some random thing. Fire torpedoes and left. What does that mean? Fire torpedoes. There are a lot of we're talking about the gain stuff. There are a lot of text. I don't know why I'm reading that all of a sudden. But British text adventures, but were they before Zork? Geo? Were they before Zork? Because Zork, I don't know. I feel like you got to give a lot of the credit to Zork. I know there were technically some text adventures before Zork. There was I forget the name of them. But let's have a class. Welcome. She messaged me, replied to a statement, and went again. The Leafster, a crazy Canadian. Yeah, she replies to me sometimes. I was telling her about the Simp stuff. She said she's gonna sign up over there, but she doesn't know about streaming. Which is fine. Oh, speaking of, I should start mine. Hold on. I just started my Simp stream. Koji bought another key. Is Koji around right now? No. Pretty sick. Oh, our keys right now are $9. We're rich. Guys, we're rich. $9. I talked to Max this morning. It was a good combo. We're gonna do it regularly, I think. So isn't that cool too? But like we were talking about, me and we're talking about, he has the way he set it up is to make sure like it's all smart contracts, so he can't actually like do anything when it comes to like favoritism. Like he doesn't. The only thing he can do is what he does, which is the only thing he can do is what he does. He's that guy. Which is the seeding people's wallets, right? Like he could give people money, but he has no real power over any of this stuff. It's all smart contracts. He doesn't have the keys to any of that. Like it all runs on its own. So it shouldn't be corrupt as everywhere else is. It's all smart contracts. It all does it itself. Sounds pretty sick. Sounds pretty awesome. You're getting expensive? Yeah, I know, right? But here's the thing, Steve. At some point, we're gonna start a new room on there, right? I've talked to some of you guys. I'm not totally sure the format we're gonna do yet, so I haven't done it yet. Like, I don't know if we're gonna do another show that I got a couple ideas. I want to make a Carl show, Carl's Time Cup, right? I want to make that a separate show, and then make it have a mellow curve. So it doesn't cost very much ever, like it never goes up too much, because it's educational, and I figure an educational show should be cheaper. And then I don't know, I want to start some kind of other one too, like maybe a collab show too, and maybe the collab show has a higher curve. I also thought about I could do Japanese tutoring as a room, right, and make that one with a really steep curve. Right, so you have to pay real money to get in that one. But then when I would do it, I would get really in the weeds with Japanese tutoring. Like we could do anything. We could walk through stuff. That's another idea I have for one. The truth is out there, and so are my parents. And we're live. Yeah. We got the yes. yeah. And the website. The other thing about Sims, man, that's got me sold on it is how confident it already is, man. Like, what do we need? What feature? Oh, also, guys, if you think of, please do go over there some, experiment, see what features you want, so we can tell Max to add them, right? Because we gotta test it out to see what we need. If you guys need anything, we gotta test it out. Let me know if there's any features you want, and we'll tell them.
A new morality, and intelligent people realized this, and they.
Oh, he's talking about anti-racism, right? That became a new reality.
Race, class, to race. And then anti-racism developed as a new morality.
Recording Carl shows would be cool. I think so, right? I think so. Yeah, I think the first other thing we're gonna launch is that second room I'm gonna launch is Carl, and it'll be on my days off. I think I'll do like one on. I'm gonna have to stream less too. I've been thinking, like per day. I want to work on my game. So I'm gonna have to like make at least an hour a day, like available from the stream time. I think to do that.
And people
maybe 2 hours. I don't know, right? I need like at least an hour a day to work on it.
People realized this, and they jumped on the far left bandwagon and continuously competitively signalled their anti-racism, such that nothing was more important than racism. Nothing mattered more.
Download.
Nothing was more significant to morality, not your behaviour, not your...
You're seeing the things so nice.
Goodness, not your love, nothing. All that was important in a kind of Pharisaic way.
Oh, this is something you're interested in, Sam. We're talking about race.
Is that you symbolically showcased
an anti-racism,
your anti-racism. And females, of course, were particularly involved in...
So he's talking about this article, or this report that came out in the UK. Government response to the national audit on group-based child sexual exploitation and abuse report. And as Gio reminded me when I was asking this, that means grooming gangs. The report on grooming gangs. Right? And then people are calling you racist if you look at it, or you talk about it, or anything.
In this movement, because females are highly socially conformist.
Wait, anti-racism?
And highly socially...
Well, good news for you, Sam. Anti-racism is racism.
Anxious. And so they tend to be at the vanguard of all of these kinds of psychological movements. People like
good news.
our friend Jess, and people like the Home Secretary, and so on. And
well, then, yeah, you, right? You. Relief. The anti-racism actually still is racism again. You have any words there?
Yeah. That, of course, was a climate of fear. Fear that these shrill harpies, fear that these woke, self-righteous...
Now, people bring it up, but there is a point there, right? About, like, women... I'm not one to blame women, but the yin and the yang, yada yada. But there is definitely a point with like pushing women to get like degrees and stuff. And then as we push women to get degrees, now they're bitching at us about anti-racism and other communist shit. And like they're in positions of power to push communist shit. And you're like, wait a second, ladies. Wait a second, ladies. Wait a second. No, no communism, please. Ladies, stop the communism, please. Please. Stop it. Stop the communism. Ladies, stop it.
Narcissistic gangs.
Right? Why are the ladies doing that? We push them to get degrees and they just roll out socialism.
Would come for you. Fear of being accused of racism. So that...
Well, we should undo that, I think. Let's undo pushing anybody to get degrees. And then the world will be so much nicer.
Problems in relation to race were increasingly suppressed and swept under the carpet and not talked about. And of course, then women became more powerful. In
I like the ascot, right? And that's cool. I wish I wore one of those.
Society as social workers, police officers, counsellors, senior people, and this exacerbated, I think, further because women are more concerned with harm avoidance and equality and equality. Exacerbated the problem, and this coincides.
So if we actually do equality, we actually push for it, then we're just going to get more communism, right? That's the idea. That's the point. I think I've made that point before, right? The whole reason, like, a company goes, or sorry, certain people push for, like, a company to have more women or whatever, is so they know that a woman is more likely to be communist. It's communist entryism, right? And same with the other check marks along the way. They know they're increasing the chance of that when they do that.
Sided with growing numbers of people of Pakistani descent living in poor...
Very few Womble. What's a Womble? And he can look like this 12. I like him. I like this guy. He's trying to sound like he's well-educated, but sounds like a weirdo. I like him. I think he's nice. I think he's smart.
Or ex-industrial areas of the country. and the report is clear on what they did.
It could be me falling for it, but I've watched a number of videos of his, and I think he is an intelligent individual. Hold on, I'm trying to stop though. Stop this. Stop this. I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna turn off this feature for now. Stop sliding off this.
Simple system. Basically, you identify.
Wobble means wander. If you womble in England, or wander in England.
A vulnerable underage girl. Maybe she's got learning difficulties. Maybe she's in care or in a foster home. You tell that this girl is not used to love. She's been abandoned. No one loves her. And you groom her to think.
But I understand Stevie, if you just hate English people, this guy is very English, right? So you probably hate him. Sure.
That you're her boyfriend, and you give her love, and you give love on her like a person would in a cult.
Sure.
You give her gifts. You give her.
Google Womble of Wimbledon kids show about trash cleaning animals was good. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Alcohol. You make her.
And he looked something like this, or he had over the top something.
Like a princess. You love bomb her, you bond her to you, and then in order to keep getting that love, she wants to do what you want her to do, and what you do is you pass her around to other Asian men who then sometimes indeed pay you for the privilege of using her,
pimp? And
you keep her compliant with drugs and alcohol.
That's fucked up, people. I mean, America people do this too, of course, right? And America people do this too, of course, but it's not in the same format. It's like a pimp in America usually,
and sometimes, if necessary, physical violence. The details of this,
it's basically a pimp he's describing.
But you can read about it online or in a Dutton's Digest, but are so appalling.
I hate most English feckin' idiots. Well, I appreciate that then, Stevie. I get you.
The individual details, such as an example of a Pakistani man. Branding his initials on the anus
That's horrifying.
A girl of about 13.
What the fuck? That's horrifying. Jesus, man. Isn't it? That's horrifying, man.
So she was his property. And this has been made worse.
Isn't that but isn't it horrifying how much people can, like, stop seeing other people as human if they, like, violate, like, something to them? Like, a lot of those people, the Islamic people that do it, they usually, I've noticed, like, they say the girl is like a whore. Like, they hate her because of, a lot of times they'll kind of hate her because of religious reasons. And that's pretty wild. Like, that's pretty wild. To have that level of, like, contempt. But I guess that's one of the common ways to get it, is religious reasons. Your tribal rival, I guess, huh? On the anus, huh? Sound more horrifying in British, it does. From the show, you mean, Stevie? Womble were like big rodents, which is apt because most English are rodents. I assume so, yeah. Hold on, we can look at the Womble thing. What is it called? Womble of Wimbledon. Okay. So the rest of us know what these things look like. Oh, you know what they look like? Fraggle Rock or something. They look like Fraggle Rock. The Ghost of Wimbledon Common. Looks like Fraggle Rock kind of guys. Huh? The Wombles. How do I Wombles? You like these one? Okay, let this load maybe. Okay. Amusingly enough, trash pickers have been said to womble. Wombles are awesome. Yeah, Ollie, you know about the wombles? Okay. This is my first time learning anything about them. So it was a book and then a show or something. Yeah, they look a lot like, to me, what was the Fraggle Rock guys? Kind of different though. Hold on. You guys know Fraggle Rock in across the lake? Or no? Fraggle Rock were more Muppet looking though. But look. Yeah. Fraggle Rock were Muppets, but it's similar design kinda. I'm out of memory. Okay. Anyway. Okay then. Okay then. If I close the window, I'm gonna pause it. Double click. Go controls. Double click. There you go. Paused it. See, that saves me some.
By the internet and the fact that children
Love Fraggle Rock, nice. We used to have a bit of a tradition of puppetry and stop motion. A lot of 60, 70 kids. TV shows are like that. That's awesome. I've been thinking, with the AI stuff, I don't see any reason I couldn't emulate some of those techniques and do a show. It's something I'm going to do. Yeah. Right? Like, I don't see any reason I couldn't. I just got to kind of think of the implementation, because there's lots of stuff you could do, right? Like, I could literally pose like little models or whatever, right? In some kind of in like, there's that website, Pose My Art. But anyways, pose some kind of models, take shots of the like their bone structure or whatever. What do they call it? Control net. Use that in the AI to make the scene, then do the next one. Could do stuff like that. I remember Rafi and Red Grammar. I was thinking, I wonder what kids songs you guys listen to. Oh, that's a good question. I miss when kids shows were variety shows hosted by former porn stars with big tits. I miss when people understood kids' stories should actually be very high in value and not, oh my god, random, right? Like, we used to knew it about a couple decades ago, but we don't really anymore. Kids stuff is supposed to be some of the best stories you ever tell, you know, but we got it backwards. And it was just, oh my god, random, weird inflation fetishes, and, you know, Teen Titans Go, whatever the hell's going on there.
Use the internet, and so of course they can get into contact with them via the internet.
Clangers, I blame SpongeBob for making it, oh my god, random. You might have good cause for that. Our generation had random, but they were still like educational, like Animaniacs, right? Or they still had value, dude. Tiny Toons, those still had a lot of educational bullshit in them, which is good. They should be that way.
Internet, it used to be they'd hang around car parks or something. Now it's
Zuxa Cracky, Brazilian Lady, Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, Ren and Stimpy, I think, a little bit part of the problem, like in the direction, but it did have some educational stuff on purpose, and then it would satirically mock stuff that wasn't educational. It was still not bad. It wasn't yet on the path, but it was like, it inspired the path, I think. Right? Like, people saw Ren and Stimpy and were inspired by its like grotesque art and things, and its randomness sometimes, and they did the same, and they just did that. Like, there's lots of shows like that now.
It's the internet, and of course these hotels.
They didn't get the core of the thing. Log. Ren and Stimpy was not for kids. I think it was teenagers. Like, I don't think it was for older than teenagers. I don't think so. But the question is that for kids? Is young adult for kids? Well, yeah, but I mean, unless we're getting rid of public school and then people get more mature earlier, then they are kids.
These anonymous hotels that you get, that makes it worse. But these days, about 40.
You know what's funny? I mean, what's weird though is how people really are more juvenile now. Remember that AI guy we pissed off the other day? What was his name? Rebar, Nobar, Nobo, Hobo, whatever the guy's name was. Remember, he joins the Discord and he spams Discord like with like not like stuff he thought was edgy. Like, it almost said the N-word. It almost was gay. Like, it's stuff that's stuff I would have done. Like, not I would necessarily, but that's like, well, like, that's like a teenager thing, right? That was very like immature and juvenile. It was very pathetic. Isn't it sad? The guy's like, I'm a nuclear engineer, and he comes in our Discord and just spams stupid gifs. Like, they really have made people juvenile and retarded. Like, they really have done it. It's at least more worse than it was in our generation. But like, that was, if that person was an adult for real, or they could have been lying about the degree, obviously. But If that person was in college, that was ridiculous. That's insane that their behavior was like that. Type that in chat for a channel. Type that in channel in forever. It's better than bad. It's good. I got locked from my uncle Christmas. Nice. Type that. Oh, come on, Craig. You don't like the... I don't care about the word either way. I don't... The thing is, I just don't want to say it so it's recorded. I have said it before, though. I said it... I said the hard R one before on stream. I've said hard R on stream before. But that's because I read the letters from Birmingham jail or whatever by Martin Luther King.
Percent of the interactions start online. What the report laid out is there are 500,000 victims in the UK of sexual abuse a year.
And Tally. Yeah, they were like Tally. Yeah, they were just like Tally. Yeah. And Mireille and Snorch. Yeah, we have Sam. Gonna try harder to offend us. Yeah, they thought like it was gonna... I don't know what... Yeah, they thought like that was gonna work, right? They thought like that was gonna be annoying and offensive. And it was just like... very lame and boring. And they tried to pretend like they didn't know each other, and they clearly did. The thing was, I thought we were being promoted that day. We weren't. What happened was, and I saw it, was... because from the Discord thing... Okay, so I checked the Discord invites after I kicked them to see if I needed to delete. Oh, speaking of, I need to make a new one. To remove them, you know, in case they were going to make a new account. And then I noticed one of them, the Chubby one, made the invite code and it was used twice. So that's how I knew, well, one, obviously they're friends, and two, well, I mean, I knew the whole time they were friends, but also that random girl person also joined from them. And I DM'd that person. I was like, where do you retards come from? And they said some Discord. So what happened was, we weren't being promoted in the algorithm. That guy found us, right? And then he was mad about the AI thing. And so he called his friends to try and help him. Isn't that pathetic?
2024, there were 100,000 victims of this kind of grooming, gang-related sexual abuse.
Is that Edward Dunn? I hate this guy. How come, Ollie? You hate him?
Or exploitation, should we say? Exploitation, of which 60% it was actually in real life. So
how come everybody hates this guy? I don't hate him.
Online grooming, 100,000, and 60% of that was real life.
Is he like some kind of does he play things up or something? Does he? What's the reason?
Grooming and interacting with people. To put it,
we did get a guy that blew off his arm from the algorithm. We did, yeah, yesterday, yeah. He said I mean, I think I made him mad a little bit at the end when we were talking about state stuff, but he seemed like a tough dude. He might still be around. I don't know.
Euphemistically, there are the victims. Obviously, tend to be vulnerable children.
I know he said he subbed when he first showed up, but then I made him mad near the end when he stopped talking. But he might just have been like, you know, who knows? The guy was in the hospital, so. Hope he's okay, you know, I don't know. He might still be around though, because I would like to learn from that guy if he is, because he clearly knew a lot about weapons stuff, like in military. I'd like to learn about.
As you would expect, 76% of the perpetrators of this kind of behaviour are men. Why wouldn't they be? Now, shockingly,
yeah. I mean, he likes the state way more than I do, obviously, but like I wasn't buying his argument about we need levels of corruption. I didn't buy that argument. I understand the military, maybe you have to make that concession, like mentally, to be okay with everything, like, and that's fine. I'm not, you know, mad, like, I get that, but I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that you need corruption to operate a thing, or else it's too efficient. I'm not buying that.
She found...
He's just an upper class ponce. One of those guys. What is beauty kind of guys? Oh, pretentious and stuff? Okay, I gotcha. Well, I watched some of his videos talking about, like, midwits and stuff, and I thought he was pretty spot on that. That's what my knowledge of him so far. And I thought his analysis on that was pretty good. But I've only watched a couple of videos here and there.
Going through all of the different reports from all of the different local authorities and all of the information that has been found, 2/3
pretends to be upper class, probably lives in a bin. Yeah, maybe.
In 2/3 of...
Are you guys not sure? Are you guys? To me, it kind of feels like you guys have some kind of class, like there's some kind of like class animosity on your guys' island that I'm feeling from you guys now.
Of cases,
America is a little different, I think. There are pretentious people though, but
ethnicity information was not reported. And in fact, one woman has gone to the press to say
we do very much right. I can feel it. I think he meant that in order for the state, a ponderous entity at best, to function, it needs grease. Yeah, I mean, I get what he's saying, but he was talking about like, well, in that conversation, we were talking about, in this case, what he meant was, if I was understanding correctly, was like that if the thing was too efficient, then there won't be like enough time for all the planning and stuff, kind of like because the corruption slows stuff down enough. But it's like with modern technology and shit, though, I don't feel like that's true anymore. It's like the way AI is and all this. You can make it so the AI could parse whatever thing, so the person getting it is actually getting like intelligible information instead of confusing stuff, and you can act right away. I don't know. I'd have to actually learn. My issue with the arguments about that is I'd have to learn about the actual logistics to make counter arguments. It's too like specific thing that I don't know about.
She found a file where the ethnicity of the perpetrator had been Tipex.
There's an embedded class system in the power structure, not like a leftist Marxist analyst thing, but things like inherited peerage, the monarchy. Well, only, I mean, obviously Marxism baloney, but I mean, it doesn't mean like none of their ideas are close to reality. It doesn't mean that exactly, right? A number of their critiques are half truths or something, right? They're half truths. They're truth and a lie tied together. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely been like class warfare, like class differences, and blah 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 over the years, especially where you guys are compared to here. But however, something I wonder about that is income inequality. I don't buy the argument for income inequality being a bad thing anymore. I really don't buy it. I would have to be won over to buy it, and that's what people always talk about is income inequality. I don't buy it as a thing. I understand that if you have, and Thomas Sowell talks about this, if you have groups that have income inequality from each other and they live next to each other, that's obviously a problem, right? Because the group without the shit is going to be like, I want that. But outside of that, outside of them living like right next to each other, why is income inequality in itself bad? Because is it not just always going to happen? If you have a free society, is income inequality not always going to be a thing? Like, is it even a metric to use? It doesn't make any sense to me. Remember the 5th of November. Guy Fawkes Day hype has gone up since the Day of the Queen. Really, Guy Faulkner should have a redo. Get it right this time.
Out.
Wild.
By one of her superiors. So 2/3 are not reported, and frequently it was dismissed. It was in
2/3 were not reported of the assaults and things on young
various
girls.
ways.
That's so fucked up, man. Young girls are a group that you should defend, I think, right? Like, doesn't that show how on its head everything is that young girls aren't a group we defend anymore? When society used to, as a whole, make sure to defend young girls, like, it used to be something, that used to be a standard. I mean, of course, children, period. Like, specifically, young girls from being abused by older men was a thing we stopped, you know?
The reports were dismissed as just girls that were slappers, basically, or it was dismissed because of concerns over racism, or it just was flawed checking. For various reasons, it was dismissed. What this means is the data that is collected is... They
have more mobility, more access to land, no aristocracy. You know the reason why America and Australia and New Zealand, Canada are all per capita richer than the UK? These Anglos who went there didn't have to endure a hostile upper class. You think so? Don't you think it's been so long since then, though? They're kind of making like a racism argument kind of thing. Like, hundreds of years ago, whatever, I've been in captivity for 400 years or something. Like, I don't know, bro. I have to learn about it to know if I agree with that or not. More access time. Yeah, it sounds like the racism thing. I don't really buy it. Like, why can't you read a book? Because you're poor? Like, that's stupid.
extremely unreliable. But
like, that's really stupid. It's a dumb argument. I'm sorry. I know people accept the school thing, and so, like, it makes sense to them. They're like, oh, they can't get an education. But to me, that is retarded. It's a retarded argument. Of course they can. Anybody can. Like, they can't. Why? How are books too expensive? Like, what are you talking about?
What she manages to extrapolate from the available data is something which shows that in every case, South Asian males, and specifically Pakistanis, are substantially...
Who keeps the metric system down?
...overrepresented in all of the local reports. At a more national level, there's not much you can do because they haven't bothered to collect the information. Why have they not bothered to collect the information?
Reading books that generate wealth, though? Yeah, but you can't say... Come on, Ollie. You can't say they have lower access, they have more access to education, higher education, and it's like, well, getting educated doesn't mean anything. This is the next argument out here. Like, come on, man. It's ridiculous.
This itself is a...
Yeah, but trades do. Do you guys not have trade work in the UK? Like, is it about getting money, or is it about getting means to innovate? And I know UK doesn't innovate much. You guys, compared to America, don't innovate anything, right? But once upon a time, I think you did, right? So, I mean, you're right. UK is just irrelevant and stupid. Who cares, right? I agree. UK is crap and will never be good again. And they can blame their higher classes and stuff, and they will just be miserable forever. Hopefully.
Cover up. It is due to fears of racism, due to fears of allegations
I hope.
mobs, due to fears of this kind of stuff. The information which you would think would...
Like, I don't know, if you guys are this pathetic, I don't care about helping you. You know? Like, I'm all in on America now. UK is done. It's cooked. It's cooked. They can't even read a book over there. They can't even read books. They can't even read anymore. That place is cooked.
Would be highly relevant is not collected.
Can't even read.
And she states...
Trade, say that when the country's industrial capacity has been on the decline for a century. Yeah, you're right. You guys suck really bad. It is true.
And it's Casey. That from the perspective of what she comes across as a multicultural...
Yeah, you are a useless island that, you know, is out past its time. And it should probably fall apart and collapse. True.
To tell the truth, then it could help the English Defence League, or it could help the far right, and it does no service to people to not tell the truth. That it is in the interest of a harmonious society.
True, you guys are losers. It's true
that this kind of information is made public and is discussed, because if it is not discussed, it will be discussed by, effectively, she implies, our enemies, the enemies of what we hold dear, on the far right. But from what she has to say. Isn't it
hilarious how it's dangerous due to non-racism? It's almost as if racism made things safe. Well, it's not non-racism, right? It's purposely trying to look away. I mean, it's not. Well, yeah, I get you, but really what they're doing is re-encouraging racism to create a problem on purpose, intentionally so. Right? They're actually trying to inspire a problem. This is what they're doing.
In every case that she highlights at the local level, South Asians are those who are involved, and certainly are overrepresented. And the most interesting thing in the report, I would say, is the refutation, this idea that left-wing people, they like per capita when you say, oh, there's not...
My friend visited London for the first time last year and told me they were surprised how few English people were there, really. The class system is a lot more entrenched than people think. Well, I believe that's possible, Ollie. But do you get me why I'm just a little cynical of the argument, like, they couldn't get education, they can't figure out this, they can't figure out that. When a lot of those arguments, like in America, are used, it's not really legitimate, like, most of the time. Like, you could be right, though, and the systems themselves could be in such a way that it really is fucked up. Like, well, I'm sure it's fucked up. We have the boot of the state on our necks everywhere, right? In every civilized nation now. I'm just not sympathetic to all those arguments that much. I feel like people can do a lot on their own. If people really try, I think people can do a lot on their own. But that's all I'm saying. Is the class thing a thing? Sure, I'm willing to believe that. I'm willing to believe it's a real problem, and it does make it so people start with a worse situation and yada yada, and class mobility isn't as real as it is here because of old entrenched beliefs and things. I'm willing to buy all that. I'm willing to buy all that. I just don't buy every argument that extends out of that as legitimate as the other. So, and I mean, I would have to read about it. I would have to learn about it. I don't know enough about it to have a real opinion on it. All I'm saying is those arguments strike me as similar to the ones that are usually used here and don't really make sense. For instance, the BBC was always staffed with people from Oxford, Cambridge, and middle class upwards. Yeah, sure. Right, it makes sense too because you have like a longer history of like respecting that kind of stuff. That it might be, like you said, entrenched. Sure. Losers, best pals with orange hair, apparently. Dude couldn't even hold a bit of paper. London full of immigrants, very few white. That's crazy. London. Stop calling these brown people Asian. Asian implies eats rice every day, smart and mostly thin. Yeah, but that is going to be a conversation about. I mean, people do. That is a current Sorcerer Circle topic. Is Asia? Is what is an Asian? Why? I agree with you that most people, when they say Asian, mean Chinese, Japanese, Korean, something like this is what they mean when they say Asian. That is most people's conception of what they're saying. But yeah.
Black per capita barristers. We need more black per capita barristers. But per capita ceases to exist when it relates to something bad, which ethnic minorities are accused of doing. Then you just say, even if you say South Asians or Pakistanis are overrepresented among the perpetrators of this kind of abuse, then they say, yes, but the majority of these cases, the majority of people that do this are white people. Well, of course they are, because 80% of people are white.
But isn't it interesting how the per capita argument is sometimes there and sometimes not there? I do find that dishonest. How people go back and forth, like, when it's important, like, for example, in America, right, there's all kinds of similar arguments people make. They care about the per capita when it makes their point, and when it doesn't, they care about the mass number, and then they just switch back and forth depending on whichever one it seems to make a better point for them. So dishonest.
The majority should always be white on anything like this. And if it isn't, then the questions need to be asked. This is what she argues, because, of course, her assumption is an assumption of equality.
I don't disagree with the sole idea that income inequality isn't as bad as people think. America can, in most cases, help anyone rise up, not green. Okay, Holly, then, yeah, I don't think we really disagree too much. I just don't know much about the class stuff to really know where the line is. And so I'm skeptical of those arguments without being able to analyze them myself, knowing that some of them are used disingenuously here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I'm dismissing them. I don't know enough to discern if they're real or not.
So therefore, she argues that...
And they do remind me of ones that I'm suspect of. So, but the other stuff makes sense to me.
Data should be collected. Now, in one particular case, what it showed, which was particularly interesting, is that in Manchester, between 2022 and 2025, according to the records of this kind of exploitation, 20% of the population of Greater Manchester were South Asian or Pakistani.
So South Asian means like Pakistan?
Yet 54% of the perpetrators of these crimes were Pakistani.
It is kind of weird that people want to start calling everything Asian like that. I've noticed the trend too. Like the other day, I was in somebody's chat on YouTube, and they act like you're stupid if you like, you don't even know what's in Asia if you like mean Asian, like Chinese, Japanese, you know, kind of thing, Korean, those ones. If you mean Asian and mean that, they act like you're stupid. And it's a weird play. I don't quite get the play. I don't know if you guys have thought more about this or not. I'm sure it's some kind of play it's a wordplay. Like, they're clearly doing this for a reason, but they act like you're like retarded. Like, if you do that, you're like, oh, it's just an American, doesn't even know the world anyway, or something. What is the goal there? I'm not sure yet.
Pakistani. So out goes the argument that, oh, the majority of people that do it.
I think we need to bring back Oriental. Yeah, why not? I mean, I really doubt people would care as much as people think.
What? No. The majority of people that...
Like, most people that care about, like, racism against Japanese people, that, or, like ones from World War II racism, are Japanese Americans, right? Japanese people don't care as much. The thing is, people are, in my opinion, pretty racist to Japanese people currently. I've noticed it pretty fairly. What about you guys? Do you think similarly? I've noticed, in my opinion, people are super racist to Japanese people. They say, like, and they never even met one most of the time. They say, like, Japanese people are racist, or like they hate foreigners and blah blah blah. And it's like, bro, you are being racist. Like, your conception of them being like that is actually a racist conception. That's actually like a media conception, because people complained about, like, a shop saying no foreigners. But why did they say no foreigners? Not because they hate foreigners, because they got nobody on staff that speaks English or these other languages, man. And they're tired of people coming in having no fucking idea how to talk to them in Japanese, and they're tired of fucking dealing. They don't have the staff. Like, I'm getting upset about this all of a sudden. They get called racist for that. They get assumed to be racist for that. That's not racist. It's not racist at all, man. Now, there are racist Japanese people. Sure. I'm just saying we're pointing at them as racist when it's not. And it's not fair on those ones. Like, of course, if you have a big tourist country, some people might not want to deal with the tourists, you know? It happens sometimes, man. It does not necessarily mean... Like, have you met tourists? They're dickheads. Tourists are total dickheads. Being against tourists does not mean you're against every person of that color. I'll tell you that much right now. Or that, like, nationality or whatever thing. Being against tourists does not mean that you hate whatever group. It really doesn't. Trust me, because tourists are dickheads. Coming from Las Vegas, tourists are dickheads. Oriental, much nicer word, I think. Yeah. Craig lives in Vegas, so yeah, you get where I'm coming from, right? You get where I'm coming from. I run into tourists all the time, and sometimes they're fucking total dickheads. I'm not judging, like, whatever group the tourist is from. You know what I mean? I'm not. Because they're a special group. Tourists will be fine when they stay in the tourist. Well, you know, tourists by their very nature are not gonna be like that, because, like, the whole point is, I'm on vacation, I can do whatever I want, I can cause trouble, whatever, it's not my home anyway. Like, you know, they're like that. All tourists are like that pretty much in some way. It's just like a scale of how bad. Like there's respectful people who, even though they do kind of feel like that, are respectful about things, so they don't, you know, make a mess or anything. But they're still basically feeling like that. They don't have like a connection to the place like somebody that lives there. So they're not even those people don't care that much. They'll just care, like, because they're, you know, they don't want to hurt people or anything, but they're respectful. But even those people don't really, like, would probably go a little further than they would go at home still about something or something crazy or something, you know. So the funny thing is, before this shit even blew up in the news, English people always called them Packies, and there was a negative meaning, like people knew what's up even then. Yeah, people did used to call them that, yeah. Are they even surprised? A Japanese guy I lived with got jumped during Corona in Arizona because they thought he was Chinese. That's wild. That's wild. I definitely see some fair amount of racism against, like, Japanese people recently. And also, like, they get accused of all, like, being into all this, like, weird sex shit, right? Because of the porn that gets out there. But, like, that doesn't really seem fair either, though, when you look at the worst porn from America and stuff, you know? It's like, I don't know. I think people are unfair to Japan, I think, personally. Now, does Japan deserve any criticism? Well, yeah, everywhere in the world does, right?
Do it in a
those small YouTubers shot each other. Yeah. It was some Juggalo guy. I guess it was the Joker. I don't know. I saw him in face paint. In Las Vegas. It was like Sin City Family. I saw him in face paint. Yeah, it's wild. He went and shot the guy. Yeah, over like YouTube stuff. Like he got a DMCA strike. Some people say over a DMCA strike. That's not really true, right? That's just like the last thing that happened in the feud before he did it. And then the guy talked shit about it too in that one video that people pass around. He's like, the guy should cut his wrists or whatever. And like, now obviously he doesn't deserve to die for that, but nor do I think. I mean, but it is kind of a reminder. Probably don't say shit about people like killing themselves so lightly too, though. Like, I don't know.
A place where they are 20% of the population, the majority, the absolute majority, are Pakistani. So there's very little the left can say now.
Only told they get free drinks in the casino. They had hung out crack it. It's true. It's true. East Asians are the group that it's still okay to be racist about. Well, and white people, of course, right, Koji?
Now, as we watch their...
But it's the same racism, kind of. It's worse. It's basically, it's a lot of it's the same in America, right? Like a lot of times they basically just consider Japanese people white when they want to be mean to them. And then when they don't want to be mean to them, they consider them freaks, like some kind of sexual freaks. And then at the same time, these people will watch anime and shit. Like they also think the country is full of degenerate, freaky racists. Will also watch anime. That's how you know they don't have any principles, right? Like, if you had any principles, you wouldn't be watching the anime then. Like, if you really thought that about the people that make it.
Poignant struggle as they get more and more pressured to reveal the facts. And they have tried to stand in the way of this every step of the way, because their power comes from...
I used to work with a Pakistani guy at Fujitsu, notoriously bad company. He was clearly a diversity hire. He wasn't allowed to answer the phone due to a prior incident. He was going to get married to a woman he had never met and have her flown over to here. He did fuck all at work, didn't even know how to do his job. He was super supportive of Hamas and watched a lot of sketchy YouTube videos at work. Wild. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
From the fact that they virtue signal about their morality. They are the most moral, the most pro-multiculturalism, the most pro-immigration.
That's true too, right? This is what's going on is that the virtue, what do you want to call these people? The virtue signalers, the posturers want to be seen as the most pro-immigration ever, the most you could possibly be, and that's like a big part of it. But it's like they're not even thinking about like the situation for anyone. Like in America and UK, immigration is clearly beyond what we can handle as the system, right? But yet they don't care because they want the system to break. And the thing you have to really understand, the people, these virtue signalers, what they actually want is not fairness, is not equity, is not anything like that. It's revenge for the fact that society is built the way that they don't like. They want it just to be destroyed. And that's what they really want then too, is they're hoping for society to fall apart. That's why they behave the way they do. They want it to all fall down, and they want revenge, and they want to feel justified in hating the world.
Therefore morally good. Therefore these ideas must be perceived as morally good. And if you can criticize them or find that they lead to problems, then people might start saying they're not morally good, they're morally...
Well, they're actually evil.
Bad. And if that happens,
they're actually evil.
They are the vanguard of
Satan.
Wickedness,
True.
not of goodness.
Exactly true. That's exactly true. They are the vanguard of wickedness. Yeah.
And that damages their ability to get and maintain power, because the means via which these people, who, if they're left-wing, tend to be high neuroticism and mental instability, and thus fear...
Isn't that interesting, too? You guys know that, right? You guys know that? If you're left-wing, you're prone to be what?
These people, who, if they're left-wing, tend to be high neuroticism and mental instability...
What now? What now? Is that true? You ever looked it up, bro?
and thus fear a fair fight, and also high in resentment and anger, and thus dislike
They're evil people, man.
anything associated with tradition. So the way they satisfy their fury is by tearing down and attacking and saying that all that is traditional, including the belief in putting the English first and so on, is bad, and they don't do it. And all that is multicultural is good, and they are the most multicultural. So if multiculturalism is shown to be bad, then they are shown to be at best stupid, and at worst what I think they are,
evil,
which is cowardly, evil people.
Yep. That's true. They're cowardly, evil people. I agree. Same. That's what I believe.
Cowardly, evil, selfish people who are concerned with their own maintenance of power and the satisfying of their own feelings of resentment over the good of their people, and absolutely and totally over the good of the white working class, whom Labour was established originally to represent and help out of often grinding poverty. And yet it is these very working class people, or their descendants, the people at the bottom of the pile of the English, people brought up in care, people with parents who were drug addicts, it is these people whom they have thrown to the gang of wolves, who they have just discarded, whose
Bro, UK's fucked up. This is crazy.
Interests they have not cared about in order to maintain what they euphemistically.
It's bad here too, though. So I can't, we're throwing people to the wolves too. I can't say like it's just you guys.
Call social cohesion. What they mean is to not do something which undermines the ideology of multiculturalism, and not publicly criticise people who vote Labour, who vote for them, who keep them in power en bloc. Because remember, that's what individualists do. People that are conservative are concerned about those that are genetically similar to them. People that are liberal are concerned about those that are genetically strongly dissimilar, so that they can better collaborate with those dissimilar people, with those foreigners or whatever.
Right, because if you want to destroy the state, if you want to destroy what's in power, then who's the best people to make friends with? The people as furthest away from that as possible, because they'll want to destroy it, right? That's always been the strategy.
Whatever, against the good of their own group, and thus take over their own group. And that's what that's what Jess Phillips does.
Right, to take over, you need outside forces, right? Like, they need to rally the people that hate them.
And that's what Keir Starmer does, and that's what the Home Secretary, that's what they all do. Angela Rayner may be an exception because she's actually genuinely a child herself.
You really think it is to do with politics? I don't know. I don't really get that angle because I don't really understand any of that. But what he's saying to me seems pretty good, spot on. I don't know.
But with the rest of them, they're all middle class and educated, and that's what they do. And this report surely is now going to lead to a national inquiry, and it's just going to be another nail in the coffin, to use the cliche. The tide is turning, I think, against this insanity, against more than 50 years of insanity in England, turbocharged under New Labour, and which the Tories pusillanimously did nothing to reverse, even made worse, or allowed to be made worse at the cultural level. They were in office but not in power, because of the way in which Labour had interfered with all of the organs of state via a Gramscian march, meaning that the government didn't really have any power anymore, and the woke mob was able, think about the George Floyd riots, was able to intimidate people. And
guys, you're not winning me over. You're making just like political arguments. You don't have like a reason-based argument or anything. These seem weak arguments, guys. I'm sorry. Like, give me a real one. Like, something I can actually judge. Not just stupid political nonsense.
Crush them down and make them feel that they were immoral and bad. When in
build a real argument for me if you want me to have it, like, believe you. Like, not just like, political thing.
In reality, it is these people. It is exactly these people. Histrionic, attention-seeking, narcissistic.
Give me substance. Give me substance.
Victim signaling people.
Otherwise, I think you guys you like say things lightly just because to me, you guys are being political, right? Like to me, you guys are being political, right? Like, it seems like you're just reacting politically.
morality signaling to get narcissistic supply, to deal with their own insecurities, oscillating between vengeance and righteous anger against those that disagree with the opinions they express, and victim signaling about how, just like a BPD woman. And they did nothing to stop these people. And fortunately, I do think this is really big at change. I can't see how any
like who brought up politics as if who's what politics, right? You guys did, to dismiss his opinion, just like, you know, political people do. And I don't respect that, because you got to give me a real argument.
Opposition,
not just the other side bad,
would be able to destroy the government on the basis of this report. But do we have a competent opposition? I hope this has been of interest, and goodbye. Are you ready for the future of the West?
That's basically what he's doing, political stuff. He's trying to sit on the fence. Nope, you guys are being political, and this is a very weak argument. I'm not buying that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why can't you give me an actual, like, critique or whatever of the issues then? Like, just give me that, man. Instead of just, like, politics, though, bro. Like, he did not say I'm on this side, they're on this side, whatever. He talked about both parties, right? Like, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but to me, you guys are coming off very political and dismissing him just because you don't agree with him politically. And you're not able to give me an argument of what is wrong with what he said. Just politics bad. And that's not, man, I hate that shit. Like, why can't you tell me a real thing? Anyway. Politics bad, I understand, guys. You got it. Politics bad. I like the guy. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just smearing him because I don't like him. I know that's all you're doing. That's my point, man. I know that's what you're doing. But I don't think that's good. I think that's bad. I think it's a bad thing to do. All right, let's gonna start reading. We have the book today, so we're gonna pick up from that. He's English, so I don't agree because the enemy freedom. See, you guys, I wasn't wrong. I was right. You guys are being political. Whatever. But well, I'm glad I just called that right. Is what actually happened. All right, so let me switch to the reading scene. Is it? If I talk to the back, yeah, okay. And then, let's turn on. You can't fool me with that. And if I pulled this, that pause, the pause works. It's supposed to, isn't it supposed to have the face come up though? And what was that music, that cacophony of sounds that deafened us there? You know. Yeah, and make it pause and unpause. There was a thing to make the thing come up though. Like the one. Oops. Is it this one? Oh, it's this one. It's this one, not the other one. Okay. Okay. This scene. The English shouldn't go colonize another poor country. Don't you see, like, these arguments are really weak and you're being like the communists are, man, and I don't really like it. Like, you can do what you want, but you're just being tribal and, like, I don't know. Like, come on, man. It's like mob mentality you're showing me, not individualism. All right, here we go. Let me turn this down. Socialism, an economic and sociological analysis, the socialization of the means of production. This is, hold on, oops, that's right, yeah, there's chapter 2, the organization of production under socialism, part 1, the socialization of the means of production. Under socialism, all the means of production are the property of the community. The community alone disposes of them and decides how to use them in production. The community produces. The products accrue to the community, and the community decides how those products are to be used. Modern socialists, especially those of the Marxist persuasion, lay great emphasis on designating the socialist community as society, and therefore on describing the transfer of the means of production to the control of the community as the socialization of the means of production. In itself, the expression is unobjectionable, but in the connection in which it is used, it is particularly designed to obscure one of the most important problems of socialism. Huh? How come it keeps mashing it when I try to pause? Hold on. I just want to pause that. Let me see. I just want to pause the music when I do this one. But it keeps mashing it like that, yeah. Why is it doing that? Note on any velocity. Why is it behaving like that? It worked fine before. I like cracky. I'm sorry, I'm simple. It's okay. No, but this whole argument is this happened because everyone who thinks this way is an ugly bad person. It's only because the people I think are cool didn't stop them. I'm sorry, guys. You're gonna have to work a lot harder if you're gonna convince me. Like, after coming off like that, just like post hoc reasoning, lazy brained on that, I'm not gonna now be like, oh yeah. You're gonna have to actually build a strong argument that can convince me, and it's not gonna be easy either. It pushes me back when people do that. When people show me that they are willing to think like post hoc reasoning, now I have to second guess and doubt everything you say. It's just how I am, man. I'm sorry. Then you have to make really strong arguments, or it's not going to win me over. Because now I know you're willing to do it. You proved it to me, right? You proved it that you're willing to be tribal and not doubt your intuition. So now I have to doubt your statements, because if you're not going to show the respect to your own thoughts like that, then I have to be wary of your thoughts and the things you say. Okay, what am I getting wrong here, bro? So I hold this. Like, to me, he didn't seem like that was what he was saying. But to you, it seems that way. But you're also seeing it very politically and tribal to begin with. Everything you're saying is politics and tribal. So, like... Okay, so why would it mash it, bro? If I swallow it? No, if I swallow it, though, it won't do the other thing. Right? Then it won't do the thing in the stream. And it'll still just pause and play. If we run... Okay, what if I make it just play pause down? And then release it will be up? No, not repeat. Hold on. Play. Okay. And then... Oh, but here's the thing. Hold on. I turn this off. Doing that. Duplicate. It worked fine before, man. Okay, and then let's unpause maybe on the note off. Okay, note off. Any velocity. Up. Okay. Well, fuck, man, why is it doing this? Okay, I would think that would work. It doesn't seem to work though. You turn both of these off. That works, right? But maybe it's sending the signal Look at the way it's dancing. Do you see that at the bottom? Something seems wrong there. Why is it doing that? This. You see at the bottom it's like dancing? It's like I'm hitting it over and over. Oh. This. Note repeat was on. That's the problem. Ah. I fixed it. Note repeat was on. Okay. Note repeat was on. Here? Okay, and then... But don't I want it to undo it when I let go? I do want that, right? So I do actually want... these two, I think. Up and then... down. And then note, no, not this one, this one. Note down, pause, yes. There, and then let go, and it should do it, let go. Or, I just want it on both? Oh, bitch. I want it on both, right? I want it to do the same thing both times. So text, okay. But I just want it on note off also, that's the difference. Okay. And this should work now? Yes, I fixed it finally. Finally, I fixed it. Sorry. To be free is to embrace being contrived and biased. Oh, come on, who isn't tribal? Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you to not be like post hoc reasoning. That wasn't the part I was talking about. The post hoc reasoning is what I have an issue with, not the tribal part, right? Like, if you want to misunderstand what I'm saying, that's fine. But it's the reasoning, it's the post hoc reasoning. It's knowing that you're not really telling the truth, but allowing the reasoning to continue onward and then giving it to me is what I'm saying I have a problem with. It's not the tribal part. The tribal is the reason you're doing it. It's post hoc reasoning that I have the issue with. The coming up with the reason why after. But you don't necessarily know that's why. You're coming up with it later. And that's, I know you did that earlier in talking about the guy, so I know you're willing to do that. You're willing to reason from what is and not without questioning or doubting your intuitions. That's my issue, not the tribalism part. The lack of doubting your intuitions and actually you're just going along with them. From my perspective, you're just going along with your intuitions mindlessly like a robot. And I don't respect that, man. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like it. And the fact that it's like you don't get what I'm saying makes me seem like it's still like more true than I like even thought it was originally. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm not trying to be nothing, but everyone believes come from some personal history. See, this is fucking stupid, man. It's biased. Yes, I know. Everyone makes this stupid fucking case. Everyone is biased, so there's no scale of you're not making a good argument, man. You're saying the repeated bullshit you would say. Oh yeah, everyone's biased. Okay, what does the fuck does that have to do with what I'm talking to you about? What does post hoc reasoning have to do with being biased? Those aren't the same fucking thing. Just dishonesty is what I'm getting. I get it. I challenged your thing, so now you're just going to say dishonest thing after dishonest thing to me, because again, you're fine doing that. That's what post hoc reasoning is, right? You're just going to come with excuse after excuse for why what you're saying is right, but I'm not interested in any of them. I would like a reasoned out actual argument that has to do with anything I'm fucking saying. It'd be nice. You can make whatever stupid, like, fake argument you want for your own anxiety, all you want. But do you care what I'm saying? Do you care what I think? Or no? I knew that was it. DJ Cracky in the mix. Some kind of unique perspective, nobody truly objective and utilitarian. Stupid, I'm not asking for that, man. I'm asking for not post hoc lie to me, man. Like, this is why it's fucking dishonest. Nobody's fucking asking for that straw man bullshit you're building out there in the fucking field. Nobody is expecting unbiased things. That's a straw man you made up. Fucking bullshit, man. Nobody fucking said that. Nobody said it has to be perfect and you have to be purely objective. That's you making a fucking straw man of what I'm saying without understanding it. Fucking bullshit. Dishonesty, bro. What other dishonest bullshit argument can you tell me? Go ahead. Like, talk about some other topic instead of I'm talking about again for another paragraph, if you don't mind. No? Nobody suggested that, bro, to suggest otherwise arrogance. I don't know what the fuck you got on the soapbox to start talking like that. We're not even understanding what the fuck I'm saying. Retarded. I'm gonna read the book now. So my issue with this was the part about modern socialists, especially those here on all this. Modern socialists, especially those of the Marxian persuasion, lay great emphasis on designating the socialist community as society. Now that's a key part of the thing. The socialist community as society, right? With a capital S. As society with a capital S. The Sims have like watch hours or similar. Hold on. I don't think so. It doesn't really track any of that because like it doesn't need to, right? It doesn't really need to care. But I'm sure Max could set up a thing to track that kind of stuff. Like I'm assuming at some point we'll figure out how to make bots, or we need like API endpoints or something, right? Like, and then we can make bots and the bots can do that kind of stuff, right? But no, I don't think so. Not currently. Okay, so the scary part to me there is that society with a capital S is the communist society, right? The socialist society is society. They don't mean society as a whole. They just mean themselves, right? They just mean their group. But they want to control society as a whole, but they just mean their group. Uh-oh, society. What was it, a capital S? So, which means I get like the socialist community, right? The word society, with its corresponding adjective, social, has three separate meanings. It implies first, the abstract idea of social interrelationships, and secondly, the concrete conception of a union of the individuals themselves. Between those two sharply different meanings, a third has been interposed in ordinary speech. The abstract society is conceived as personified in such expressions as human society, civil society. Now, Marx uses the term with all these meanings. This would not matter as long as he made the distinction quite clear. Now, I'm going to interrupt real quick. In writing in general, right, a good writer is someone who makes those distinctions clear and speaks not matter of factly, but speaks with the words he means. He picks them out very carefully, he speaks with the words he means, and he tries to make the distinction clear. Marxists speak purposely vague with no distinction ever being clear, and that's intentional to hide things. If you think of somebody as being a Marxist, are they trying to be clear with how they speak, or are they trying to obfuscate with how they speak? That's the test. If they're clear, they're trying to be clearer as they as they work through talking to you, are they trying to be more clear? Are they trying to get to the crystallization of what they're saying? Or are they trying to make you confused and obfuscate? That's how you tell. If they're trying to make you confused, they're some kind of dialectic practitioner. If they're trying to help you understand, then they're just, it could be a smart person. But he does just the opposite. He interchanges them with the conjurer's skill whenever it appears to suit him. When he talks of the social character of capitalistic production, he is using social in its abstract sense. When he speaks of the society which suffers during crisis, he means the personified society of mankind. But when he speaks of the society which is to expropriate the expropriators and socialize the means of production, he means an actual social union. And all the meanings are interchanged in the links of his argument whenever he has to prove the unprovable. The reason for this is in order to avoid using the term state, or its equivalent, since this word is an unpleasant sound to all those lovers of freedom and democracy who support the Marxian does not wish to alienate at the outset, a program which would give the state the general responsibility and direction of all production has no prospect of acceptance in these circles. It follows that Marxists must continually find a phraseology which disguises the essence of the program, which succeeds in concealing the unbridgeable abyss dividing democracy and socialism. It does not say much for the perception of men who live in the decades immediately preceding the World War that they did not see through this sophistry. It says even less for people now that still don't see this. 9.16 a key, a big fatty. Isn't that crazy? Thank you guys on there and Sam. So we're killing it, huh? It doesn't not say something about the men and women of today, that they again don't see anything wrong with this sophistry, this trick, this very obvious trick. The modern doctrine of the state understands by the word state, an authoritative unit, an apparatus of compulsion characterized not by its aims but by its form. But Marxism has arbitrarily limited the meaning of the word state, but it does not include the socialistic state. Isn't that convenient? Only those states, forms of state organization are called the state, which arouse the dislike of the socialist writers. For the future organization to which they aspire, the term is rejected indignantly as dishonorable and degrading. It is called society. In this way, the Marxian social democracy could at one and the same time contemplate the destruction of the existing state machine, fiercely combat all anarchistic movements, and pursue a policy which led directly to an all-powerful state, the community. Now, it does not matter in the least what particular name is given to the coercive apparatus of the socialistic community. If we use the word state, we have a term in common use, except in the quite uncritical Marxian literature, an expression which is generally understood and which evokes the idea it is intended to evoke. But there's no disadvantage in avoiding this term if we wish, since it arouses mixed feelings in many people. And in substituting the expression community, the choice of terminology is purely a matter of style and has no practical importance. What is important is the problem of the organization of the socialistic state or community. When dealing with the concrete expression of the will of the state, the English language provides a more subtle distinction by permitting us to use the term government instead of the term state. Nothing is better designed to avoid the mysticism which in this connection has been fostered by Marxian usage to the highest degree. For the Marxists talk glibly about expressing the will of society without giving the slightest hint how society can proceed to will and act. Yet of course community can only act through organs which it has created. Now see, that's something that bothers me too. It's only can you turn the music like 10%? Yes I can. Now let me know. I turned it down a couple notches. So the thing about that is, which thing? The will of society. Oh yeah. The most common question most of us have, right? Which is, okay, but how can a society do anything, right? Like I had it the other day, like when I was upset with Abby and trying to scare him off. It's like, what's society? Right? Who's in charge of society? How can society do anything? How can you say society's anything? Well, society as a term is mostly a communist tactic, right? To mean all these things. So you don't have to say, we're going to control you with the state. You say society, right? They use the same trick. Because you don't want to say, we're totalitarians, which would be obvious if they said state. They said, we're going to enforce it with the state. Instead, they say society should do this. Society should be this way, which what they're really saying is the state should force you to obey this, right? When they say society should normalize homosexuality or whatever, what they're saying is the state should enforce homosexuality as a standard, right? That's what they're actually saying. But they say society should normalize it. Society should normalize it. When they say any of that stuff, society should do this, society should do that, society has this problem. When they say society has this problem, they're saying it shouldn't have it and the state should change it. They're all talking about totalitarian control when they say society. Isn't that interesting? Now, it follows from the very conception of socialistic community that the organ of control must be unitary. A socialist community can have only one ultimate organ of control, which combines all economic and other governmental functions. Of course, this organ can be subdivided, and there can be subordinate offices to which definite instructions are transmitted, but the unitary expression of the common will, which is the essential object of the socialization of the means of production and of production, necessarily implies that all offices entrusted with the supervision of different affairs should be subordinate to one office. This office must have supreme authority to resolve all variations from the common purpose and unify the executive aim. How it is constituted and how the general will succeeds in expressing itself in and by it is of minor importance in the investigation of our particular problem. It does not matter whether this organ is an absolute prince or an assembly of citizens organized a direct or indirect democracy. It does not matter how this organ conceives its will and expresses it. For our purpose, we must consider this as accomplished, and we need not spend any time over the question how it can be accomplished. Whether it can be accomplished, whether socialism is already doomed because it cannot be accomplished. Right, so we're saying, we're going to just assume it can happen anyway, right? We're doing that. We're like, okay, we'll just assume it's the case though. Let's move on. Yes, there's a whole problem that maybe that could never even happen. You could never actually have the will of society expressed logistically through the government. It would never happen. But that's not the question. We're saying now, to keep our analysis going and understand how socialism works, we have to assume that this is possible, right? Then we move on. At the outset of our inquiry, we must postulate that the socialistic community is without foreign relations. It embraces the whole world and its inhabitants. If we conceive it as limited, so that it compromises only a part of the world and the inhabitants therein, we must assume that it has no economic relations with the territories and people outside its boundaries. Right, we have to do that because otherwise it could be true socialism that we're not comparing it to. We are to discuss the problem of the isolated socialistic community. The implications of the contemporaneous existence of several socialistic communities will be dealt with when we have surveyed the problem in complete generality. So again, we need to look at the actual structure, right, is what we're saying. We need to eliminate all the possible problems and say, is it going to work? We're going to say, okay, the state can actually do the will of the people. Okay. Yes, in reality, can they even do that? It could be doomed. Sure, but let's move on. Let's say they can. And then, okay, well, what's next? Well, now we need to assume it's just one society altogether, fully shared production, as they say, would be required to have true communism, to have the true goal. So let's assume that too. All right, and now let's keep going. Part 2 of Chapter 2, Economic Calculation in the Socialist Community. Is the audio good now? The theory of economic calculation shows that in the socialistic community, economic calculation would be impossible. Now, this is my issue with socialism, and always has been. This has always been the thing I would ask questions about, and nobody would be able to answer, and they act like I'm some kind of dickhead for asking it. Like, for example, how do we, if you have a town and everybody needs to eat bread, how do you figure out what bread they have? Right? How do you figure out how many? How do you figure out what type? How do you figure that out? Right? That's the economic calculation. That's the economic calculation. How do you do that? Without prices, without a free market, how do you do that? How do you make sure there's enough bread for everyone in town? And how do you also, make sure people have a choice to get different breads if they want? Well, the latter, obviously, under communism is completely impossible. And they just stack like you're an asshole for even thinking it. The free choice part, they just, blur out. And then the first part, well, they never can answer it really, right? And they don't even know why you're asking it. They're just like, well, Like, they don't have a plan for that. They don't understand that part. In any large undertaking, the individual works or departments are partly independent in their accounts. They can reckon the cost of materials and labor, and it's possible at any time for an individual group to strike a separate balance and to sum up the result of its activity in figures. In this way, it is possible to ascertain with what success each separate branch has been operated, and thereby to make decisions concerning the reorganization, limitations, or extension of existing branches or the establishment of new ones. Some mistakes are, of course, unavoidable in these calculations. They arise partly from the difficulty of allocating overhead costs. Other mistakes again arise from the necessity of calculating from insufficiently determined data, as e.g., when calculating the profitability of a certain process. Depreciation of the machinery employed is determined by assuming a certain working life for the machine, but all such errors can be confined within certain narrow limits which do not upset the total result of the calculation. Whatever uncertainty remains is attributed to the uncertainty of future conditions inevitable in any imaginable state of affairs. It seems natural then to ask why individual branches of production in a socialist community should not make separate accounts in the same manner. But this is impossible. Separate accounts for a single branch of one and the same undertaking are possible only when prices for all kinds of goods and services are established in the market and furnish a basis of reckoning. Where there is no market, there is no price system. And where there is no price system, there can be no economic calculation. That's what I'm saying. How do you figure it out? How do you figure it out? How do you figure it out? There's no way. Some may think that it is possible to permit exchange between the different groups of undertakings so as to establish a system of exchange relations, prices, and in this way create a basis for the economic calculation in the socialistic community. Thus, within a framework of a unitary economic system, which does not recognize private property in the means of production, individual branches of industry with separate administration could be set up, subject, of course, to the supreme economic authority, but able to transfer to each other goods and services for consideration reckoned in a common medium of exchange. This, roughly, is how people conceive the productive organization of socialist industry when they speak nowadays of complete socialization and the like. But here again the decisive point is evaded. Exchange relations and productive goods can only be established on the basis of private property in the means of production. If the coal syndicate delivers coal to the iron syndicate, a price can be fixed only if both syndicates own the means of production in the industry. But that would not be socialism, but syndicalism. For those socialist writers who accept the labor theory of value, the problem is, of course, quite simple. As soon, says Engels, as society has taken possession of the means of production and applies them to direct social production of labor for everyone, however different its specific use may be, will immediately become direct social labor. The amount of social labor inherent in any product does not require to be ascertained in any roundabout way. Everyday experiences will show how much of it on the average is necessary. Society can easily reckon how many hours of labor inhere in a steam engine, in a hectoliter of wheat of the last harvest, and 100 square meters of cloth of a certain quality. Of course, society will have to find out how much work is required for a manufacture of every article of consumption. It will have to base its plans on a consideration of the means of production at its disposal. And of course, labor force falls into this category. The utility of the different objects of consumption, weighted against one another and against the labor necessary for the production, will finally determine the plan. The people decide everything quite easily without the intervention of much vaunted value. That's dumb, bro. No? Like, you think that's gonna work? Communists think this is gonna work? What? People are just gonna figure it out? And it's gonna work how? So there's still no real way, right? He's just saying, yeah, people figure it out. They'll know, basically, and they'll figure out how much work they need to do, and they'll do it, maybe. Okay. But no prices or anything, so it's just like, they'll figure it out. They'll be like, yeah, we need to make a couch. They'll make some wood. We know about how much wood to make. We'll do that. Like, that's what you're saying, right? Okay. It is not part of our business here to restate the critical arguments against the labor theory of value. They interest us at this point only insofar as they enable us to judge the possibility of making labor the basis of economic calculation in a socialistic community. Right, okay, so he's saying labor is going to be the value. And again, as said, there's lots of issues with the labor theory of value. At first sight, it would appear the calculation based on labor take into account the natural conditions of production, as well as conditions arising from the human element. The Marxian concept of the socialist necessary labor time takes the law of diminishing returns into consideration insofar as it returns from different natural conditions of production. If the demand for a commodity increases, and less favorable natural conditions have to be exploited, then the average socially necessary time for the production of a unit also increases. Right, we're saying if something gets harder to do, right, like oil, let's say oil or something, right? You get all the oil at a certain level, and now you have to go deeper. Now the labor price goes up, right? If more favorable conditions of production are discovered, then the necessary quantum of social labor declines. But this is not enough. Computation of changes in marginal labor costs only take account of natural conditions insofar as they influence labor costs. Beyond that, the labor calculation breaks down. It leaves, for instance, the consumption of material factors of production entirely out of account. Suppose the socially necessary labor time for producing two commodities, P and Q, is 10 hours, and the production of a unit of both P and of Q requires material A, 1 unit of which is produced by 1 hour of socially necessary labor, and that the production of P involves 2 units of A and 8 hours of labor. And of Q, okay, let's try to understand this. Okay, so unit, we're making P and we're making Q, right? Both P and Q requires A to make. It's like wood. A is wood or whatever, right? So you need A. 1 unit of which is produced by 1 hour of socially necessary labor. Are we following? 1 hour for every A. And the production of P involves 2 units of A. So it takes 2 and 8 hours of labor. So that's 10 hours of labor, right? 2A, which is an hour each, and then P requires 2 A's and 8 hours. It's 10 hours. And of Q, 1 unit of A, which is 1 hour, and 9 hours of labor. They're the same. In calculation based on labor time, P and Q are equivalent, right? But in calculation based on value, P must be worth more than Q because there's 2 A's in it. The former calculation is false. Only the latter corresponds to the essence and object of economic calculation. It is true that the surplus by which the value of P exceeds that of Q, this material substratum, is furnished by nature without the help of man. But provided it is present only in such quantities that it becomes an economic factor, it must also in some form enter into our economic calculation. Okay, so what I'm saying is, yeah, that's fine to think of making one thing, but what happens when you need to make a thing to make a thing? It breaks down, right? It can't handle that level. It already breaks down. Once you're like, okay, well, we have to make all these other things to make this thing, right? Which we do for anything complicated. All those other steps aren't calculated right into the formula, so it's already broken. The second deficiency of the labor calculation theory is that it disregards differences in the quality of labor. That's one I brought up a lot. There's no way to tell if labor is good. There's nothing to differentiate between skilled labor and regular, like any old labor. And that's not good, because then what's the point of getting better? What's the point of innovating? If there's no difference in labor by the skill of the person doing it, if that doesn't change the value of what you make, there's no point to get better. It's a key thing that people are missing when they think everybody should be paid the same. If everybody's paid the same, there's no incentive to be better at your job. If there's no incentive to be better at your job, then people are going to do the bare minimum to do their job. And people are going to die, and things like that are going to happen, right? Like think about that, doctors doing that. Think about, people have to be able to make more money, or you're going to have serious problems. They're not going to be able to be the best that they can be. The second deficiency, for Marx, all human labor is economically homogeneous because it is always the productive expenditure of human brain, muscle, nerves, hands, etc.
Skilled labor is only intensified, or rather multiplied, simple labor, but a small quantity of skilled labor equals a larger quantity of simple labor. Experience shows that this resolution of skilled into simple constantly happens. The commodity may be the product of highly skilled labor, but its value equates it to the product of simple labor and represents only a certain quantity of simple labor. Baum-Bauer was justified in describing this argument as a masterpiece of astounding naivety, astounding naivety, a masterpiece of astounding naivety. It is, though, right? In criticizing it, one may conveniently leave undecided whether one can discover a unitary physiological measure of all human labor, physical as well as mental, spoons. For it is certain that between men themselves there are differences of capability and skill which result in differing qualities of goods and services produced. What is it? Right, like in this world, there's no way to buy something better. You go to the store, there's no better products. Like, they can't be, right? They're all just the same. You just have the one option, and there's no other one on the shelf that's better because there's no point to. They're all just, even in the perfect world, that's what you would get. The perfect socialist world, there would be no better ones. It would just be all the same shoe, whatever item it is. It'd be all the same. Done to the bare minimum, the bare minimum they need to do to get paid, or to get to earn their rations, or whatever it is. In criticizing it, one may conveniently leave... Oh yeah, I read that one. What is ultimately decisive for the solution of the problem, the feasibility of using labor as a basis of economic calculation, is the question whether one can assimilate different kinds of work to a common denominator without evaluation of the products by the consumer. It is clear that the argument which Marx brings to bear on this point has failed. Experience does indeed show that commodities enter into exchange regardless of the question whether they are the products of skilled or simple labor, but this would only prove that a definite quality of simple labor is equal to a definite quantity of skilled labor if it were proved that labor is the source of exchange value. But not only is this unproven, but exactly what Marx analysis is unproven, exactly what Marx originally set out to prove. The fact that in exchange, a substitute relation between simple and skilled labor has arisen in the form of wage rates, upon which Marx does not here allude, is not in the least a proof of this homogeneity. This process of equiting is a result of the working of the market, not its presupposition. Calculations based on labor rather than a monetary value would have to establish a purely arbitrary relation by which to resolve skilled into simple labor, and this would make them useless as an instrument for the economic organization of resources. It was long thought that the labor theory of value provided a necessary ethical basis for the demand to socialize the means of production. We know now that this was an error. Although the majority of socialists have adopted this view, and although even Marx with his professedly non-ethical standpoint could not shake it off, it is clear that, on the one hand, the political demands for the introduction of the socialistic method of production neither need nor receive support from the labor theory of value, and on the other hand, that those who hold different views on the nature of causes, I can change this song, that those who hold different views on the nature and cause of value can also have socialistic tendencies. But from another point of view, the labor theory of value is still an essential dogma for the advocates of the socialistic method of production. For socialistic production in a society based on division of labor seems practical only if there is an objective recognizable unit of value which would enable economic calculations to be made in an exchangeless and moneyless community, and labor seems the only thing to serve this purpose. So in other words, labor is the only other formula you could offer up if we don't have prices. If we don't have free markets, the only other possible thing is labor, and there doesn't seem a way to figure out how much labor is actually worth, right? You would just be picking an arbitrary number or something. There's no way to know. And so there is no way to be fair. And the thing about the labor theory of value, to me, that bothers me is that it clearly doesn't work, and yet people still use it and quote it, and like, you know, anytime somebody says people are exploiting workers, they mean the labor theory of value. That word, that definition of the word exploitation is from the labor theory of value. So what does that mean? Good morning, what's up, Bugra? We're reading Socialism again. So what we've learned so far, we're reading right now is that what would a socialist society use to calculate what they call it, the economic calculations, what he calls that. And this has been my problem with socialism ever since I've thought about it as an idea. If you have a town and you need to get bread for the town, how do you figure that out? And how do you figure it out fairly? How do you figure out how to make the bread, how much bread to make, all that kind of stuff? And without prices, it's impossible. And what the socialist alternative is labor, and based on the labor theory of value, which is really dumb and doesn't work. So, anyway, let's go on to the next part. The recent, part 3, chapter 2, part 3, recent socialist doctrines. Wait, the music's playing, it's supposed to be paused. I need to, toggle this on? We hold this, click this, do this, okay. Recent socialist doctrines and the problems of economic calculation. Now again, most people that read this that were socialist economists don't understand why you need an economic calculation at all. They don't understand why it's important. Because again, socialist economists don't understand economics, right? They don't get it. They're critiquing it from outside of economics, so they don't need to know economics. Isn't that crazy? The problem of economic calculation is the fundamental problem of socialism. That for decades people could write and talk about socialism without touching this problem only shows how devastating were the effects of the Marxian prohibition on scientific scrutiny of the nature and working of a socialist economy. To prove that economic calculation would be impossible in the socialist community is to prove also that socialism is impracticable. Everything brought forward in favor of socialism during the last 100 years, in thousands of writings and speeches, all the blood which has been spilt by the supporters of socialism, cannot make socialism workable. The masses may long for it ever so ardently, innumerable revolutions and wars may be fought for it, still it will never be realized. Every attempt to carry it out will lead to syndicalism or by some other route to chaos, which will quickly dissolve the society based upon the division of labor into tiny autochorus groups. Now what's wild is people tell me the only thing that leads to this kind of society is liberalism, right? That's what I'm told, ironically enough. Waste of food and countlessness are higher. In socialism, there will be money. Well, no, there's no money. You have to get rid of money, Sailor, that's the whole point, right? The removal of the means of production and prices and things. That doesn't make any sense. What you're saying is nonsensical. The discovery of this fact is clearly most inconvenient for the socialist parties, and socialists of all kinds have poured out attempts to refute my arguments and to invent a system of economic calculation for socialism. They have not been successful. They have not produced a single new argument which I have not already taken into account of. Nothing has shaken the proof that under socialism, economic calculation is impossible. Now, Sela, explain to me how the economic calculation would work under socialism. If you understand it, right, and you're pro it, tell me, what would the economic calculation be? What would that unit be? And how would it work? Logistically, how would it work? The attempt of the Russian Bolsheviks to transfer socialism from a party program into real life has not encountered the problem of economic calculation under socialism, for the Soviet republics exist within a world which forms money prices for all means of production. The rulers of the Soviet republics base the calculations on which they make their decisions on these prices. Without the help of these prices, their actions will be aimless and planless. Only so far as they refer to this price system are they able to calculate and keep books and prepare their plans. Their position is the same as the position of the state and municipal socialism of other countries. The problem with socialistic economic calculation has not yet arisen for them. State and municipal enterprises calculate with those prices of them. means of production and of consumption goods which are formed on the market. Therefore, it would be precipitate to conclude from the fact that municipal and state enterprises exist, the socialistic economic calculation is possible. We know indeed that socialist enterprises and single branches of production are practicable only because of the help they get from non-socialist environment. State and municipality can carry on their own enterprises because the taxes which capitalist enterprises pay cover their losses. In a similar manner, Russia, which left to herself would long ago have collapsed, has been supported by finance from capitalist countries. But incomparably more important than this material assistance, which the capitalist economy gives to socialist enterprises, is the mental assistance. Without the basis for calculation which capitalism places at the disposal of socialism in the shape of market prices, socialist enterprises would never be carried on, even within single branches of production or individual countries. Socialist writers may continue to publish books about the decay of capitalism and the coming of the socialist millennium. They may paint the evils of capitalism in lurid colors and contrast with them an enticing picture of the blessings of a socialist society. Their writings may continue to impress the thoughtless, but all this cannot alter the fate of the socialist idea. They attempt to reform the world socialistically might destroy civilization. It would never set up a successful socialist community. Never, right? Never. Never. See, the person says some random bullshit, this pro-socialist person. Can't even describe what they're saying. Waste of food, capitalist systems are higher, and socialism there would be money. Okay, explain what the unit would be. Explain how the economic calculation would happen. You don't understand that. Don't pretend. Socialism is how retarded people pretend to be smart. Alright, part 3. The artificial market is a solution of the problem of economic calculation. Some of the younger socialists believe that the socialist community could solve the problem of economic calculation by the creation of an artificial market for the means of production. They admit that it was an error on the part of the older socialists to have sought to realize socialism through the suspension of the market and the abolition of pricing for goods of higher order. They hold that it was an error to have seen it in the suppression of the market and of the price system, the essence of the socialistic ideal. And they contend that if it is not to degenerate into a meaningless chaos in which the whole of our civilization would disappear, the socialist community, equally with the capitalistic community, must create a market in which all goods and services may be priced. On the basis of such arrangements, they think, the socialistic community will be able to make its calculations as easily as the capitalist entrepreneurs. Isn't that crazy, though? They don't know the first thing about how the logistics would actually work for that, though. They just want to let a market exist, right? Set the prices, and then use that information in their own systems. But they don't understand the problem is that they can't actually generate those prices themselves. So they'll never be able to really exist the way they want to, because there is no way to feed that town that I'm talking about. Imagine a town that needs bread. There's no way to figure out how to get the right amount of bread to them that's better than prices. So what is the socialist going to do? How are they going to take care of more people? They're not. They're not. It's impossible. Unfortunately, supporters of such proposals do not see, or perhaps will not see, that it is not possible to divorce the market and its functions in regards to the formation of prices from the working of society, which is based on private property and the means of production, and which, subject to the rules of such a society, the landlords, capitalists, and entrepreneurs can dispose of their property as they see fit, as they think fit. For the motive forces of the whole process, which give rise to market forces for the factors of production, is the ceaseless search on the part of the capitalists and the entrepreneurs to maximize their profits by serving the consumer's wishes. Without the striving of the entrepreneurs, including the shareholders, for profit, of the landlords for rent, of the capitalists for interest, and the laborers for wages, the successful functioning of the whole mechanism is not to be thought of. It is only the prospect of profit which directs production into those channels in which the demands of the consumer are best satisfied at least cost. If the prospect of profit disappears, the mechanism of the market loses its mainspring. For it is only this prospect which sets it in motion and maintains it in operation. The market is thus the focal point of the capitalist order of society. It is the essence of capitalism. Only under capitalism, therefore, is it possible. It cannot be artificially imitated under socialism. That's true. The market, communists will pretend like they can hamstring or hit in some kind of free market. But the problem is, you have to be to have a market, to have prices, you have to be able to own the things, right? You have to be able to own the things. If you can't own the things, then how's it going to work? And if you can't, and if you get paid in a price, you want more, right? And if without that kind of incentive, without the incentive to work harder, without the incentive to work better, without the incentive to make more stuff more efficiently, things aren't really going to get made. And we've seen that throughout time again. I know socialists will pretend like, oh yeah, well, this time, bro, we'll make it. And again, the people are too dumb to even explain what they're saying, right? Like in a way that makes any sense. These people that can't even explain to you what they believe want you to let them run society. Fuck no, retards. No. Get away from the levers of society. Get away. You guys are too dumb. I'm sorry. Get away from it. Get away from it. You can't even explain what you're talking about. Get away from it. Stop. You're talking down to like midwits and stuff, but you need to move away from the levers of power right now. Okay? Stop your fake nonsense. Move away from there. Okay? No more. Stop it. Midwit, stop it. Stop it. You stop that. Don't do it, midwit. Don't do it. Don't tell me society should do this. Don't tell me about normalizing something. Don't you dare. Don't you dare tell me about normalizing something. Don't you dare. The advocates of the artificial market, however, are the opinion that an artificial market can be created by instructing the controllers of the different industrial units to act as if they were entrepreneurs in a capitalistic state. They argue that even under capitalism, the managers of joint stock companies work not for themselves, but for the companies. That is to say, for the shareholders. Under socialism, therefore, it would be possible for them to act in exactly the same way as before, with the same circumspection and devotion to duty. The only difference would be that under socialism, the product of the manager's labor would go to the community rather than to the shareholders. In such a way, in contrast to all socialists who have written on the subject hitherto, especially the Marxians, they think it would be possible to construct a decentralized as opposed to a centralized socialism. Now that part hurts your head a little bit, right? They always people do think that too. Like, and it's rarely anybody I've ever seen like with a real drive that would tell you how you get drive. They'll tell you that they understand incentive and how it works, and you're like, okay, well, what have you done? Complained about capitalism on the internet? Okay. And did you even write a book or something on that? No? You went to school and you read it. Okay. But did you do anything since then? Have you done anything? Are you making anything? You have a stream where you're a shark? That's cool. You're a shark on the internet? That's cool. Well, I got a laser face thing, but okay. Alright, well. And you're saying what society should do while you're playing Elden Ring? Okay. Alright, man. I wish you the best of luck with that. In order to judge properly such proposals, it is necessary in the first place to realize that these controllers of individual industrial units would have to be appointed. Under capitalism, yeah, who the fuck votes for these people? Like, we have to appoint people in these positions? Who are we going to trust in those positions? Under capitalism, the managers of the joint stock companies are appointed either directly or indirectly by the shareholders, insofar as the shareholders give to the managers power to produce by the means of the companies, i.e. the shareholders' stock. They're risking their own property or part of their own property. The speculation for it is necessary, a speculation, may succeed and bring profit. It may, however, misfire and bring about the loss or a part of the capital, a loss of the whole or a part of the capital concerned. This committing of one's own capital to a business whose outcome is uncertain and to men whose future ability is still a matter of conjecture, whatever may know of their past, is the essence of joint stock company enterprise. Right, you have to actually be able to judge things and know things. It's similar to Simps, right? It's similar to how Simps works with the keys. It really is similar to Simps. When we think of these joint stock company enterprises, I think of Simps now, because it's basically the same idea, right? We're basically doing the same thing over there. Now, it is complete fallacy to suppose that the problem of economic calculation in a socialist community relates solely to matters which fall into the sphere of the daily business routine of managers of joint stock companies. It is clear that such a belief can only arise from the exclusive concentration on the idea of a stationary economic system. A conception which no doubt is useful for the solution of many theoretical problems, but which has no counterpart in fact, and which, if exclusively regarded, can even be positively misleading. It is clear that under stationary conditions, the problem of economic calculations does not really arise. When we think of the stationary society, we think of an economy in which all the factors of production are to use in such a way as, under the given conditions, to provide the maximum of the things which are demanded by consumers. That is to say, under stationary conditions, there no longer exists a problem for economic calculations to solve. The essential function of economic calculation has, by hypothesis, already been performed. There is no need for an apparatus of calculation. To use a popular but not altogether satisfactory terminology, you can say the problem of economic calculation is of economic dynamics. It is no problem of economic statics. Now, interesting thing there is, usually people are describing a static economy when they talk about socialism being able to provide for everyone. They're not thinking about, like, innovation and future growth that would change the market so much that, capitalism would be able to deal with this, right? Capitalism would be able to deal with innovation, figure out the price for things by just offering the thing up and seeing what it sells for, right? Like, do you need this? And trying to put it in the market and get a price. Pretty simple. Works just fine. It's happened all the time after time. In this kind of static socialist society, if somebody makes something new, it won't have a price yet. It'll have an unknown price, or have to be assigned some kind of arbitrary price. And where are they going to calculate that price from? From the theory of value, the labor theory of value? We already know that's not a good model to use. So how do they figure out the price of new goods introduced into the market, or changes of circumstance that cause other goods to be no longer for sale or less available, or all those kind of things that cause fluctuations in prices? What about all those things? Those things are going to destroy the economy eventually, right? If you set all the prices, eventually those other underlying factors are going to come back and bite you, just like what happens in with subsidies in America, where they end up like throwing away a bunch of the vegetables and things, like, right? It's the same kind of situation. It comes back eventually, one way or the other. The problem of economic calculation is a problem which arises in an economy which is perpetually subject to change. An economy which every day is confronted with new problems which have to be solved, which is real economy. It's a living economy, which is our economy. A living economy has to be allowed to solve its own prices, or it's just going to break apart because you don't know what things are really worth. Now, in order to solve such problems, it is above all necessary that capital should be withdrawn from particular lines of production, from particular undertakings and concerns, and should be applied in other lines of production, in other undertakings and concerns. It is not a matter for the manager of joint stock companies. It is essentially a matter for the capitalists. The capitalists who buy and sell stocks and shares, who make loans and recover them, who make deposits in the banks and draw them out of the banks again, who speculate in all kinds of commodities, it is these operations of speculative capitalists which create those conditions of the money market. The stock exchanges and the wholesale markets, which have to be taken for granted by the manager of the joint stock company, who, according to the socialist writers we are considering, is to be conceived as nothing but the reliable and conscientious servant of the company. It is a speculative capitalist who creates the data to which he has to adjust his business, and which therefore gives direction to his trading operations. So even when you're bootstrapping socialist market to a free market, to a capitalist system, you're bolting them together, what is actually guiding the movement is the capitalist society. Is the capitalist market, right? So even if you bolt the two things together, what actually drives the forces is still reality. It's still the God-given laws of supply and demand. It follows, therefore, that its fundamental deficiency of all these socialistic constructions, which invoke the artificial market and artificial competition as a way out of the problem of economic calculation, that they rest on the belief that the market for factors of production is affected only by producers buying and selling commodities. It is not possible to eliminate from such markets the influence of the supply of capital from the capitalists and the demand for capital by the entrepreneurs, without destroying the mechanism itself. Right. If you don't have a way to incentivize any of this, it's not going to work. You're going to break it all. And socialists do not have an answer for that. And in fact, they act like you're like a dickhead for bringing it up again. Like, if you ask them, hey, how are we going to calculate this? How is it actually going to work? No idea. No idea. They just quote random people they pretend they understand. Like that person earlier, that Saley person. There's people they've read, and they'll quote their website or something, but they have no understanding of what they're actually saying, right? They don't really understand economics. That Kaylee person does not understand economics, right, in any real way. And yet, they'll say retarded things like waste of food and capitalist systems are higher, as if that makes any sense, right? As if you could even have a price or a waste or whatever. Like, in socialism, there will be money. Again, they say just gibberish. They say just insane gibberish and just say it as if it makes sense. And other people, like, pretending to be smart are like, yeah, you're wearing clothes, Emperor. Those are clothes. That gibberish you just spit into my chat. Those are clothes. You're wearing a nice outfit there. But everybody, can see right through it and see they're naked in reality. But other dumb liars will tell them, oh, yeah, you're wearing clothes, bro. Which, they need those other liars around them, or they're little cowards and they disappear into the night, looking for cowards to huddle up with and tell them sweet little lies in their ears. Faced with this difficulty, the socialist is likely to propose the socialist state as owner of all capital and all means of production should simply direct capital to those undertakings which promise the highest return. The available capital, he will contend, should go to those undertakings which offer the highest rate of profit. But such a state of affairs would simply mean that those managers who are less cautious and more optimistic would receive capital to enlarge their undertakings, while more cautious and more skeptical managers would go away empty-handed. Under capitalism, the capitalist decides to whom he will entrust his own capital. The beliefs of the managers of stock companies regarding the future prospect of their undertakings and the hopes of project makers regarding the probability of their plans are not in any way decisive. The mechanism of the money market and the capital market decides. This indeed is its main task, to serve the economic system as a whole, to judge the profitability of alternate openings, and not blindly to follow what the manager of particular concerns limited by the narrow horizon of their own undertakings are attempting to propose. Now that's interesting too. So what they're saying, what the socialists are saying, is what they always accuse capitalists of doing, right? They're saying, okay, we should create our market as such to aim for the highest rate of profit, right? The highest rate of profit possible. But they don't understand in reality that's not what happens. Right? Because that's what they view as happening, so that's what they copy. Right? They look at capitalism and they see people pursuing mindlessly the highest profit they can do. And so they go, okay, if we're gonna take that and use it, we'll just copy that. We'll just make the managers do that. Right? But that's not what the managers do in a capitalist society. They're serving their own interests. They have their own personal discretion. Sometimes they're wrong, sometimes they're right. They're making, and there's a bunch of different people involved, right? Like, for example, in Simps, let's say, for an example, like I set up the channel, that's one person involved. My discretion, I'm judging that Simps has a good shot and a possible success. I'm using that. Then it's up to you guys to decide if you believe that and buy keys for the thing, right? Those are market forces that we're talking about right there. Right? We have a living example. We're showing it. We're doing it. Live it, dream it, do it. Live it, think it, do it. Right? Like Sam Hyde says, we're doing it. Simps is a market. Simps is a market with the information, the prices listed publicly, and it's doing. And we're doing the exact same kind of thing they're talking about. These guys doing, but our choices are not just profit, are they? I'm not setting up on Simps for profit. You guys are not following me on Simps for profit alone, are you? right? We have a whole other reasons. We want freedom to say whatever message we want. We want freedom from Twitch. We want freedom from Kick. All these other variables are involved in our calculations of what we're doing, right? It's not just profit. So to replace it, as the communists do, as the socialists do, with just that idea as what is important there, they don't understand what's actually going on, and they don't understand what they're losing. To understand this completely, it is essential to realize that the capitalist does not just invest his capital in those undertakings which offer high interest or high profit. He attempts rather to strike a balance between his desire for profit and his estimate of the risk of loss. He must exercise foresight. If he does not do so, then he suffers losses that bring about that his disposition over the factors of production is transferred into the hands of others who know better how to weigh the risk and prospects of business speculation. So, right, that's true too. It's not just, another point is, it's not just the chance of gaining money, it's also the risk of losing his personal money and his personal investment. That's true too. Besides the other stuff I'm talking about, right? Like the personal reasoning, there's also trying to figure out how much of a risk it is. That's true. That's there too. And all that's more complicated, and has more people, like more discretion involved than just having one person in that position that's supposed to pursue the highest profit. And again, if they're pursuing just the highest profit, then that is kind of evil. But that's what they think capitalism does. It's not really true. Capitalism, right? People try and figure out what they're inclined to do too. Right? Isn't it like, it's not just profit, it's what profit that you could do, and also like what's your long-term losses, how much do you have to commit to this thing, do you enjoy doing it, right? There's all kinds of other questions that come up for that just aiming for profit wouldn't consider. Now, if it is to remain socialistic, the socialist state cannot leave to other hands that disposition over capital which permits the enlargement of existing undertakings, the contraction of others, and the bringing into being of undertakings that are completely new. And it is scarcely to be assumed that socialists of whatever persuasion would seriously propose that this function should be made over to some group of people who would simply have the business of doing what capitalists and speculators do under capitalist conditions. The only difference being that the product of their foresight should not belong to them, but to the community. Proposals of this sort may well be made concerning the managers of joint stock companies. I gotta read this sentence and I gotta put more music on it. It's over. They can never be extended to capitalists and speculators, for no socialist would dispute that the function which capitalists and speculators perform under capitalism, namely directing the use of capital goods in the direction in which they best serve the demands of the consumer, is only performed because they are under the incentive to preserve their property and to make profits, which increases it, or at least allow them to live without diminishing their capital. Okay, hold on. Yeah, that's the main thing they think of. And they don't understand any other part of the situation. Okay, Enchanted Forest, how this? Yeah, this one sounds. Okay. It follows, therefore, the socialist community can do nothing but place the disposition over capital in the hands of the state, or to be exact, in the hands of the men who, as the governing authority, carry out the business of the state. And that signifies elimination of the market, which indeed is the fundamental aim of socialism. For the guidance of economic activity by the market implies organization of production and a distribution of the product according to the disposition of the spending power of individual members of society, which makes itself felt on the market. That is to say, it implies precisely that which it is the goal of socialism to eliminate: free will. Very much the invisible hand at work, sure. Free will. Socialism seeks to get rid of free will. That's wild. It's true, isn't it? That's wild. Like I just kind of offhand said it, but it's true, isn't it? That's a true statement. Because he's right on this part. the goal of socialism is to remove the free market. The free market is the ultimate expression of will by the individual. The ultimate vote is your dollar. And if you suppress that, then what we're actually seeking to do is suppress the voice of everyone. We're seeking to completely eliminate the voice of the people. Completely. That's the actual goal of socialism, right? Completely silence the people so they have no voice whatsoever, and just the ruling class does. If the socialist attempts to belittle the significance of the problem of economic calculation in the socialist community on the grounds that the forces of the market do not lead to ethically justifiable arrangements, they simply show that they do not understand the real nature of the problem. It is not a question of whether there shall be produced cannons or clothes, dwelling houses or churches, luxuries or subsistence. In any social order, even under socialism, it can very easily be decided which kind and what number of consumption goods should be produced. No one has ever denied that. Once this decision has been made, there still remains the problem of asserting how the existing means of production can be used most effectively to produce these goods in question. Right, we're saying, like, we know 100 people need 100 hats. We can say that. Okay, but now how do we actually do it? In order to solve this problem, it is necessary that there should be economic calculation. And economic calculation can only take place by means of money prices established in the market for production goods in a society resting on a private property and the means of production. That is to say, there must exist money prices of land, raw materials, semi-manufacturers. That is to say, there must be money, wages, and interest rates. Thus, the alternative is still either socialism or a market economy. All right, next part. Profitability and productivity. Profitability and productivity. You know what I've heard people say against this book? Is just that it was written a long time ago. But a lot of the arguments he's building here have not been addressed by any socialist I've ever heard talk. They just ignore these things. Like the theory of value is a thing. Here, pause it. The theory of value is a thing I bring up all the time with communists because they just buy into it, but it doesn't make any sense, right? The labor theory of value makes no sense. It's the idea that that you can, like, just your time, your labor itself is the unit in which that is valuable, right? And so, like, if you go from off of the basis of, like, you sold the thing, right? And then you go, okay, well, it took 8 hours of labor, and 100% of the price, according to the labor theory of value, should go to whoever did that labor. But that's not really what happens, right? Whoever owns the company, whoever owns all these other things that take the actual financial risk to get the thing built, that does the logistics to actually have it made, those people take money, right? Because they own things in the chain. So of course they take money. They have a right to. If they don't take money, you wouldn't have the machinery. You wouldn't have the ability to do it. You wouldn't have the logistics to make the thing. Labor alone isn't a thing that, makes money just on its own. So it's retarded. It's a dumb theory. But nonetheless, people buy into it. Why? Unknown. I don't know why people buy into the labor theory of value. I don't know why people think that's a good idea. I don't understand. The economic activity of the socialist community is subject to the external conditions as govern an economic system based on private property in the means of production, or indeed any conceivable economic system. The economic principle applies to it in the same way as to any and all economic systems. That is to say, it recognizes a hierarchy of needs, of ends, hierarchy of ends, and must therefore strive to achieve the more important before the less important. This is the essence of economic activity. It is obvious that the production activities of the socialist community will involve not only labor, but also material instruments of production. According to a very widespread custom, these material instruments of production are called capital. Capitalist production is which adopts wise, roundabout methods in contrast with a non-capitalist production, which goes directly to its end in a hand-to-mouth manner. If we adhere to this terminology, we must admit that the socialist community must also work with capital, and will therefore produce capitalistically. Capital, conceived as an as the intermediate products which arise at the different stages of production by indirect methods would not, at any rate at first, be abolished by socialism. It would merely be transferred from individual to common possession. But if, as we have suggested above, we wish to understand capitalist production, that economic system in which money calculation is employed, so they can summarize under the term capital a set of goods devoted to production and evaluated in terms of money, and can attempt to estimate the result of economic activity by the variation in the value of capital, then it is clear that socialist methods of production cannot be termed capitalistic. In quite another sense, in the Marxians, we can distinguish between socialistic and capitalistic methods of production and between socialism and capitalism. So the differences are what here? We're saying in capitalist society, you have money that allows, people use money and can do that calculation for how much the production actually costs. In socialism, you can't. The characteristic feature of capitalistic method of production, it appears to socialists, is that the producer works to obtain a profit. Yeah, as appears to socialists, that's true, yeah. Capitalistic production is production for profit. Socialist production will be production for the satisfaction of needs. And that's just a misunderstanding by the communists, right? They think things are produced for profit, but they're produced for the same reason, right? Because somebody else needs something, there's a market, and so you produce for that market. So the capitalist society is the actual thing trying to serve needs. But socialism just pretends it is. The Mises caucuses offer plenty of outdated arguments to those who claim Mises' arguments are outdated. Also, Marx-Leninism is even further outdated since Mises was writing updates till 1965. No, that's true. I'm with you. And, they haven't actually... to be honest, those people don't understand his arguments, Grim, because his arguments still hold. If they understood them, they'd understand why they still hold. Like what we're talking about right now with the what do we call it? The economic calculation. That's something that's bothered me since I first people would started pitching me socialism. I would ask them, and they would never be able to answer the questions. You know what I mean? Like how do we get? Let's say we have a little town. How do we make sure everyone has bread and the type of bread they want? Like, how do we figure that out? And then they'll just act like it's just simple and like they don't even really think about it to understand why it's a problem, right? Like they just go, oh yeah, that'd be simple. We just ask people how much bread they want. It's like it's not really going to be that simple. Every meat, you're not going to know how much it costs to make the thing in the first place, and the breads are not going to be equal in production cost, right? So you're still giving people the same bread for different amounts of work. No, you're not going to be able to do that. You already base your theory on labor, and so then people are gonna, if they want sourdough bread, have to use 2 of their bread rations. And then will there even be enough sourdough bread for them to even get it? Probably not. They're probably stuck with the regular bread. They don't even understand. They're probably stuck with no bread, actually. Because a couple people moved in and they didn't account for that. They don't even know that these calculations need to happen. They don't even understand it. They don't even understand economics. So that's the truth. The truth is they don't understand economics, and they use excuses like that to justify why they don't bother learning. That's the truth, man. It sucks kind of that is the truth, but it feels like it, right? They just don't want to learn. They just don't want to figure things out. They just want to say they're right. And so they say, oh yeah, he's old. He's old. Old ideas, even though they have not been addressed in any way I've ever seen, like substantially. How do you equate? And I asked the communists in China. They said, we'll have more money, blah, blah, blah. Tried to fake that they were smart to me. And then they quickly realized this was not the place to do that and ran away. I don't know. I don't know how to find a fart. Fart. Is it fart? I don't know how to find a smart socialist to talk to. I don't know if people always say socialists are actually smart. Yeah, but are they smart? They're not really smart. They're midwits, you mean, right? You don't mean they're geniuses. You mean, you don't mean they're Einsteins when people say they're smart. They mean they're slightly smarter than average. They mean they're midwits. They mean they're the bane of existence. They're the people that think they're smarter than they are. They're not like you know, not like really smart. They're like like Einstein or something. The characteristic of the feature of the capitalistic method of production, as it appears to socialists, is that producer works to obtain a profit. Capitalistic production for profit, socialistic production will be production for satisfaction of needs. Again, that's actually what all markets are for. That capitalistic production aims at profit is quite true, but to achieve profit, that is a result greater in value than the cost, must also be the aim of the socialist community. If economic activity is rationally directed, that is, if it satisfies more urgent before less urgent needs, it has already achieved profits. Thus the cost, i.e. the value, the most important of the unsatisfied needs, is less than the result attained. In the capitalistic system, profits can only be obtained if production meets a comparatively urgent demand. Whoever produces without attending to the relation between supply and demand fails to achieve the result at which he is aiming. To direct production towards profit simply means to direct it to satisfy other people's demand. Yeah, there we go. In this sense, it may be contrasted with isolated man's production for personal needs, but he is also working for profit in the sense used above. Between production for profit and production for needs, there is no contrast. Agreed, Mises. He's right, yes. That's what I was saying, right? There's no difference. There is no difference. Capitalism is not for profit over needs. The whole reason it can make profit is because it meets needs. Like, that's it's the fucking basic of economics. The demand is there, right? People want it. You're servicing it. What are you servicing? Needs. So, of course, a capitalist system is around servicing needs. And yes, it generates profit as a byproduct. But I mean, as an incentive, like, to do it better. But how does it even work? How do you even make the money? Well, by servicing people's needs. Otherwise, you couldn't make any money. It's just like, that's a basic thing they should understand. But, you know. Mises further went on to prove that the fascists are the real socialists, and the Nazis are socialists, and that claims that capitalists are the fascists is fundamentally wrong. No, I agree. Establishes that. I agree. Which is another reason why I'm like, bro, like, it's a real bummer more people doesn't like act like Mises. I don't even know how they disregard him, man. I don't even know what they use. I mean, I know what they say. Like I was saying, they say he's old, but like nobody's actually debunked him. Nobody's actually approached these ideas and tried to diffuse them. They just try to hope people don't know about them. In the majority of cases in which it is usually... Oh, wait, hold on. The contrasting of production for profit and production of needs is closely connected with the common practice of contrasting productivity and profitability, or the social and private economic point of view. Right, it's mostly politics and propaganda. An economic action is said to be profitable if in the capitalist system it yields an excess of receipts over costs. An economic action is said to be productive when seen from the point of view of a hypothetical socialist community. The yield exceeds the cost involved. Now, in some cases, productivity and profitability do not coincide. Some economic acts which are profitable are not productive, and vice versa. Some are productive but not profitable. For those naively biased in favor of socialism, as is the case even with most economists, this fact is sufficient to condemn the capitalist order of society. Whatever a socialist community would do seems to them undisputably good and reasonable. That anything different can happen in a capitalist society is, in their opinion, an abuse which cannot be tolerated. But an examination of the cases in which profitability and productivity are alleged not to coincide will show that this judgment is purely subjective, and that the scientific cloak with which it is invested is a sham. In the majority of cases in which it is usually assumed that there is a contrast between profitability and productivity, no such contrast exists. This is true, for example, of profits from speculation. Speculation in the capitalist system reforms a function which must be reformed in any economic system, however organized. It provides for the adjustment of supply and demand over time and space. The source of the profit of speculation is enhanced value, which is independent of any particular form of economic organization. When the speculator purchases at a low price products which come on the market in comparatively large quantities and sells them at higher prices when the demand has again increased, his gains represent from a business and from the economic point of view an increase of value. That, in a socialist order, the community and not the individual would get this much grudged and malign profit, we do not deny. But that is not the significance of the problem in which we are interested. The point which concerns us here is that the alleged contrast between profitability and productivity does not exist in this case. Speculation performs an economic service, which cannot conceivably be eliminated from any economic system. If it is eliminated, as socialists intend to do, then some other organization must take over its functions. The community itself must become a speculator. Without speculation, there can be no economic activity reaching beyond the immediate present. Right? Somebody has to guess. Somebody has to guess. Somebody has to guess. It got heated already, but employee look done spiteful mutant hypothesis. You might see what I was getting at. Sure, I'm down to check that out. Bro, I told you, I mean, I was just looking for like real things, just not like, you know, he's this political party, so he's whatever. Like, that's all I didn't want. That's it. Sure, I'll check it out. Okay, so the point here about the speculator thing, it's true, right? Now here's something. I was watching a video where they're blaming, Grim, you might have an opinion on this. They were blaming game resellers for the failure of the game shops. And now I don't agree. I think it's kind of the game shop's own fault. Like what happened is, and the people, like the game collectors blame are they called resellers? Blame the resellers. I don't really. I think they're just like blaming like they're just looking for someone to blame. Because the resellers go into these game shops, right? And they ask for deals, and the person gives them the deal. Like, it's free will every way around. And then people go, okay, well, yeah, but they buy the best games. And it's like, yeah, then the problem is that shop should own a speculator, right? They should have somebody employed own a speculator. I mean, they should have somebody employed that can tell what the value of the fucking things they're selling is. Right? What you're showing is incompetence of those game stores, and maybe they should fall then, because they don't know what they're doing, right? They don't know what they're doing, and it's their fault they're failing, not the resellers. It's their fault. If the resellers can make that money on it, on eBay or whatever, why can't they? Because they're incompetent at what they do. That's why. And in fact, they deserve to fail, because they're incompetent. They're dumb. They're not good at their job. So yes, they should fail. But then people blame the resellers as the problem. Are they scumbags? Are they shitheads? Why? Because they're seeing a profit when you don't? They're seeing an investment of their time and you don't? And you think like old stupid retro games should be played and they think they should be sold? Well, I think you're both ridiculous because old games are dumb. Sorry, collecting old games is dumb, and that's on you. That's on you. Why do you want to collect a bunch of old games? Okay, you really want to, then you be smarter. You become you find some deals. Why are you complaining about these resellers? The truth is, game stores are not a good model of any value. I don't think. I think is the problem. Like, there's no point to have game stores. They don't really do anything. You just buy a game online. What's the point? Why do you need a local game store? You can import anything. Why do you need it? What value does a local game store provide? That's the problem. There isn't any. The contrast between profitability and productivity is sometimes supposed to be discovered by picking out a particular process and considering it by itself. People may perhaps characterize as unproductive certain features peculiar to the constitution of the capitalistic organization of industry, e.g. selling expenses, advertising costs, and the like are characterized as unproductive. This is not legitimate. We must consider the result of the complete process, not the individual stages. We must not consider the constituent expenses without setting against them the result to which they contribute. Now, the thing about the game selling thing is, why are people really mad? Because they don't get the game cheap is why they're mad. But they pretend like, oh, I care about the store. I don't want the game store. Oh, you don't want the game store to go away? You care about GameStop? Who cares about GameStop? Are you kidding me? Like now appeal to loving corporations is like some kind of like emotional appeal that they pull. Like, oh yeah, no, I love that. The corporation, Yeah, bro. I love that thing. I love that faceless corporation with the interchangeable employees and no individuality at all. Yeah, I love GameStop. Yeah. Like, why the fuck are we saving? Why the fuck are you pleading, please save game stores? Who cares about game stores? Sorry. But there is if you look it up, I've thought about covering some of them. There are videos of people on YouTube complaining about games resellers left and right, and how they're killing these brick and mortar game stores. If anybody's ever cared about those. The most ambitious attempt to contrast productivity and profitability derives from the examination of the relationship between gross product and net product. It is clear that every entrepreneur in the capitalist system aims at achieving the largest net product. But it is asserted that rightly considered the object of economic activity should be to achieve not the largest net product, but the largest gross product. Why? This belief, however, is a fallacy based upon primitive speculations regarding valuation, but judged by its widespread acceptance even today, is a very popular fallacy. It is implicit when people say there's a certain line of production to be recommended because it employs a large number of workers, or a particular improvement in production is opposed because it may deprive people of a living. AI! They're still making these same arguments, huh? AI. Largest net product versus gross product. The only value that has been offered to support the existence of the game store, and this is in CCGs primarily, is that the player will lose a place to meet. Well, yeah, I mean, game store, I think there is value. I mean, I think I like the comic book, whatever, games kind of store. I do think they can have value, but they gotta like figure it out. Like the ones still around had to figure stuff out, right? I mean, you know that, crew. But they had to figure out like some other way to make their place a service. Like the one board game cafe here. There's a board game cafe you go to and you rent like it's called Meepleville now apparently. It used to be called Board Game Cafe. Or maybe it was always called Meepleville, I guess. Anyways, there's this place that there's, I think, pretty much thrived. I used to go there sometimes. I haven't gone there in a while. But I think they're still open and they survived the pandemic, so they got to be doing okay. And I used to go there before the pandemic. Anyway, they changed their model, right? They made it so you come in and you play whatever board game you want out of all their board games. And you can buy food. You pay like $10 to come in. There's a door charge, right? And then you play whatever games you want all day. You hang out, you drink, you eat food, and you can buy a card for like $25 a month, I think, something like this, to go like a limited pass. You can buy an unlimited pass. But they've clearly adapted and made themselves have a value that you have to that makes sense to have to come in and do. Playing board games. Same with card game places. I'm sure there's some that survive because they leaned into that element, right? The human, the reason they're there, right, is doing something. So that you can't do online. Like if you just sell things, there's not necessarily a reason to justify the place. You have to do more than just sell things there. Unless those things can't be acquired. Some reason, right? Like a Asian grocer or something is because they can get that stuff cheaper than you can. But there's nothing like that for games. If anything, you pay more money in those little stores, so there's no value in going in there except maybe making a friend that cares about the same kind of games as you do. And again, some places do bank off of that, and they made changes towards that kind of model, like the board game cafe. But you have to, man. You have to. That model just isn't really good anymore. Like it just doesn't fit anymore with Amazon and shit. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. Like I know people are like, well, jobs though. Yeah, but I mean, shouldn't those be? Here's the thing: should somebody be spending their time on a job that doesn't really like need to exist instead of like something better, like maybe that has more demand? I'm not saying like maybe. I'm not saying It's good people lose a store, but that's bad. I don't like that. I don't like that comic books are so tough to compete in and blah blah blah. But it just is how it is. You just have to accept it, right? And figure out what is there a market for, and adapt. That's all I'm saying. Now, of course, we have all kinds of fucked up things in different towns that make it hard to run a little business, and you know, I'd not get too into that. But if in theory you were had just the market forces, then those shops would probably go into business anyways, is what I'm saying. They just don't really justify their existence. The most ambitious attempt, wait, hold on. If the advocates of such views were logical, they would have to admit that the gross product principle applies not only to labor, but also to material instruments of production. The entrepreneur carries production up to the point where it ceases to yield a net product. Let us assume that production beyond this point requires material instruments only and not labor. AI. Is it in the interest of society that the entrepreneur should extend production so as to obtain a larger gross product? Would society do so if it had control of production? Both questions must be answered with a decided no. The fact that further production does not pay shows that the instruments of production could be applied to a more urgent purpose in the economic system. That's what I was saying. If nevertheless they are applied to the unprofitable line, then they'll be lacking in places where they are more urgently needed. This is true under both capitalism and socialism. If a socialist community, supposing it acted rationally, would not push certain lines of production indefinitely and neglect others, even a socialist community would discontinue a particular line of production when further production would not cover the expense. That is to say, and the point of production would mean failure to satisfy a more urgent need elsewhere. The collectibles increase in value. Retro game collectors believe their market should be separated. Even pops go in value no matter how dumb I believe they are. The buyers, because that, not the resellers. I agree with you. The buyers buying the games at those prices are the problem more than the resellers are. Blaming the resellers is ridiculous, man. I'm telling you, here's the real reason I think it's ridiculous is because the fucking guy at the game store that they say is going out of business, like in the video where they complain about it, right? There's multiple YouTube channels that complain about these people, these resellers. There's also resellers that have YouTube channels, which is why they complain about them. But you look at what they're doing, right? They go into a store, and the store is supposedly, according to the YouTuber, is about to close or something. But they go up to the guy, they bring a bunch of games, and they go, okay, I'll give you $7 for this one. I'll give you, I'll give you $7 for these games. I'll give you $8 for this game. Like that. There's nothing forcing the guy to say yes. And in fact, if the guy sitting behind the counter, why doesn't he know the value of the games enough to say no to the ones that are worth saying no to, or to sell them online himself? Why is the store not selling those things online for the right price? Is it not a matter of incompetency on the part of the store? Like, why are the resellers just better at The resellers are better at speculation in the market. In this case, and that's what's happening. They're better than the store owner is. The store owner cannot figure out accurately what his goods are worth. This reseller can. And so he comes in and he grabs the things and he makes a profit. But that's only because the store owner and of course the consumer is also involved in this transaction here, right? I agree that the consumer, it's both the reseller is not working for himself. He's working for his consumers. His consumers are willing to pay that. He knows that. He figured that out. He's doing a good job. He shouldn't be punished for that or gone after, really. He's doing fine. That reseller is doing fine. He's doing good stuff. There's a market need there. He's doing it. He's filling it. Right? Because those people, they go, okay, well, yeah, but he's buying all the best games. Yeah, but the people that are buying it online, like those games, on the other hand, he's getting them the games that they want to get. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is providing a service. He's getting them the games from a shelf where they were going to sit on for who knows how long in some store. And they act like those games are being, like those game shops are being robbed of their good games. Yeah, but what's the other option? Those good games sit on the store shelves for years. He's getting them to people. How is that not a service? It is a service. So he's doing more useful things than they're doing, sitting around bitching about it. Like, he's providing for a market. You don't like that market? Look the other way. You know, do something else. Because that's just how it works, man. There's no stopping that. The buyer's got, yeah, I agree. And also, like, the point that Mises is making here, isn't that game shop owner, shouldn't he have a different job probably? If he can't tell the price of the thing, and he's not selling the things online like the reseller is, he's got more means than the reseller does, and yet he's not taking advantage of the means of production he has, right? He has a store, he has a physical location, he could double that up and do an online store at the same time, right? Like, a lot of people do this, right? Like, the successful businesses out there do this. They have an online shop. The fact that they don't have an online shop isn't the reseller's problem. The fact that they're not doing the most they could do, it shows that that shop needs to innovate to survive, and that's good. They should have to innovate to survive because they're clearly not doing their job very well. These people blaming the resellers are oblivious to the CCG and comic resale market, and the comic market is far older. That's true. It's true. It is. Cards too, yeah. Sports cards, yeah. Sports stuff. Sports memorabilia is definitely a similar market. I agree. But what is true of the increased use of material instruments is true exactly in the same way of the increased use of labor. If labor is devoted to a particular line of production to the point where it only increases the gross product while the net product declines, it is being withheld from some other line where it could perform the more valuable service. And again, doesn't that mean like that game shop owner, he could be doing more? If his store is about to go bankrupt, he's not doing enough for his community, right? That's what that means too. Like in a communist way or whatever, that's what that means. In a capitalist way, we don't say it that way because we're not saying anybody is owed it. In a communist side, they act like you are owed it though. But in a capitalist side, we don't say it like you're owed that. But that's still a true thing. If you're not providing enough, if your business is failing, and again, we're just eliminating like corruption and fines and all this other shit to make a business hard to run that isn't like real market forces. We're just saying pretend that doesn't exist for this. If your business isn't making money, then that also means you're not providing enough of a service to justify your business being there. And here again, the only result of neglecting the principle of net product is that more urgent wants remain unsatisfied while less urgent ones are met. It is this fact and no other which is made evident in the mechanism of the capitalist system by the decline in the net product. In a socialist community, it wouldn't be the duty of the economic administration to see that similar misapplications of economic activity did not occur. Here, therefore, is no discrepancy between probability and productivity. Even from the socialist standpoint, the largest possible net product and not the largest possible gross product must be the aim of economic activity. Nevertheless, people continue to maintain the contrary, sometimes of production in general, sometimes of labor alone, and sometimes of agricultural production. That capitalist activity is directly solely towards the attainment of the largest net product is adversely criticized, and state intervention is called for to redress the alleged abuse. We do that. This discussion has a lengthy ancestry. Adam Smith maintained that different lines of production should be regarded as more or less productive according to the greater or smaller amount of labor which they set in motion. For this he was adversely criticized by Ricardo, who pointed out that the welfare of the people increased only through an enlargement of the net product and not of the gross product. For this Ricardo was severely attacked. Even BJB misunderstood him and accused him of an utter disregard for the welfare of so many human beings. While Sismondi, who was fond of meeting economic arguments by sentimental declamations, thought he could dispose of the problem by witticism. He said that a king who could produce a net product by pressing a button would, according to Ricardo, make the nation superfluous. Well, yeah, he would. But that's not like a real thing. Bernard followed Sismondi on this point, Proudhon went as far as to epitomize the contrast between socialistic and private enterprise in the formula that although society must strive for the largest gross product, the aim of the entrepreneur is the largest net product. Marx avoids committing himself on this point, but he files 2 chapters of the first book of Das Kapital with sentimental exposition, in which the transition from intensive to extensive agriculture methods is depicted in the darkest color as, in the words of Sir Thomas More, a system where sheep eat up men, and manages in the course of this discussion to confuse the large expropriations achieved by political power of the nobility, which characterized European agrarian history in the first centuries of modern times, with the changes in the methods of cultivation initiated later on by the landowners. Since the declamation on this scheme have formed the stock equipment of the controversial writings and speeches of the socialist, a German agriculture economist, Frere von der Goltz, has tried to prove that the attainment of the largest possible gross product is not only productive from the social point of view, but is also profitable from the individual point of view. He thinks that a large gross product naturally presupposes a large net product, and to that extent the interests of the individuals whose main object is to achieve a large net product coincide with those of the state which desire a large gross product, but he can offer no proof of this. Well, that's the problem with price regulations and subsidies, right, that we're talking about there. The state makes too much because they just make, right, and then you end up with way too much and you wasted too much resources. Now you're wasting resources disposing of the too much. Like now you're wasting resources getting rid of the stuff. Like it's, it's crazy. Much more logical than these efforts to overcome the apparent contrast between social and private interests by ignoring obvious facts of agriculture or accountancy is the position taken by followers of the Romantic school of economic thought, particularly the German statists, that the agriculturist has the status of a civil servant, and is therefore obliged to work in the public interest. Since it is said to require the largest possible gross product, it follows that the farmer, uninfluenced by a commercial spirit, ideas, or interests, and regardless of the disadvantages which may be entailed, must devote himself to the attainment of this end. All these writers take for granted the interests of the community are served by the largest gross product, but they do not go out of their way to prove it. When they do try, they only argue from the point of view of Machtpolitik or national politic, or mock politic. The state has an interest in a strong agriculture population since the agriculture population is conservative. Agriculture supplies the largest number of soldiers, provisions must be made for feeding the population in time of war, and so on. Calling Mises outdated are the same socialists and feminists that say Joseph Campbell is misogynist and Western culture appropriationist. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There's all the same. Those people are the same. Yeah, that's true. But all these people are pretty much the same. That's my issue, man. Is that most socialists, the things they believe are just like, they're just printed on a piece of paper and they just repeat the paper to me, like their parents. I'm still looking for somebody that understands socialist theory to a level to actually be able to talk about it, but you never run into that, right? Like so many people are pro this stuff, but they can't even talk about it at a deep level. I've yet to find someone, right? In our years of streaming, and I've had an open call for a smart socialist to come tell me what I'm getting wrong. Where have we seen them? Never. All they do is get mad and chat and start flailing around. Still yet to see one. Still yet to see a smart socialist who can understand what I'm saying, communicate with me. Still yet to find one. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll find an intelligent socialist, but so far the search is out. They must be out there somewhere, supposedly. Supposedly they're out there. In contrast to this, an attempt to justify the gross product principle by economic reasoning has been made by Landry. He will only admit that the effort to attain the greatest net product is socially advantageous insofar as the costs, which no longer yield a profit, arise from the use of material instruments of production. When the application of labor is involved, he thinks quite otherwise. Bro, all they ever do is talk down to me and say the same shit again, which I'll address some of their stuff, like the private property or personal property. They act like you don't understand all this kind of shit, even if you do, because they can't even fathom that you would disagree with them, because if you disagree with a socialist about socialism, you're evil. You're basically trying to argue with like a Christian about Jesus, right? Is really what's happening. If you're debating socialism with a socialist, it's like talking about Jesus. It's like trying to badmouth Jesus to a Christian. They feel exactly the same way. Like it's just they're passionate from a viewpoint of, this is what I believe in. How dare you question the thing I believe in? How dare you question the thing I believe in? I believe in it. How dare you? As if their beliefs as if because they believe in it, it gives it some kind of more value. No, it doesn't. It's still the same worthless idea. Just because you believe in it doesn't make it more valuable. He arrives at this conclusion by assuming that the labor force, thus released, could find an employment, could find... Oh, wait, I'll go back. Hold on. In contrast to the attempt to justify the gross product principle by economic reasoning has been made by Landry. You only admit that the effort to attain the greatest net product is socially advantageous insofar as the costs which no longer yield a profit arise from the use of material instruments of production. When the application of labor is involved, he thinks quite otherwise. Then, from the economic point of view, the application of labor costs nothing. Social welfare is not thereby diminished. Wage economies would result in a diminution of the gross product are harmful. He arrives at this conclusion by assuming that the labor force, thus released, could find no employment elsewhere, but this is absolutely wrong. The need of society for labor is never satisfied as long as labor is not a free good. Released workers find other employment, where they have to supply work more urgent from the economic point of view. If Landry were right, it would have been better if all the labor-saving machinery had never existed. And the attitude of those workers who resist all technical innovations, which economize labor and destroy such machinery, would be justified. AI, on that one, AI. There is no reason why there should be a distinction between employment of material instruments and of labor. That, in fact, most people's main view of AI is from socialist programming, right? Or I'm right about that. Like, people's hatred of AI isn't really from a real reason standpoint. It's from socialist programming, isn't it? Because they're taught that it's just about max production, and any loss of jobs is loss of human potential, basically, which is the opposite of true. Loss of jobs means that the person has to get another job that's more beneficial to society, which is fine. Like, well, that's why people said learn to code back in the day, right? That one, it actually, like, the people saying that didn't really understand why they were saying it, I guess. Because the point was, if you're saying these jobs are gone, then people have to find a more useful way to make money. So that's the same thing true for these artists. Their jobs are no longer, if they can't find work, are no longer needed by society. They no longer serve a purpose to help society. So they're not really helping anyone, just themselves. And we're taught that we're supposed to favor them. We're supposed to favor the selfish artists bitching and moaning. Because why? Well, because socialist programming has told us that all labor should be maximized and the net actual efficiency should be minimized. There's no reason why there should be a distinction. There's no reason why there should be a distinction between the employment of material instrument and of labor. That, in view of the price of the material instruments and the price of their products, an increase of production in the same line is not profitable is due to the fact that material instruments are required in some other line to satisfy more urgent needs. But this is equally true of labor. Workers who are employed in unprofitably increasing the gross product are withheld from other lines of production, in which they are more urgently required. That their wages are too high for an increase in production involving larger gross product to be profitable results indeed from the fact that the marginal productivity of labor in general is higher than in the particular line of production in question, where it is applied beyond the limits determined by the net product principle. There is no contrast Whatever here between social and private interests, a socialist organization would not act differently from an entrepreneur in the capitalist organization. Right, they would do the same thing. Of course, there are plenty of other arguments which can be adduced to show that adherence to the net product principle may be harmful. They are common to all nationalist militaristic thinking and are the well-known arguments used to support every protectionist policy. A nation must be populist because its political and military standing in the world depends upon numbers. It must aim at economic self-sufficiency, or at least it must produce its food at home, and so on. In the end, Landry has to fall back on such arguments to support his theory. To examine such arguments would be out of place in a discussion of the isolated socialist community. But if the arguments we have examined are untrue, it follows that the socialist community must adopt net product and not gross product as the guiding principle of economic activity. The socialist community, equally with the capitalist society, will also transform arable into grassland if it is possible to put more productive land under the plow elsewhere. In spite of Sir Thomas More, sheep will eat up men even in Utopia, and the rulers of the socialist community will act no differently from the Duchess of Sutherland, that economically instructed person, as Marx once jeeringly called her. The net product principle is true for every line of production. Agriculture is no exception. The dictum of Thar, the German pioneer of modern agriculture, that the aim of the agriculturist must be a high net yield, even from the standpoint of the public welfare, still holds good. Right. Net production is better than gross production. Sure. It's rough to argue against Marx because they try and throw you under a bus by saying that it's only economics and old and things have changed, so he pivoted attacking them through feminism. Well, I don't personally know there's any point in attacking them. You know what I mean? That might be a whole separate conversation though, but I think we got to take out the ideas. I don't think those people can be convinced of anything. Now, of course, the thing is like, okay, well, yeah, but what about for the common people? A lot of the people that, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, the right answer is hard to answer. But, I don't know. I worry, and I also worry, of course, that the more you attack a group, the more you engage in a self, filling, a self-powering sorcerer circle kind of apparatus, right? Now, of course, I wouldn't mind picking some fights with some YouTubers or something too. So, like, I'm not, I'm not saying I wouldn't do something like that. I would. But then it's like, but I do wonder about the efficiency when it comes to long-term elimination or whatever, like getting rid of of socialist ideas from common acceptance. I don't know what the best method to do that is. That's our goal, right? Something like this. How do you expose the evils of socialism to the most people? I don't know. Because that's the real fight, right? It's not about beating communists or socialists. It doesn't matter. It's about exposing to the people that are like on the fence what was actually going on here. Like, or the people that are like, or like anarchists, like I used to be as a kid, right? I mean, like when I was younger, like people that are like anti-authoritarian, all these other things. But the thing they're following is not what they think it is. Like the communism is not what they think it is. Socialism is not what they think it is. It's not at all what they think it is. Getting those people to understand that, I guess, is the goal. How do you maximize that? I don't know. Good question, man. I don't know. My town's citizens are currently fighting over whether or not pricing poor people out of rentals to avoid property destruction is evil. Well, I don't know. There's something evil there. My town's citizens are currently fighting over whether or not pricing poor people out of rentals. What does that mean? Why there's a lot of phrasing there that's weird on me already, Nintendo. And I want to be on your side on this, but I'm not sure that's what's happening exactly. There's a lot of like emotionally loaded language there. Like poor people, for example, is emotionally loaded to begin with, right? Like all of it's emotionally loaded. all of it's emotionally loaded, and I don't really know what they're doing, or if I agree, or what's happening. Because that's not the intent, right? Nobody has the intent of raising rent to, or maybe somebody does, but probably not. I mean, it could be. If it is, though, then that would be evil. But is that what's actually happening? That they're trying to price poor people specifically out of the thing? How do I know these quote unquote poor people aren't like actual, like people that are like, you know, causing serious issues, and that's why they're trying to get rid of them? You know what I mean? Like calling them poor people. Is there, if I own 2 buildings, right? And think about this. I own 2 buildings, okay? One building, it's a bunch of families and stuff. I buy both buildings, they already have tenants. One building is like families and stuff, nice, cool people. The neighbors have, the neighboring building has like drug addicts, real dickheads, something like a pimp kind of guy, like some guy with some kind of woman that's clearly, you know, basically being forced to stay there, and he's selling her for sex and stuff like this. And would I really be, I would be pricing poor people out if I purposely raised the rent knowing that the families could afford it, right? And I could get rid of those people to not be a risk to them. And because they would pay the higher rent knowing I'm getting rid of those people, and to pay for not having to live next to them, right? Is that evil? Is that evil, getting rid of the fucking abusive drug addict and hooker that live next door? Is that pricing out poor people? Like, in that case, I'd be trying to help the families and shit that are, you know, that are trying to live there. They're both poor people, quote unquote poor people. Poor doesn't mean good. Poor doesn't mean good. It doesn't mean any level of goodness. Whereas I understand fighting for poor people, but it doesn't go with it any level of goodness. If anything, poor neighborhoods are most likely to have dickheads that are abusing the other poor people, which is why poor neighborhoods are so fucking hard to deal with. You have a single mother with trying to take care of her kids, and they have some actual fucking dickhead that lives next door that, like, who knows, like, it's not like being poor is like Aladdin, bro. Being poor isn't Aladdin. The pro price hike landlords state it's because they can't take. Yeah, but how, you're assuming their intention without knowing it, right? That's what I don't like. You don't know their intention, but you can divine it through your class bias, right? You can divine it through the spirit of your class bias. You can say, well, I know they're landlords, and I know these are poor people, and so I can divine what their intention is. I can divine it through the spirits of class. I can divine it, and I know that the rich people hate poor people. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, how do you know that? How do you know why they're doing it? No, I'm reading the arguments, not assumptions. Okay. Well, I'd have to read it. I don't know anything about it. It's because they can't take having their places destroyed anymore, and higher rent means less of that. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Can't take their places being destroyed anymore. You're saying these people actually have dickheads in their buildings, fucking out their buildings, and they're trying to price them out. But that's not evil. That's not evil. No. No, that's definitely not evil, no. Because it also means the people that live there will have higher quality of lives because they price out the dickheads. Bro, like, you're increasing the quality of lives of poor people there by doing that. I know that's not something people want to think about, but am I wrong? You're increasing their quality of life by getting those people out. Now, of course, there's other things that raising the price isn't great for them, but I was right, though. They're dickheads you're talking about. You're not talking about poor people like you're talking about dickheads. Because they're trying to price out people that are actually destroying their property. Yeah. Okay. Are the poor people or fixed income people because they are different? Sometimes they live in the same neighborhoods though. Sometimes. Generally fixed income people have fixed income neighborhoods though, right? Like old people homes, like old people towns. Old people what's the one? The mobile homes, trailer parks, things like that. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm sure it's just evil, though. I'm sure in reality it's evil. Fixed income elderly tend to take great care of rentals. Well, yeah, probably. I guess I shouldn't blanket say poor people or even low income, but I don't know. I'm with you, but like, do you get the point I'm making? Like the fact that if you price out certain undesirables, it makes the people that are quote unquote poor too, but able to be able to pay it, like because it's important to them to be in a neighborhood that doesn't have those people, right? That for like their kids, that's not that there's no element of that could be good for them or could not be at their detriment or I don't know. Like but that's a hard problem to solve in general is like when people try to help poor people, that's not really good categorization, right? Because there's all kinds of people that are in poor neighborhoods. You can't. I don't think we should. I know I've said poor people before. I think we should move away from that. I think you'd say poor neighborhood, right? Like that would make more sense, right? Like a low income neighborhood would make more sense to describe what we're saying without like tainting it. I think, right? Like say this low income neighborhood, they're raising rent in low income neighborhoods and or something, right? That covers it without trying to paint like the people being like abused or whatever and like all this it's implied in the saying the people or people are being priced out as opposed to the neighborhood being priced up, which is what's really happening. um some poor people, I mean they're not poor people, there's not a type of people. Poor isn't a type of people is what I'm saying. There's people that are making less money. There's poor neighborhoods, right? Lower income neighborhoods. But there's not I think I'm standing by this. I don't think poor people exist as a thing. Let's move away from it if we can. I'm thinking of people as poor. Because like what makes you a poor person? That's not a thing. You're a person. Yeah. I'm just reasoning this now, but I think it's right. I think poor people is a bad idea. Right? Because it's saying they're less or better or whatever. In some way, you're either coddling them or and I do it too. I'm guilty of this one. I've said poor people tons of times. You're either coddling them or you're implying like some kind of like inherent goodness to them or something. Right? When you say poor people, I don't mean you, Nintendo. I mean like in general. Like I used to. It mean something positive kinda. But I don't think it's good to. The more I think about it, the more I think I should move away from doing that. Was it Loki? I think I'm gonna go with like I think if I was gonna do it, I think I'd say low income neighborhood. I think they're raising the rents in the low income neighborhood, and then say whatever thing, and then like you know, because that then I think that describes it more accurately. Maybe I know the general notion of what you're getting at. I saw Ezra Klein has a practical idea to fixing problems of abundance. I think it was a book. Interesting. I own a rental for the problem of abundance. If I owned a rental property and it was my income, I'd price people out and not lose a second of sleep. I'm having stuff destroyed to put me in a bad mental state. Well, yeah, I mean, bad tenants are a pain in the ass. Like they'll destroy stuff. They'll ransom things. They'll be like, "You're not getting the fridge." They're like, guys, if you guys have ever dealt with that kind of situation, but and then they'll act like it, like they'll tear up the place. They'll basically bunker down in your property, right? Um, And sometimes they're willing to destroy it because they have nothing to lose. I don't know. Some people are like they'll bunker down, they'll destroy the place purposefully, but so you don't kick it. Like they'll ransom your property against you, because they don't care about it, right? They live there, but they don't care about it. They'll destroy it. Of course they will, just to stop you from kicking them out or whatever. You know, it's pretty crazy. Bad tenants are, I don't know. Like they have nothing to lose. They'll destroy the whole place. They might, they'll fuck it all up. For example, California, we have a shortage of housing with recent years decreasing production of new housing units. So you try to figure out bottlenecks to get more houses built. Yeah, I don't know. I would not live in California. That place is fucked. I come from there too. I was born in Long Beach, but I would not. There's way too much state management for me. I would just. I know I live in Nevada, which a lot of the land's owned by the government, but that's no. I'd get the fuck out of there. That's what I would do. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. All right. So this is. We're now moving on to chapter 3, the distribution of income. What time are we at? 4:30. I was trying to read a couple more. Let me see how long chapter 3 is real quick. Is it realistic to see we could read chapter 3? You see. Yeah, I think so. We can do chapter 3, yeah. It's not too long. There's 5 parts, but none of them are crazy long. We can do chapter 3. And that's where we'll be done for today. And we'll start on chapter 4 next week, I think. Yeah. We'll eventually make it through. This book is long, huh? Okay, distribution of income. Again, this is Socialism, an Economic and Sociological Analysis by Ludwig von Mises. It's chapter 3, distribution of income, the nature of distribution under liberalism and socialism. On logical grounds, treatment of the problem of income should properly come at the end of any investigation into the life of the socialist community. Production must take place before distribution is possible. Therefore, logically, the former should be discussed before the latter. But the problem of distribution is so prominent a feature of socialism as to suggest the earliest possible discussions of the question. Feature of socialism as to suggest the earliest possible discussion of the question. For fundamentally, socialism is nothing but a theory of just distribution. The socialist movement is nothing but an attempt to achieve this ideal. All socialist schemes start from the problem of distribution, and all come back to it. For socialism, the problem of distribution is the economic problem. Like as we were talking about earlier, the economic calculation doesn't exist under socialism, right? So the real problem they try to solve is redistribution. Because they don't have any way to calculate prices, and their only other, like, what other unit would you do for an economic calculation? Labor, as suggested, but the labor theory of value has more than enough problems that makes that unfeasible. So what do you use? Well, you have to, the only options really are to bootstrap a capitalist market, to bootstrap a free market in somewhere and use that for prices, and then, or try and take a market and freeze it basically into a static market where nothing ever changes, and then you don't have to worry about prices, right? Because then everything, but that doesn't exist. That's not real life. That's just in your brain. The problem of distribution is moreover peculiar to socialism. It arises only in a socialist economy. It is true, we are in the habit of speaking distribution in economic society based on private property, and economic theory deals with the problem of income and the determination of the prices of the factors of production under the heading distribution. This terminology is traditional, and it is so firmly established that the substitution of another would be unthinkable. Nevertheless, it is misleading and does not indicate the nature of the theory which it is meant to describe. Under capitalism, incomes emerge as a result of market transactions or indissolubly linked up with the production. We do not first produce things, and afterwards distribute them. When products are supplied for use and consumption, incomes for the greater part have already been determined, since they arise during the process of production and are indeed derived from it. Workers Landowners and capitalists, and a large number of the entrepreneurs contributing to production, have already received their share before the product is ready for consumption. The prices which are obtained for the final product on the market decide only the income which a section of entrepreneurs obtain from the process of production. The influence which these prices have on the income of other classes has already been exerted by the anticipations of the entrepreneurs. As thus, in a capitalistic order society, the aggregation of individual incomes to form a total social income is only a theoretical conception. The concept of distribution is only figurative. The reason that this expression has been adopted instead of the simple and more suitable term formation of income is that the founders of scientific economics, the physiocrats in the English classical school, only gradually learned to free themselves from the atastic outlook of mercantilism. Although precisely this analysis of income formation as a result of market transactions was their principal achievement, they adopted the practice, fortunately without any harm to the content of their teachings. Of groupings, the chapters dealing with the different kinds of income under the heading distribution. Only in the socialist community is there any distribution of consumable goods in the true sense of the word. If, in considering capitalist society, we use the term distribution in any but a purely figurative sense, then an analogy is being made between determination of income in a socialist society and in a capitalist community. The conception of any actual process of distribution of income must be kept out of any investigation of the mechanism of capitalist society. So what he's saying is, while there is something we call distribution under capitalism, under a free market, it doesn't really exist, right? Because it's already taken care of. You've already earned your money for making your shoes. When the shoes reach the point on the market where somebody pays for them, you've already been paid a long time ago. Everybody involved in the process was paid a long time ago. The place you got the rubber or whatever other stuff was paid a long time ago. There is no real distribution like that. Whereas in a socialist system, you have to make the shoes and then get them to the person, right? You have to distribute the things. You have to actually physically do it. You don't have to do that under liberalism. I like how he calls it liberalism instead of just capitalism too, because I guess that's another way of looking at it. All right, next part, the social dividend. I don't love that it's being painted as heartless. It's business. Nobody is a landlord for fun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Section 8 is good or not. It seems to be a solution for a lot of people that counts as socialism, right? All Section 8 rentals here you cannot pay me to own and deal with. Well, aren't you describing the problem there? You're saying it's good, right? But then you're saying I would never want to be involved in it. Is it good? I don't know. I mean, would it be better without it? The question isn't just if it's good, which is what a lot of people ask. It's, is it better than what would be there instead? I need some water. Is it better than the alternative? I don't know. I don't think it probably isn't. No. The problem probably there is probably taxes, right? It's probably taxing people so much that they can't really afford a home, no? Like renting shouldn't be as common as it is. Should be a lot more home ownership probably, right? Like you know, it would be much nicer to own a home than rent a home, no matter what the means of the rental are. Right? It'd be much better to own a thing than it is to rent one. So, for me, it seems like Section 8 seems like a band-aid. Check out the concept of mutual aid. Well, yeah, I like mutual aid, bro. Peter Hotolpkin. Yeah, I like that. But I like that set of essays, whatever it is. Yeah, I like that. I like mutual aid. But he was an anti-statist. Hotolpkin, whatever you say his name. Peter That guy. He was an anarchist more than a socialist. He was an anarchist more than a socialist. Although social safety nets programs, but I think paying into them should stay optional. If we have to, federal ID, social security, make it useful, allow opt-in. Oh, but that's what you're saying. We should do mutual aid instead of that as a safety net. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah, I think proactive assistance and charity and volunteerism is better than the state doing it. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Don't you? Like, you really want the state in charge of that? I'd rather we could do it. I'd rather we stop. Honestly, I'm really being moved away from thinking we need to have military bases all over the world or be the world's police. I don't know why America does that anymore. And I don't know if somebody can make a good argument for me why we should. I feel like we shouldn't. I think we should stop. I think we sell off all the bases, we sell off all of it, make us some money, and then make it so people don't have to pay taxes anymore, because that's what we're paying for. Mainly, right? The rest of that's what we actually need. Like, the reason we have taxes right now is paying for those stupid fucking military bases. I say get rid of them. I don't know, man. People say I'm naive for that, yada yada. Well, I'm not saying like we necessarily totally de-arm, but come up with a more isolation. Like, why do we need military bases all over the world? I don't know. Do we really need them? I don't think so. I don't think so, no. Most of these countries that were like trying to fight, right, like China and stuff, we're propping them up, man. Like, they can't really fight us. Like, we're up against socialists, bro. Just stop trading with them. And they die, and their economies fall apart. Like, it's stupid. I don't understand why we're in the problem we're in, honestly. Like, the people, the country were like, oh no, China will take over then. No, they won't. They're socialist, bro. We don't have to worry about China taking over the world. I'm sorry, but that's a retarded concern. Because they barely hold together as it is. You think as that thing gets bigger, it's gonna maintain itself? No fucking way, bro. China is fucked, man. China as a country has problem after problem after problem. They're in serious problems. And you think we should be worried about them? Like, we need to be ready for war with them? I don't think so. They're about to collapse. If we just stop buying stuff for them for a little while, and then we like assist, we do like humanitarian aid to socialist countries? No, why are we doing that? Like, let's get rid of a lot of the military, sell off the bases and stuff, and then destroy whatever we gotta destroy, and then pull back, man, and then just let the communist markets fail. That's what I would do. But isn't that Trump standing? Pull manufacturing? Well, not pull manufacturing back. I mean trade. Manufacturing. I don't think manufacturing work. Like, I don't think that's the plan. We have to actually not trade with them. Like, just doing the tariffs and different tariffs at different points in time is political whatever nonsense. We're still going to allow them to prop up. The problem is making it more expensive. If the state can leverage the people itself for the prices, which China can do, then it doesn't matter how much tariffs you put on it. They're still going to find a way to sell us stuff like that, and we're still going to be taking, like, we're going to be just hurting those people more, basically, because of the tariffs. We shouldn't have any trade with China at all. We should have no trade with markets that can leverage their human capital underneath them and, like, abuse them. We shouldn't do it with any of those countries, in my opinion. The tariffs aren't enough. We have to not deal with them. We have to we have to not we have to not share with their market. I mean, not have have our markets interact with each other. We have to say no. No. As long as you guys are hurting people like that, no. Until you guys have an actual free market with private property, we're not dealing with you. We're not just paying more because they're just going to leverage it and make it work anyways. Like, yeah, it's going to be harder for them and make them in a worse state, but they're still going to find a way to do it because they can leverage their manpower under the state, because that's what socialist countries can do, you know? Trump's plan, I don't think is very good. I don't think Trump's plan is very good. Where was I? Love you, but I was finishing doing the likes on your foreign policy takes. Well, yeah, I know, blah, 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 blah. But, why should we, man? What's the argument that I'm wrong? What's the argument why we should be involved? Am I wrong on China? I'm definitely not wrong about China's current economic state. Definitely not wrong on that. So what am I wrong on? Where's the error in there? Where's the misunderstanding or error? Because I've been trying to understand stuff like, why do you think we should be paying this tax we're paying to protect the world, man? I don't think so. I think America would be so much stronger if we weren't paying off. Like, that's the reason we pay the tax rate we pay is to maintain the military bases. It's pretty much the only reason why. We didn't have taxes before the military bases, right? We didn't have taxes before the wars. So why keep doing them? The YouTube algorithm has brought me here. Welcome. We're reading a book. We're currently on Socialism, an Economic and Sociological Analysis, The Social Dividend by Ludwig von Mises. Currently reading a book today. I normally translate Japanese games to English and translate them live, and it's pretty fun. But today we're reading a book. We're learning today. Okay, according to the fundamental idea of socialism, only goods which are ripe for consumption are eligible for distribution. Goods of a higher order remain the property of the community for purposes of further production. They must not be distributed. Goods of the first order, on the contrary, are without exception destined to be distributed. They constitute indeed the net social dividend. Since in considering the socialist society, we cannot quite get rid of ideas which are only appropriate to the capitalist order. It is usual to say that the society will retain a part of the consumer's good for public consumption. We are really thinking of that part of consumption which in the capitalist society is usually called public expenditure. Where the principle of private property is rigidly applied, this public expenditure consists exclusively of the cost of maintaining the apparatus which assures the undisturbed course of things. The only task of the strictly liberal state is to secure life and property against attacks both from external and internal foes. It is a producer of security, or, a Lassalle mockingly termed it, a night watchman state. In a socialist community, there will be the corresponding task of securing the socialist order and the peaceful course of socialistic production. Where the apparatus of coercion and violence which serves this purpose will still be known as the state or be called by some other name, and whether it will be legally given a separate status among other functions incumbent upon the socialist community is a matter of complete indifference to us. We have only to make it clear that all expenditure devoted to this end will appear in the socialist community as general costs of production. So far as they involve the use of labor for the purposes of distributing the social dividend, they must be reckoned in such a way that the workers employed get their share. I'm not an expert of anything on economics, foreign policy. We should read Thomas Sowell, Basic Economics, probably. Or, what's another one? There's another good one that's like that. That's like a... that tick history suggests. I'll get it later. I'll check his. I forget which one it was. But I think generally that is the Republican Trump false narrative carrots that are put forth as an easy explanation and distraction, while raping the working class with the actual money move policies that hurt the average Americans. Here's my thing. Why do you say we open up with "I'm not an expert," and then say all these things as if you know what you're talking about? Don't you think that hurts the conversation? Like, how deep are we going to be able to get into this if you don't really know what you're talking about? You know what I mean? Like, if you don't know the first thing about economics or how it works, how are we supposed to have a conversation on it? Like, you can just say I sound like a talking point, but you can't really understand the topic to talk about it. So how am I supposed to take the criticism or how it, like, move it forward or understand you if we can't actually dive into the topic at hand? Because I'd like to talk about it. I wouldn't like to, like, speak in, like, oh yeah, I heard this and that. I want to actually talk about it. I want to actually talk about the logistics, the actual working parts. Let's get into it, right? I want to be into it. I want to talk. I want to understand it. I want to see the gears moving. I want real, hard understanding. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm aiming for. A hard understanding myself, right? So, without a strong level of understanding, how are we going to have a good conversation? For school news consumption, but I can explain further. So that you can explain? Well, first you got to prove to me you understand, right? Before I'm going to be looking to you to explain, you're going to have to win me over that you understand, right? Like, then I would look for explanations. He is using tariffs to punish the U.S. companies to pull back to domestic manufacturing. Yeah. But do you get my complaint about the tariffs thing? I'm saying the Chinese government can leverage their population. And again, I'm not really sure what you're talking about when you say, is it pro-socialist or anti-socialist channel? What does that question mean? But I think generally there's Republican Trump false narrative carrots that are put forward. Okay, so what am I saying that's a carrot? Like, I don't even know what you're talking about exactly. Let's back up. What is a carrot? What am I saying that's a carrot? Can we let's just say the thing so I can understand. What am I saying that's a carrot? What is wrong with it logically or reasonably? What am I saying wrong? Just diagram it. Is all I'm saying. Not like say these are carrots. What is the carrot? What am I getting wrong? That's what I'm asking for. Like, just an understanding. I want to understand. So what is the carrot? What am I saying that is a talking point? Out of what I said, what words are the talking point? About China specifically, my understanding, while still reading, is that era of China being our cheap, fast fashion manufacturer is over. They're quite a match in terms of our competitor. In what way? What does competitor mean? You think China, you're telling me, you're saying that China is not in trouble? Is that what you're saying? You're disagreeing when I said China's in trouble? That's what you're saying is a talking point? Because you're using talking points back, right? That when you say China being over cheap, fast fashion manufacturer is over, and they're quite a match in terms of our competitor. That's a talking point. There's no details there. What do you mean? What do you mean by competitor? Define that word you're using, how you mean it, by what metric you mean competitor, under what circumstances, and also in what ways that applies to what I was saying. Because I'm saying that they are in trouble in lots of ways. Do you know how they're in trouble? Are you disputing that? Competitor what? GDP? What are you talking about? Like, competitor. Okay, what does that mean? You're saying that there's no economic or logistical problems in China? Is that what the claim you're making? In China? Are you kidding me, bro? Where they have, like, when the flood happened and they had those bridges taken out, right? And they put up those walls to block you from even being able to see the flooding happened, right? Do you remember that? They were blocked last time there was that flood. it took away the bridge, and then they started putting up those pieces of metal along the wall. I mean, along the other neighboring bridges, so people couldn't see the people being washed away in the river, right? Like, and then you have things like where people will pull up a fire hydrant and there's nothing underneath. Like you're just saying these are not real. Have you looked at the Great Translation movement? The Great Translation movement. The Great Translation movement is done by people in China and also in Russia that try to translate stuff that's going on in those countries. Look that up and look at some of those translations. Look at what's happening. The Great Translation movement, it's called. The Great Translation movement, yeah. The Great Translation movement. Look up some of that stuff they translate. Look up some of that. What do you mean in trouble? I mean, at very large levels, their infrastructure is collapsing. They have cheap homes that fall apart. Again, a lot of their safety services are just don't really work. Where does your knowledge about China come from? Have you seen anything from China before, or what? Like, where are you getting your information? Because it doesn't really make any sense to me. Do you know anything about China? Question number one, do you know anything about China? And question two, where do you get that information? He is reading Mises and the guys who crack is pro or anti-socialist. Well, in high school I read Freakonomics and From Osmosis by other shit. Okay. I know what the question means. YouTube also draw me with no context. I have no fucking idea what's going on. That's fine. You'll catch on. I'm sure. Alright, please promise me you will ever play the second TNT Game Boy game. Sure. The reason why China is technologically confident. Oh, so now you're saying technologically confident? That's what you meant by technologically confident. Don't you see you're using talking points? Like you're just describing things in like ways to equivocate things without actually saying anything. Like, don't you realize you're doing that, bro? Like, you're not saying any real thing. What technological achievements did they do? Instead, you're just saying they're technologically equivalent. I understand you're going to use words to try and make it sound equivalent. You're going to say competitive. You're going to say equivalent. You're going to say, but you haven't established it with anything. You're just saying talking points, right? You haven't established it. You're just saying things. And all those things line up to good. Like, it's just vague nonsense. What do you mean? I mean, what way are they innovative technologically? Point to something. Show me their innovation. Show me it. Back it up. Prove it. Show me. Personally, I don't fuck with China's worldly politics at all, so the indicated China somehow becoming the world hegemony is hell not for me. It's not a risk of happening. It's not a risk of happening. It's not a risk of happening. Like, I know from no knowledge whatsoever, you've come to the conclusion that they are a very big threat or something from nowhere, from the ether that you came to that belief. But you should actually, if you want to get counter to that, start looking into China. Like, there's some good YouTubers that try to cover China. There's, again, the Great Translation movement. You can check that out. There's lots of stuff you could be reading to learn about this. Lots of stuff you could watch. Lots of stuff. Hold on. Like you could follow news from China, all the stuff you could do to know about this.
To the map. So we thought we'd see just how far this goes in 2025. How many fires? How much of the country is it going to cover?
Yeah, take us out so in case people want to screenshot that. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's feel free to screenshot it and share it around or whatever. We just wanted you guys to know. By the way, this doesn't include the ones that happened this week.
Yes,
Just
that's what I was
now.
saying. Yeah, there are more. So we're going to show you some more that have just started. Going to start out with this one. Now this is a formaldehyde factory.
That's what you want. By the way, if you don't know what formaldehyde is, pause it right there. Formaldehyde is the chemical that they use to embalm bodies. So
Yeah, you know,
dead
like in
bodies.
science class, you
Yeah.
get like an eyeball in a jar
Yeah.
or something. That's formaldehyde.
yeah. Sometimes, yeah.
Keeps it alive.
Yeah,
Use
it
something
keeps-
else. Well,
it
keeps it.
yeah, sometimes it's an alcohol, but
Yeah.
yeah. Formaldehyde is usually used to also preserve bodies, like when people die.
All right. Well, the lady was Chinese, so. But bro, come on, man. There's lots of shit going on in China,
Yeah. So you have like what's it called? You know, like
and it's been bad in a lot of like. Come on, man. How like if I come
a
on?
funeral, like an open casket.
How are you
funeral.
not checking out any of this and
That was
talking on
creeping out
it?
a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. But yes, yeah, they'll use
You haven't been following the Chinese news at all over the past what decade?
formaldehyde. Makes sense.
Anyway, this happened in Henan. Seems like if you did a little, I don't know, percentage.
There's a
Let me start
large
moving.
percentages in Henan.
happening in Henan,
Yeah.
the cradle of Han Chinese civilization. So anyway, that was in Chang'e.
China is scary. It is not scary. It is not scary. It is not scary.
Zhuang Xuchang in Henan.
If you're Chinese, you should be scared of Chinese of
That
China.
happened on the 9th, right?
Or if you're in any kind of nation nearby, you should be pretty scared.
Yeah.
That's not it though.
Japan, I would be scared. Korea, I'd be scared. Thailand, I'd be scared. Taiwan, I'd be scared. I'd be scared for sure. Taiwan, I'd be super scared. Taiwan, I'd be scared. There are people who live Korea that are in this stream. Yes, that's true.
Yep.
Certainly not it.
Yeah. So a couple days ago, 4 days ago.
Yeah.
That's got to
You
be
like these guys? Yeah, I like them too.
bad for the environment,
Oh
dude.
my gosh.
Formaldehyde.
I tune in pretty, like, I try to tune in here and there to what's going on in China. It's, I'm telling you, bro, if you have no idea what's going on in China, yeah, it may seem like China's fine, but, you know,
Burning out?
Formaldehyde.
you don't have to have no knowledge
think
on
you should
it.
be
You can have
breathing that
some.
in.
I certainly don't.
Yeah.
I bet some people probably somehow found a way to use it recreationally at some point.
I guess.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do think like maybe it'll preserve you a little longer.
It will, yeah. I don't think it preserves live things very well. I think it kills tissue, or like preserves dead tissue.
Yeah.
Can I say I saw my
preserves
face
tissues.
going
Man,
down?
this is a long.
I didn't know it would go so long, but just imagine reading that.
No, rather not.
That's black smoke, dude. That's
Yeah.
Did you say
imagine
I'm
the
lives in
sky
America and lives in Japan? True.
after that. It's
Yeah.
already polluted, you can see.
Yes.
Right? It's already apocalyptic.
We do have lots of people from from Asia here. Yeah, it's true.
polluted.
Yep.
You're just contributing the most wonderful.
I'm curious.
stench.
You know these like crops growing in
Yeah.
the foreground.
They'll keep growing.
Yeah. We
And
have
the
another
next
one.
day,
Yeah. next
also
day.
in Henan.
Interesting.
Dude.
Yeah.
This is Henan's a province, by the way.
Yeah.
It's in central China.
Yes.
Shuidian. It's kind of near Beijing.
Yeah.
You got a mattress factory here. Went up.
Yep.
Would you believe that that's probably due to disgruntled employee? By
Yeah,
the way?
I would think so. All right, now
That's
something
people
that you
say.
saw in the thumbnail is this huge Chongqing EV parking
let it rip.
garage. Okay, so we got some good footage here. Listen, guys, these e-bikes, these are e-bikes. This is not.
Well, there was another one they showed not too long ago. How do I stop going? Hold on. There was another one they showed not too long ago that had those like they're like smart cars, and they were stopping them with oh, there we go. They were stopping them with like just like there was some bushes in the road, and their smart driving cars stopped on them, and there were a bunch of them backed up. They were getting stopped by bushes. The smart cars. They've shown tons of the smart like driving stuff in China of like it getting bro, it's not very smart.
Cars. These are electric scooters. Okay, which of course are the primary source of transport around China in this.
The government culture, obviously, the kind of influence do not value the individual. Oh, that's true. Place less worth in people. They're suffering to attain their goals. Well, yeah, I'm with you on that stuff, Scary Loki. But their actual government is in a lot of trouble, bro. Like, there's all kinds of failure all over the place because of what you're saying. Like, think about that at scale, right? What does that mean? It means people just do their job to check off things on a checklist, right? And then people try to avoid accountability when it comes to state stuff. You have like doctors get stabbed in the hospital, right? Because there isn't a way to like sue them over malpractice, so they get murdered. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's all kinds of different, like, at scale, these things that the lack of individualism leads to incompetency, and the system's breaking down and stuff, bro. Like, that, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and that's what they're dealing with at every level.
Cities, especially for delivery guys, which is now becoming...
You can't just make like fake ideas like communism just work. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't happen. It just, they can try to profit up through the artificial outsourcing of a market, right? But if they fundamentally don't practice a lot of these ideas when it comes to how their different structures interact with each other, then they have no value determining the value of the things. Without prices, there's no way to determine the value of the things. If there's no value of the things, there's no proper incentive structure. There's no proper incentive structure, you get crappy shit.
A huge percentage of the population are delivery drivers.
Yes, good point. Good point.
You can see them all lining the streets. They banned electric motors.
Back to a Soviet Russia, trying to take over countries to make it as epic communist USSR. Well, yeah, I think Russia's in a sitting amount of trouble too, I'd say, but I don't know enough about. I don't know nearly as much about Russia.
Traditional motorcycles and scooters in most cities in China, and so to replace them, they basically made electric versions of them.
You still can see some there. We're not saying they're banned in Chongqing.
No, not in
many
Chongqing.
cities they are.
Yeah, but because they're no longer.
Well, every week you get news like this if you want to pay attention to it. Like,
people are buying.
There was this one where they put perlite on this gymnasium roof, and when it flooded, the perlite filled up with water and it weighed down the roof, and it crushed a volleyball team. I think it was. It crushed, or tennis. I think it was volleyball. It crushed the whole females team. And then what happened was, even though they were immediately crushed, all dead, the hospital, they lied to the people for a good while, right? Until because the thing is, nobody in China ever wants to take responsibility when something goes wrong, so they just keep like pushing the buck around. And so what happens is eventually they find out, like hours upon hours later, while they're waiting at the hospital to find out if they're okay, that they're dead. And that's how it happens every time there's like a tragedy like that. Nobody takes accountability. People are told later in the day that their kids die, they're told like 5 hours later that they're dead, and they're just waiting in the hospital hoping they're okay. Like, that's what happens with lack of real infrastructure that actually works.
Because they're making lots of new ones, and they're low cost, and they're fairly good, and they're good for getting around on, right?
Do you think China values human rights as much as us? That's a good question. I'd say no. But what is China? Well, here's my problem with that is, what is China in that question, right? What is China? We mean the government? I don't know if I can. I'm having trouble conceptualizing. Not what China would be. Like, do we mean the government? Do we mean Chinese people? Chinese people on average? They might. I mean, I don't know, right? Some probably do. Some probably do. The government doesn't. The government will say flat out, no. Some people, depends, right? Depends on who they are, where they live, who they know, that kind of thing. There's probably some Chinese people that do, very much so. I would assume, because it's like a human condition thing, right? To value human life, but their worldview is kind of against it when it comes to communism. But how much do regular people believe in that? I don't know. Some people do, some people don't, right? And in general, I doubt most people do. They probably just don't even think about it, right? So in general, the answer I'd say is no, yeah. But I'm sure there's some people that do. Big place, right? The nation government is power. Yeah. Then no, they don't care. No, they definitely don't. They will use manpower for their aims, which is what my argument is about the economy thing. Why I would like to stop trading with them. And also why I listen. I took a little offense. You're saying I'm saying like a right-wing talking point when my take here is much more extreme than any conservative, any political person would ever even fathom, bro. I'm saying I think we shouldn't even have our markets interact with each other because I think the national government of China can leverage its people for their markets in a way where they can push down on them whenever they want to, and basically, meet whatever prices they need to meet. They've been doing it. They've been doing it before the tariffs and stuff. They were doing it, so they can do that. They can take advantage of their people and their overwhelming number of people, and use that to make an economy, right? Which is what they did, a world economy. But they're abusing their people to do it. So that's why I think we shouldn't have anything to do with them, personally. But I'm thinking, my view is I think we should only interact with markets that are free, that are personal property, that like we view as free. Because otherwise, the state has the apparatus to pressure the people to work as like cheap as they want, to work as whatever as they want. You know what I mean? Like if the state has that means, the market's not going to be fair. And it's going to abuse people. Well, that's why I think we shouldn't even trade with China. Well, we shouldn't even trade with it. I'll probably go for Russia too, but I don't know enough about it to say. But China, definitely, they're nothing resembling a free market, man.
The batteries out of them.
Yeah, all the time. But
do you think these horrific incidents of Chinese infrastructure fuck-ups, harvesting, recycling, nasty as sewer roll, and throwing their pets into bags during COVID is more to do with CCP than what? As opposed to what? Why it got so bad there during COVID? Is that connected to their government or the Socialist Party? Definitely, somewhat, yeah. What's up, Max? What's up, man? Welcome. We're I'm reading the communism book and we're watching some of this stuff on the China show.
But unfortunately, the way they're designed is there's not a lot of good quality control on them. You're riding around with a lithium-ion battery pack.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to focus on this.
Yeah.
This woman.
Yeah, what's she doing looking at her phone? Oh.
Wordle, right? It's important, yeah.
I see. Hang on, what is that?
What is that?
She chose Wordle over life.
Oh my
Massive
God.
explosions, rock structure.
We were just thinking
22nd floor.
I like how they made the word be flame. Then necessarily directly to China's competency in technology or advancement. Well, here's the thing. I think Hong Kong is sick, Loki, and I think Hong Kong is kind of proof of some of my ideas here. Because Hong Kong, when Chinese people were allowed to be free and to just compete in an actually open market, look at, I don't know if this is a great example with some people, but for me it is. Look at John Woo movies. Look at Chow Yun-fat. Look at like those awesome. There was a bunch of awesome ass movies from Hong Kong. And that's because, and that's a sign. I know like some people might not think creativity and art and these things are connected to like innovation and technology and other things. I'd say they are. It's all the same skill set. And like obviously the inclinations of the people or maybe even are different, but they're the same skill set. Creativity is the same thing. And competing in these creative markets is the same thing. Hong Kong did amazing. So it proves like it's not a genetic thing. It's not even a cultural thing at like what Chinese culture is. Socialism removed from it. Right? Because Hong Kong did just fine. They did great, honestly.
Equals the first floor.
Also Taiwan? Yeah, Taiwan too, yeah. Yeah. Another good example, yes. Taiwan, Hong Kong prove that Chinese people can innovate. Chinese people are, smart as anything. It's not the people.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because think about it. If the ground level is busy being burned, that means the 22nd floor is being burned because it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
Oh my days, check that out.
What is this now?
Just in case you don't know, there was a massive propaganda campaign, which we'll cover a little bit later, actually, where they paid or...
What is GLOAM? Gloam?
Incentivized
Oh,
tons
on the screen? Is one of those words gloam? Gloam is not a word. It was
of
flame.
people to go to China
Gloam's
and
not a
pretend
word.
like Chongqing was amazing. This happened in Chongqing.
Yes.
So they
Such
made
a
everyone.
pity they weren't all there at this time.
I know they made everyone go to the 22nd floor of a
Yeah.
building and pretend like it was like amazing.
It's behind them. Well, it was a bad guess for the Squirtle. It was a wrong guess. I believe China is one of America's adversaries because they are closest to us in capital, technology, power. The not chill part that makes them our adversaries is the communist government part. I agree with you, but I just don't think they're a threat to America, is what I'm saying. I think like if we pulled away from them and just let them like have to deal with what like the repercussions of their communist state, then they would collapse, is what I believe. Competitive adversary to our country, as long it's well, I would need, like I said before, I would like you to show me something like that proves their competence, right? Because like you're just assuming it, and I'm supposed to on good, like whatever, take your word for it. But I would like proof. I would like proof that they're technologically competent. I'd like an argument made. I'm not going to assume it. No. Now I've seen tons of evidence to the contrary. So if you want to prove that China is competent, you're gonna have to show it to me. You're gonna have to build an argument on that. I don't see it.
Yeah, because it looks like the ground level. Anyway, this is literally.
And again, if I'm wrong, it should be easy to build an argument that they're competent, right? Like that should be an easy thing to do. It shouldn't be very difficult.
Literally the ground level.
If you take a look, because these days, did you see that like flare up?
Yeah.
That was a lithium-ion battery
They're
going
popping.
off.
They're popping.
And what happens is you're riding around, and in the
It doesn't matter if we think you're not right or wrong. If you're right, Loki, you can prove it. Just show me.
sweltering heat in a lot of these cities. These batteries are being abused. They're being shook around like crazy because the suspension is bad. They're not mounted very well. They're shaking around. So of course,
like let's not go off feelings and this kind of thing, because that's what a feeling is. That's what you're describing. You don't feel like it's right. Okay, well, prove it to me, man.
especially these electric
Prove me
scooters
wrong.
are very volatile and they catch fire all the time.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people might look at this and say, oh, it's a
We have a lot of Chinese exchange professors. A lot of the mathematics department work. Yeah.
once-off incident. It's not.
No.
This happens often all over the country.
It does.
I've actually got tons of footage.
This just happens to be a recent one.
Yeah.
So if China didn't have the communist part, they'd be chill with America. Well, on that point, yeah, I mean, I don't think they wouldn't have a religion that makes them want to take over the whole world. Yeah, I agree. Communism is a religion that wants like complete world domination, like Islam, right? Like the idea is you need the whole world to engage in it or it doesn't work. So well, I agree that that's what puts them in opposition to us. Sure. What was the question? Well, you're saying you don't think it's accurate to say China is a competitive adversary to our country. I want you to prove that they are a competitive adversary to our country. Like, show me some feats. Like, for example, in comic book, when you're talking about comic books and you're like, who would beat this person or this person, right? You bring up feats. You're like, okay, well, Spider-Man in this issue at the bottom of the sea when he was trying to save Aunt May, there was Doc Ock's lab underwater was collapsing on him and he was able to hold it all up before it crushed him, right? Okay, that's a feat. I know he can do that. So like if you want to establish that, what are some feats? What's some basis of that argument that they are competitive?
I happen to be a bit of a EV fire aficionado, you know?
I remember.
It's kind of my thing.
I remember.
Yes, so
You've covered that
yeah.
a lot.
Yes. And
He was trying to get he had medicine for Aunt May, that she was going to die or something. If he didn't get the medicine to Aunt May, she was going to get crushed by it. That's probably the strongest feat of strength Spider-Man's ever done. Yeah, the whole like underwater facilities like collapsing on him, and two load-bearing like beams. The load-bearing beam of the dome breaks onto him, right? And he holds it up enough to get out from under it. Pretty crazy to think about.
And, I might be covering that again tomorrow. Anyway,
Not this.
Not this.
Something
No,
else. Okay.
this is
Wow,
this
look
we're
at
covering
that.
in the show. But
That's
yeah, it's
nuts.
insane because once
Another one that's pretty strong is he throws a jeep. He throws a jeep with one hand, and It's again involving Aunt May. It's like there's a sniper or something that shoots Aunt May, and he grabs a Jeep with it's heavier than a Jeep. It's like a Hummer. It's a Hummer. He grabs a Hummer with one hand and throws it.
Off. It's impossible to put it out.
I mean, it's like a sun. It's like a small sun.
Well, the problem with the lithium-ion battery is that it produces its own oxygen. It has its own,
So the batteries there are making this all worse.
So CO2 is not going to put it out because it's not getting the oxygen from from the atmosphere.
So this is like a type of fire that is worse because of modern technology and like being cheaply made and stuff. Is that what I'm understanding correctly? Because of the lithium batteries involved.
Right.
So you can't put it out with traditional means. It's just not possible. You kind of have to just wait for it to burn out.
Wow.
These EV fanboys. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get a. I mean, I understand. I don't hate EVs.
No.
But I feel like people are just rushing to say everyone needs to use an EV, and I just don't like when I see this kind of stuff.
Yeah. How about no? See, this is a completely separate incident here. This is not Chongqing. This is also from about a week or two ago, and this is also those electric bikes caught fire, and they all parked.
God damn. So, I think the funky shit is because, well, I agree with you on that, Loki. Loki, on that part, we are in agreement, I believe, that what's damaging them is not being Chinese. It's the government. If the question is, if you were going to say, if you ask me a question, let's try to figure out something here. If you were to ask me, do I think China, if without the government, would be able to like industrialize and catch up to America and stuff like that? Is that what the point you want to make? Like, is important for you to make? Is that they could do that? Because I don't disagree with that really. If that's the point you want to make, that like if they were a free market, China would be able to be fine. I agree with that. If that's what the case you want to make, I agree with that. I'm not sure that's what you're aiming for though, because if that is, then sure. But right now, I don't think they are. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying because communism is in their very structural logistics of everything, that it hurts everything, and like if they had to act tomorrow, they wouldn't be able to. Is what I am saying. But if you just mean like, could they like industrialize? Well, they're industrialized. I don't know what the right word is, but like could they compete in the free market with us if the communism wasn't there? Yes, I believe so. Yes, of course. Yes, of course I believe that. Yes. That's another reason I want their markets to be free. I want the collapse of the communist government, right? But the only way to do that is to stop trading with them, right, and let it collapse. Like, as long as we keep profiting it up, we're part of. In my view, Americans and whoever else buys stuff from China are part of China, of making China the way it is like this. We at least have to be partially responsible, I think, right?
Them in the same place, so of course it's going to catch
like
them.
We're fucking them too. Like part of their problems are because we're fucking them. I'm not just trying to like blame, like say Chinese people are screwed and they couldn't do anything. They could, and I hope they do. But their government is screwing them, and it's helping us, and it's letting the free world screw them too. China has nukes. Okay. I think the funky shit is because I'm saying you're assuming they have small failures because they are barely surviving from crumbling at any moment. No, but I'm not assuming that much there. The thing is, you're coming from the perspective of you don't really know that much about China, right? You haven't really dug into it. If you start digging into it, you'll find those failures everywhere. I'm telling you. The whole argument against it is, well, I've never really looked into it. Okay, but you get that that's just a level of ignorance on your part. It's not like real. That's just you not knowing about it. At least everything I've ever checked into, bro, and I've been looking into this for years now, and I could, is like, it's horrifying there, man. China is horrifying, man. Their structure is horrifying. It's scary. Well, that's your opinion? No, but I mean, it is true, right? Like, you don't really know anything. Like, I asked you tons of times for examples, and you can't provide any, right? So, like, you don't really know anything. Let's not pretend. Let's not be fake. I don't like that.
Them all on fire.
I mean, these are exported too.
This over here are normal EV cars, and you know they catch fire in China all the time. And so when one catches fire, the other ones are going to catch fire.
Yeah.
It's not my opinion. That's come on. Don't. What are you gonna pretend like you know about China? Come on. You had one teacher that was Chinese. You said
It's pretty bad. And here's a ship that was carrying EVs from China that also caught fire. That's currently
you see my earlier chances. Like you such an eye on China. You said you had a Chinese teacher or something.
still burning.
Yeah, this huge ship was going to from I guess Alaska to
From China.
It was from China, but it was near Alaska when it caught on fire.
Did I miss something more important than that? That was relevant. Like, if I'm wrong, tell me. What, you know a lot about China? Why? My dad was in Korea. A lot. Professor was a Chinese lady. Right. So you knew one Chinese person, right? I had cool international business class at the end of the semester. So you've gone to China one time, and you knew a Chinese woman. And I'm supposed to do what with that now? You think that's a high level of familiarity that I should respect?
I was going to Mexico.
Yes.
And it had Chinese EVs on it. 800 out of the 3,000 vehicles on there were EVs.
And the fire started on the EV deck where they were
I
starting.
guess the lag is long. Maybe the file was all
and
that
of course,
pee in their
you couldn't
coat.
put it out. The fire.
Am I missing something? Have you studied China? And it's not just a Chinese lady you knew in a class?
Suppression system on the ship was depleted.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
so
just
they've
going to go to
got.
the bottom of the ocean, and lithium's going to go everywhere.
Well, I'll tell you one
Oh,
thing.
to repost
okay, let's
it?
go back
Okay.
to that ship quickly.
Yeah.
This particular ship is still burning, but it's
Yeah.
still afloat. Who knows? Maybe the fire will eventually burn out, but the problem is it's carrying huge amounts of fuel for
Yeah.
the ship itself.
Yeah, true.
So if that catches fire, you're done.
Well, wouldn't it?
I mean, I guess.
Wouldn't it?
Because right now it's literally just all the cars burning, all the,
Right.
you know, from what I could tell. The problem is that this has happened before a few times.
Yeah.
And there's one case, because sometimes when this happens, they tow the thing into port and then they deal with it, right?
Yeah.
But there was a pretty famous one where it sank with like 3,000 EVs on board. Think about all those EVs at the bottom of the ocean, the lithium-ion batteries, all the chemicals, all the antifreeze, all the rubbish that's in.
The reason I'm married trade with China is because we would love for China to be democratic one day. It's the opposite of what you're saying to get to the same goal. Well, that's stupid, though. No? Like, right, but it props up the system. Even by communists' own view of how this stuff works, communists wouldn't do it. Communists wouldn't be stupid enough to do that, right? Like, that's just dumb. Like, no, that's not true. Like, there's no way for you to say the will of why people trade with China. Like, I could make the argument very easily that the reason we trade with China is because it's cheap. And you'd say what? Like, how could you dispute that? How could you can't say saying the will of the Chinese people is it's a random claim that you're just throwing in there now. You're saying, I mean, of our people, sorry, American people that were doing this for no, not the Chinese people, the American people, why we're buying stuff in their market, as if we know, and that answer is for some political reason. That's not why. We buy it because it's cheap, right? We buy it because it's cheap. We trade with China because it's cheap, and people can't live without it, pretty much. They don't want to let go of the cheap goods, in reality. How can you say it's because we think we're saving communists from communism? That's ridiculous. Can you show me something that says that I could read? Like, okay, so Americans, we do it for that reason. So show me something I can read then that says that.
Inside those cars. How bad is that for the environment? It's, you know, environmentalists get up.
That's a ridiculous claim to say we're trading with China to stop communism. That's insane. Like, that doesn't make any sense. We're giving their market money to stop their market? That doesn't make any sense. Logically, it makes no sense. I need proof, man. Logically, that makes no sense at all. It's also an outrageous claim to say why people are doing something. And I know I'm saying the profit thing, but if you're going to say that, then I could easily say that. And then, like, how do we dispute? How do we determine who's correct? We don't. We're just making the conversation stupid, right? I'm just making the conversation less clear. Make no sense. They have a mixed market. What does that mean to what I'm saying? I'm talking about China, the nation, government power, etc. Western nations refer to democratic nations. They have less conflicts, wars, more prosperity in the world. Right, but you're just saying talking points, right? Like I'm talking to you as a person, as an individual, and you're just repeating talking points that you've heard places. Like, doesn't that is that not insulting to your intelligence? It's insulting to mine that you're doing that. Like, I feel insulted. So. Oh my god, is YouTube blocking me naming a Chinese dude? It might. Western nations prefer democratic nations so that they have less conflicts, wars, more prosperity in the world. Okay, and that. How is that not a thought-terminating cliche that doesn't really mean anything? Because like what I'm saying is, like, can we talk about what I'm saying? Are we just gonna have other? I'm saying that the government is propped up by the market. Am I wrong? Yes or no? Your answer is unrelated to that. It's we deal with them because they have a mixed market and we hope to one day convince them that they're wrong or whatever freaking thing. Okay, but how does that do what I'm saying? Am I right or am I wrong? Is that true or is that wrong? Is their system one that props up a fucked up system using market or not? And if they are that, then how are we not partially responsible for the oppression that happens under that system that's propped up by the market? Like you can say whatever thing about like in talking points you want, but are you understand what I'm saying? Do you give a shit about what I'm saying? Because like you're just saying other things like, oh, but we want to deal with democratic nations. We want prosperity in the world. Okay. But what am I saying that has, what does that do with what I'm saying, man? I'm saying the communist government props up their regime, right? Because it doesn't really work with the market. Am I wrong? And then furthermore, I'm saying that because they do that, if we give them money, we are propping up that market too. Am I wrong on that? Democracy. Prosperous nations, unrelated things. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. I don't know what's happening. I don't know how this relates to anything. Craggy, some things might not be going through, so it seems broken. They probably explained but got blocked. I know it can make one look extra dumb. I don't think Loki is dumb. Let's not suggest that. I do not think Loki is dumb by any means. If I thought people were dumb, I wouldn't talk. I wouldn't try to talk to them. I have no impression of that. I did not think so. But I understand. It could be messages. I don't know how to help it. I turned it off as much as I could. The filter. So.
Up in a tiz when there's like an oil spill, right?
So
Rightly so. But there'll be like, it's in the news for decades. I mean, people still talk about like the Exxon oil spills and stuff from the 80s. It's true.
BP.
Yeah, BP. You should talk
I'm saying that because of how it made me look in a chat for it. Oh, yeah. I've been there.
about it. It's horrible. This stuff is incredibly bad for the environment too, but it doesn't really resonate with the environmentalists.
Like, well, the greater good.
Yeah,
Greater good.
I think
Greater
it's
good.
because they're so blinded by the idea of EVs being good for the environment.
I think they're blinded by the light, revved up like.
If I'm wrong, that's fine. I just want to talk about what I'm talking about as opposed to making unrelated talking points to dismiss what I'm saying. And I don't think that's like a conversation or anything. I don't see how that works.
Douche.
Yeah, it's
Another
like
runner
a
in the
douche.
night.
Absolutely.
I
think so. Just
Winston and
wanted
I
to put it
argued
out.
about the lyrics.
Yeah, we had to figure it out, but it's a deuce actually.
Yeah, I thought it was two-stroke, which also makes sense.
Yeah, true. Anyway, like guys, this is bad for the environment. Chinese EVs are prone to catch fire a lot. All EVs in general, actually, but
Here's the deal. I do have to devil's advocate here.
All right.
People will reach out and be like, "Hey, you guys talking smack about EVs? We're just showing you what's happening in China, right? That's what we're doing here. It's there's no prerogative against EVs. Yeah. My issue with that is they say like, well, statistically they're safer and they don't catch on fire as much as ICE cars, which are
We just mean cars, EV, the electronic cars,
not ICE
electronic
protests,
vehicles,
Yes.
EV.
ICE cars,
Internal combustion engine,
so
yeah.
gas cars, right?
Sure.
Thing is, do you really expect me to believe the stats coming out of EV fires in China?
Okay, let me see how this goes here. After Mao died, the next leader famously reformed China and is the architect of modern China, and he opened up their economy. Is why they aren't like North Korea, for example. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying?
China, when none of the ones that we
It's like you're explaining things to me, but I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
show you, like here, are documented.
Yeah.
They're not even documented.
Because I don't think you'd be explaining that to me if you understood what I was saying, right? If you understood what I was saying, you wouldn't be saying that to me. So you're not taking the time to understand what I'm saying.
In China, they hide them. So why would I believe a statistic that more ICE cars catch on fire than EVs when I see basically only EVs in China catching on fire?
Look, these statistics are skewed anyway. Think about it. We've got 100 years worth of ICE cars on the road right now.
I'm just asking the same questions, and I'm not getting any answers for them. I'm just getting other things. Am I not being clear here? Okay, let me try again. I don't know, bro. My point is that yes, it's a mixed economy. Of course it is. What does that have to do with anything? I'm obviously saying it's a mixed economy in my point, bro. Like, I'm saying, yes, it is a mixed economy. It's allowing to prop up the socialist parts of their system with the free market parts. Like we were just learning about in Socialism book that we've been reading here, like all night, man. Like you're tuning in late, barely following the conversation, and I'm trying to explain stuff to people. Like, like, it's ridiculous. You're coming in late. We've already covered all these topics tonight. And explaining it like it doesn't, like we're talking about socialism and the market in the sociological analysis all night tonight. We've been talking about this, right? And you're coming in like, oh, mixed economy. Like nobody here knows what a mixed economy is or something. Or that somehow, yes, because they have to have that, as we've learned like, I don't know, half an hour ago, 2 hours ago. Right? Why? Because they don't have an economic calculation. The problems of the economic calculation. It says, I think it's just a chapter. So they have to create an artificial market. So they have to try and make another market in order to get prices, right? Because they can't do it without being a mixed market. There's no such thing as there's no way to operate a socialist society without a mixed market, because then how do you do the economic equation? Loki, how do you do the economic equation without prices? Without a unit of measurement, such as prices or labor, how do you do the economic calculation to figure out anything? How do you get things to distribute? How do you get prices? How do you get a working economy without prices or labor? Without prices or labor? I'm trying to understand. You're asking. Okay, sorry. He opened up their economy as well. Okay, I'm sorry. Am I misunderstanding something? So you mean China isn't going to do much if America doesn't do trade, is your view? I mean, yes, if we do not trade with them, their market cannot support itself because it needs us in order to buying stuff from the market to support the rest of the structure. Yes, the mixed economy relies on the capitalist market to survive, is what I'm saying. Without the capitalist market, it can't prop up the rest of the system. Without the rest of the system propped up, what happens? What would happen if you don't prop up the part of the system that doesn't really work? If you stop propping it up with outside influence, with outside money, and allow it to determine prices and things from other markets, what happens then? What happens? What would happen to it? Why is China not as scary to America as North Korea, for example? I'm not scared of either one of those places. To America? Who do we mean? Are you scared of either one? You remember you remember the thing? Norm Macdonald had a bit about this, right? You guys remember it? Norm Macdonald, how come my Akai isn't working? Sorry, give me a second. Norm Macdonald had a whole bit about this. Do you guys remember it or no? about how nobody's actually scared of North Korea? Because nobody is. Who's scared of North Korea? Nobody's scared of North Korea. I've never met one person that was scared of North Korea. Hold on, can this work now? No. Hold on. Do this then. This one? Yeah, okay. Norm MacDonald had a bit on that. There you go.
But I watch the TV, I watch the news, make you afraid, the news, you know? Put all these stories on, Iraq, Iran, North Korea, you know, try to scare you, you know? But does it ever really scare you? Like, you ever wake up in the middle of the night, North Korea! That little tiny country across the ocean. I wonder if they'll get me. Plus, didn't MASH settle that like 20 years ago? Why'd I have to watch that stupid show? There's one country that worries me, though. Not Iraq, not Iran, not North Korea. The only country that really worries me is the country of Germany. I don't know if you guys are history buffs or not, but...
The only country, I mean, I don't know. They have some of the most dangerous ideas out of all countries ever, pretty much.
In the early part of the previous century, Germany decided to go to war. And who did they go to war with? The world.
After Mao, they opened in a mixed... Yeah, I don't know why you keep saying that, Loki. Have I not been clearly saying that that's true since the start? Like, a mixed market is not a thing. A mixed market is propping up and a system that doesn't work with one that does. Why? Again, you couldn't answer my question. How do you do an economic calculation? Let's fucking stop right here. You're saying it's a mixed market. So the socialist side of the market is an economic model, yes or no, Loki? Can we get some like basic understanding between us? Because I don't know, like, you're acting like you know about economics, but you're not making sense like you understand it. So mixed system, yes? So that implies what? That socialism is a working system, yes? Correct? Do you view socialism as a working economic system? Yes or no? Just get that out of the way. Do you, because for you to say it's a mixed system as if these are two systems working in harmony, then you have to view the one as a system. Do you view it as an economic system? They aren't communists is the pure form. What does that have to do with anything, though? Do you understand why you saying that doesn't mean anything, or no? I'm asking you a question. And why can't you answer the question? Why are you saying other things? I'm just asking a simple question. Do you think communism is, socialism is an economic system like capitalism, yes or no? Do you think it's a working economic system? Do you think it works as an economic system? Do you think it works as an economic system? If it's a mixed system, then the implication is it's both and they're mixed. So, to follow that up, then that implies an assumption that you believe that socialism is a working economic system and thus can be mixed with capitalism. So, do you believe that? Do you believe that? Or if they're a mixed system, is communism an economic system? It's very simple, man. I don't know why what I'm saying is weird. If it's a mixed system, are they both systems? Are they both functioning systems? If it's a mixed system, then that both would have to be, it would imply, it would entail that they're both working systems. You can't combine a non-working system with a working system and call it a mixed system, right? So again, is socialism a working economic system? Yes or no? Very simple question. Because it's a mixed system, so yes or no? It's a system with one party, which is communist, and they should have a open market. In theory, it should not work. Well, I feel like we're talking past each other because of verbiage, I think. No, I don't think you understand what you're saying, is what I really believe, Loki. Because you can't understand what I'm saying. You can't explain it firmly. I don't think you know what you're saying. right? Like, because what is the point you're making about the mixed system? I get it, kind of. You think because it's not a really purely communist system, it's not communist at all or something. Like, I don't get why you're missing what I'm saying, man. I'm saying that as a mixed system, what that actually means is they're using a market in order to prop up the state artificial system. That's what I'm suggesting to you. I'm saying it is not a mixed system. That's not an accurate description, is what I'm saying. I don't get where the confusion is happening, because like you're not really making sense, and you're not really understanding me, and I don't know what's happening. I'm using the words correctly, I'm pretty sure. I don't understand the way you're using them. I don't understand what you're saying, and you don't seem to understand what I'm saying. Talking past each other, I don't know. I don't think you understand these topics, to be honest. And it's like, why are we talking about it then? I don't know. I don't know why we're talking about it. They aren't solely communist. Economy is capitalist. No, as you already said, it's a mixed system. What would a mixed system be? You can't say economy is capitalist after saying it's a mixed system. Those are contradictory statements. Do you see what I'm saying? You don't make any sense when you're saying these statements. They don't make sense. The economic system isn't just capitalism. It's a mixed system. Isn't communism about no private ownership? Finish the paragraph. They aren't solely communist. Economy is capitalist. Then what is society? Then what is the mixed system of? It's an economic system. The mixed system of what? See, do you see what I'm saying? Why I'm having issue with the words you're using? You're saying contradictory things back to back. You say it's a mixed system. Then you say, well, communism isn't really an economic system. Then what kind of system are they that's mixed? Like, is this really on me? Am I really the one that's not understanding this? Communism is not true communism because it's not Marxist. Well, there's no true communism, right? What did I miss? No, I know Blue Dusk. I'm not gonna. They aren't solely communist. Economy, they have private property. They also do, but they have private property. There's private and there's personal property. Do you know the difference between private and personal property? Private property, personal property is disposable goods that the individual would have, like your toothbrush, your clothes. It's not private property, it's personal property. They're different terms intentionally so. Private property refers to the means of production. Private property refers to the means of production. You're talking about personal property. The paragraph started with, we read talking past each other. Past each other. The only reason China is shit is because they smartened up and entered the global capitalism game. Right, so what are we missing? Okay, then what? Here's what I'm trying to say to you, Loki, and I don't understand. This has been the topic the whole time, and I don't understand why it's breaking down, okay? I'm not trying to break this down. I don't understand it's breaking down. I'm saying China is propping up a communist system, an artificial system, using a free market. Where do you disagree with that? Because that's what I've been saying the whole time. And then I'm saying, following up with that, if we engage in trade with them, then we are also propping up that system by means of engaging with the market and giving them money and resources. Where am I? What? This is all I've been saying the whole time, and now you're talking to me about this other thing, and I don't understand where what's happening. Am I not clear? How could I elaborate on this? How could I explain this? Correct? Yeah, you agree, Blue Dusk? The world does, really. Yes, exactly. The world does. Yeah, of course. It's not just, I don't mean just America, but yes, totally. Yeah. We're currently reading Mises right now. I think, how far did I make it? So look, where is our confusion? Where is our disconnect? What is happening? Because now you're telling me it's a mixed economy, which I'm already saying, you know what I'm saying, right? I'm saying they're propping up their system with the market. That's a mixed system I'm describing right there, right? That I'm describing a mixed system at that stage of what I'm saying. So where does that go from there to telling me about mixed systems or whatever? I'm not a fan of socialists. I'm with you. I think the egregious words are not working. Maybe that's true, man. But then I don't understand what we're talking about. To what Loki is a problem with, because I'm trying to address it. Where are we having a breakdown in communication? I don't understand. How could China be propping up their communist structure? China was communist prior to them entering the global market. Well, why did they need to enter the global market? Doesn't it answer itself? Why did they need to enter Why did they need to enter the market if the system could work on its own? It couldn't, right? So what are you saying? I don't understand. I don't understand the point you're trying to make there. How could China be propping up the communist structure by adding a free market? If China was communist prior to them entering the global market, well, they had to. That's what they all do. As we're reading in the thing, that's what they all do, man. That's what they all do. The organization of production under socialism doesn't work. Again, I'm trying to see, this is what I'm saying, man. That's why I don't think you get what you're talking about. I've been asking these same questions. The economic calculation, how does it happen under socialism? How do you make it a working economy? You can't, right? Am I wrong or wrong? Is that wrong or right? Can you make an economic calculation under socialism? If yes, what unit do you use? Labor? You can't use the labor theory of value. That doesn't work. What is it? Prices? How do you determine prices without enabling a market? Are these questions really out of line? Are these? Is not? I believe what I'm saying follows total reason here, but I don't understand why I'm not getting it across. If it's not propped up, how do they do the economic calculation on their own? If it's not propped up, how does socialism, under their socialist view, do the economic calculation to distribute goods in their society? How do they do it? How do they fairly operate their economy? If it's not fake and propped up, how do they do it? What's the economic calculation for a socialist economy? What is it? How do you figure out value in a socialist community? How do you do it? You're saying America doesn't trade with China. You think that China would fail to continue to engage in global capitalism? No. Why would it? Why? Where are you getting that from? I'm saying we give them enough resources to prop up the rest of their system. Is that not clear? Like, what do you mean? No, not that they're not. Yes, they're going to trade with other people, but we give them a fair amount of the resources they need. America does specifically. The whole world does, yeah, but America specifically gives them a lot of resources, yeah, to prop up their system. Yes, they do. We do. I mean, am I wrong? You value work by what people or the person can do. Hell yeah, you well, yeah. It's a real one is like a subjective theory of value, right? Not the communist theory of value, but a subjective theory of value based on, like, what people want and desire, wants supply and demand. It works on the principles of supply and demand, right? Prices. It sets prices based on the principles of supply and demand. Yeah, that's what really happens in a working economy. Prices are the economic calculation, and they are determined by supply and demand. Yeah. No, it's okay, Loki. I wish I understood where we're coming across wrong, though, because I'm trying to just understand what we're disagreeing on, but I don't. I get it. I'm sorry. So yeah, I'll go back to reading for a little bit. I wanted to finish reading chapter 3. Which one did I not? Which chapter was I on? Was it the social dividend, or was it past that? Crap. Did I read this one already? Let me look. No, this is where we are. Okay. Let's get back. I was reading. What was the reading layout? This one? Yeah. Okay. Put some music on and let's finish this chapter. Sometimes chats are hard to go. Yeah, it's okay. I hope you don't think, like, I don't know. I got no issue. I'm not somebody that tries to even have issues with people, especially if I disagree, because I disagree with everyone, man. I mean, I'm sure you can see that. I disagree with everyone, right? I'm I'm nothing but disagreement. So and I don't hold grudges or disagreements, because otherwise I'd be mad at everyone, right? I'd be mad at everyone all the time. Anyway, all right. Number 2, the social dividend is where we're picking up. This is chapter. Now, this is worthwhile to learn if you're, especially if you're against socialism. Blue Dusk. This is very interesting stuff, especially if you don't like it, because Mises, if you don't know, Ludwig von Mises is the forefather of Austrian economics, which is the only real branch of economics, in my opinion. Now, could I be wrong on that? Sure, could be. But it seems pretty likely that's true, especially based on how fake a lot of the way, like Keynesian is clearly fake, but you know, don't get people to see that. Couldn't you say the Nazi German socialists were not true socialists? Well, yeah, you could. Oh, sorry, it's way loud. Sorry, the music's way loud. Turn it down. Yeah, you could, but I'd say they are socialists. I think. There's the social dividend. According to the fundamental idea of socialism, only goods which are ripe for consumption are eligible for distribution. Goods of a higher order remain the property of the community for purposes of further production. They must not be distributed. Now, another point they made. The pause thing doesn't work now. Fuck. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's Bohm that's a problem? No? Oh, let me restart Bohm real quick. Avius. Sorry, part of my setup isn't working. See if I can fix it real quick. Mises is also the person that many libertarians are based on, the Mises Caucus. Sure. Does this work now? No? Well, it doesn't know anything. Oh, you know what? It's in the wrong program, I think. This is visualizer at the top. That's the problem. Why does it say that? How do I change the program? Oh, you know what? It's this one. It's pad 1, I think. Not that one. Does that work now? No? It still says visualizer. Oh. It's not changing the, oh, Pro Select, that's it then. Okay. And then, oh, it works now, I edited on the wrong program. I figured it out. Okay, what was I saying? What were we saying? Music, yeah. I know of it, 99. So no, I totally get you, I'm here for it. Sure. I okay, so this part that's interesting, goods for public. Oh yeah. So distribution doesn't really happen under a capitalist society, right? But under socialism, it does. What do I mean by that? Well, in capitalist society, you don't really have to distribute things, right? In the same way, it's all done before the product gets to the person. Like when you buy something at Walmart, the person that made it has already been paid, right? The person that put the tuna in the can has already been paid when you buy the can of tuna. So you don't really need to have the problem of distributing these resources to get people food and things. But under socialism, you do have distribution. You do have that, and it's a problem. It's the biggest problem of socialism, probably, besides the lack of an economic calculation for them to do, which is what I was keep bringing up. What that means is, okay, think about this, right? If you don't have prices, then how do you figure out the logistics of distribution or anything? You can't really, right? That's why you have to make an artificial system. Or the other issue is socialism could work in a static system where nothing changes, but things do change. You have new innovation. You have new, if a new product shows up and you're using a socialist system, you have no means to figure out how much that should be, right? With the cost of that thing. You have no system in place. There's no economic calculation you can do on that new item to figure out how much it's worth. So that's the big problem. That's the biggest problem, probably. Much like that's. But then there's also just distribution itself. How do you actually get the money in the well, not the money, but the resources to where they need to be, and fairly, and in a effective way? Because under socialism, people say it's for profit, but it's not, right? Profit is looking at it too flatly. It's not for profit because you can't generate profit without a market, without a void, without a demand. So what are you really doing then? You're fulfilling demands. What are demands? Needs. So what are you actually doing in a capitalist society? Fulfilling needs, just like under a socialist one. They're not different. We're told they're different. We're told those ideas are different. We're told that's different, that that's not how it works. But that's just to make you hate capitalism, because large apparatuses want to try socialism for the 1000th time, right? So they try to make you hate it. But as far as I can tell, I don't see another way to do it. I don't see any other way. I'm open to other ways. I don't see any other way. I don't like communism is socialism. Clearly, as we're learning, has all these issues fundamentally. So what do we do? What's another option? There isn't one, as far as I can tell. So capitalism is about serving people's needs, not profit. And that's something socialists don't understand. And that's why all their copies of it another reason all their copies of it will fail is because they think it's all about just profit, but it's not. It's about fulfilling the needs, because without a market, there is no profit. Yeah, the centralized planning. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Value confetti, proletariat logistics. Exactly. There's no calculation. Look, you're getting it. There's no calculation. Now, socialists will name labor with the labor theory of value, right? But that's really a bad one, because there's all kinds of problems with labor theory of value, but it doesn't track further out. Once you're talking about goods being used for other goods, there's no way of determining the value anymore, even if you use labor. And of course, there's the obvious issue of the labor theory of value, that some labor is better than other labor, right? Like if you have a really good guy, like a really good gardener, whatever it is, that's worth more money than a crappy one, right? You would say so. Most people would say so. That's not accounted for in the labor theory of value. Any shitty work is worth exactly the same, just based on the labor. So that doesn't work, right? That's not a working thing. You can't design society on that, because then nothing good will get done. We are really thinking of that part of consumption, which in the capitalist society is usually called public expenditure, where the principle of private property is rigidly applied. This public expenditure consists exclusively of the cost of maintaining the apparatus which assures the undisturbed course of things. The only task of the strictly liberal state is to secure life and property against attacks, both from external and internal foes. So that would be, like maintaining a military, protecting the market, protecting life. That's what, under liberalist view, that's all the government should do, right? Which is more in line with what I think. It is a producer of security, or as Lassalle mockingly termed it, a night watchman state. In a socialist community, there will be the corresponding task of securing the socialist order and the peaceful course of socialistic production, because that's the thing. Socialism does not naturally evolve, or is it even come out of the will of the people? It's forced from a top-down government, from a top-down state. Now, we learned earlier, they often will call this state, not the state, but what? Society. So when they say things like, society, this should be normalized in society, what they're saying is the state should enforce that. That by the law of the state, it should be enforced. That's what you got to be really careful when people say society. What communists mean by society is the state. They mean the socialist state, because it won't be the real state, because it's going to be socialist. It's going to be, human. It cares about people. It's public. It's the public will, supposedly. So that society is what when they say the society should do this, society should do that, they're being totalitarians. They're being authoritarians. They're saying this should be enforced from the layer of society, which is the state in the future, is my socialist dream state. So in my socialist dream state, and these like normalize whatever thing, they're saying it should be enforced by law. Whether the apparatus of coercion and violence which serves this purpose will still be known as the state or be called by some other name, and whether it will be legally given a separate status among the other functions incumbent upon the socialist community, is a matter of complete indifference to us. We have only to make clear that all expenditure devoted to this end will appear in the socialist community as general costs of production, so far as they involve the use of labor for the purposes of distributing the social dividend. They must be reckoned in such a way that the workers employed get their share. But public expenditure includes other outlays. Most states and municipalities provide their citizens with certain utilities in kind, sometimes gratuitously, sometimes at a charge which covers only part of the expense. As a rule, this happens in the case of single services which are yielded by durable commodities. Thus, parks, art galleries, public libraries, places of worship, are made available for those who wish to use them. Similarly, roads and streets are accessible to everyone. Moreover, direct distribution of consumption goods takes place, as for example, in medicine and diet are given to the sick, and educational apparatus to pupils. Personal service is also supplied when medical treatment is given. All this is not socialism. It is not production on the basis of common ownership of the means of production. Distribution, indeed, occurs here, but what is distributed is first collected by taxation from the citizens. Only so far as this distribution deals with products of state or municipal production can be described as a piece of socialism. Within the framework of an otherwise liberal order of society, we need not stop to inquire how far this branch of state and municipal activity is due to views which have been influenced by the socialist critics of capitalist society, and how far it is due to the special nature of certain particular durable consumption goods which yield almost unlimited service. For us, it is only important that in the case of public expenditure, even in the otherwise capitalist society, a distribution in the actual sense of the word takes place. Right, that's all we're thinking about here. Moreover, the socialist community will not make a physical distribution of all consumers' goods. It is not likely to present a copy of every new book to every citizen, but rather to place the books in public reading rooms for the general use. It will do the same with its schools and teaching, its public gardens, its playgrounds, its assembly halls. The expenditure which all these arrangements necessitate is not deducted from the social dividend. On the contrary, it is part of the social dividend. This part of the social dividend exhibits this one peculiarity, that without prejudice to the principles which determine the distribution of consumable consumers' good, part of durable goods, special principles of distribution can be applied to it corresponding to the special nature of the service involved. The way in which art collections and scientific publications are made available for general use is quite independent of the rules which are otherwise applied to the distribution of goods of the first order. Okay, so all we're saying is in capitalist society, in a liberal society, you do have some distribution that's not socialism in regards to things like parks, art galleries, education, things like that. Now, I'm going to make them, and we're not, currently we're just establishing that to think about it, right, for the greater argument we're making. They seem to have a delusion that we human beings can harmoniously operate like perfect little robots. Right, Loki, you're right, yes. Which in reality, I mean, we work pretty good with incentives, and I think we are pretty good to each other if, you know, like, if allowed to our own devices, like, without outside influence. I think we're not too bad to each other in like a high trust society, right? Like in this decent society where things work, a decent like liberal society, we are pretty good to each other. In general, we generally, you know, there's not that many problems really. But that's of people's own accord. That's of their own decision making. That's of their own. That's because they're allowed to be free. It's because they're allowed to keep to themselves. Whereas in another system, like the ones they might want, you wouldn't be able to keep to yourself. You wouldn't be able to do that kind of thing. I'm unfortunately forced to work with Chinese mathematicians by the university I'm contracted to. Craggy knows the university I'm talking about, but I'll not name it or I will dox myself. Yeah, nice, sure. Yeah, I understand. Which country are these life-changing batteries? Lithium mines. Yellow cake, don't run cars. Chinese workers or students? Students. Well, oh, the school you met? We're Chinese mathematicians by the university. Well, the professors, I think, and students. Professors and students, I would think. Prawn is banned in China. It could have been water instead of gasoline. Grimm is a what, astrophysicist or something. He does a radar guy or something. He like looks at. It's pretty cool, honestly. He looks at like readouts for things for space. Is what he does, and he works with different schools and he teaches and all that kind of stuff. We are little animal toddlers. Incentives are basically our work. Yeah. And we need some kind of incentive in place there, and price covers that, right? Because we can work for better wages. Hey Rabbi, welcome. We can aim for better wages. We can train ourselves. We can do all that stuff that makes us want to do better, right? Like we can try to start our own business. We can try to be better off this way or that way. We can try to improve ourselves and our capacity to be skilled so we can make more money. All that stuff is not going to be available in a socialist society. Unless so in mixed, quote unquote, mixed economies. I don't really believe in the mixed economy, which is why I deride it a little bit, because that implies that socialism is an economic system as opposed to not. I don't really believe it is one. I don't think it's ever been established as one. And again, that's why we're reading from this book. Mises seems to have a similar view, and he critiques it much better than I ever will. A lot of stuff to learn in. The principles of distribution is what we're on now. The socialist community is characterized by the fact that in it there is no connection between production and distribution. The magnitude of the share which is assigned for the use of each citizen is quite independent of the value of the service he renders. See, that's different, right? That's different from capitalism. Your skill and like, well, your work or whatever, the magnitude of the share assigned for the use of each citizen is quite independent of the value of the service he renders. Under capitalism, if it was a perfectly free market without corruption, without state corruption and corporate corruption, all these other corruptions, right? Let's just say like a typical just an actual working, just the market forces. Then you'll get paid for your work, a fair wage for your work, right? A fair amount of money for your job. And if you're not, you can negotiate for it. You can quit, right? You can work somewhere else. And that's what's unique about it, right? And under socialism, that's not the case, though. Instead, you're independent from that, which it doesn't make any sense to me. It would be fundamentally impossible to base distribution on the imputation of value because it's essentially a feature of socialistic methods of production that the shares of the different factors of production and the result cannot be ascertained. Oh, you're not supposed to know who made it more. And any arithmetical test of the relations between effort and result is impossible. It would therefore not be possible to base even a part of distribution on an economic calculation of the contribution of the different factors, e.g., by first granting the worker the full product of his labor, which under the capitalist system he would receive in the form of wages, and then applying a special form of distribution in the case of the shares, which are attributed to the material factors of production and the work of the entrepreneur. On the whole, socialists lack any clear conception of this fact, but a faint suspicion of them pervades the Marxian doctrine that under socialism the categories wages, profit, and rent would be unthinkable. There are four different principles upon which socialistic distribution can conceivably be based: equal distribution per head, distribution according to service rendered to the community, distribution according to needs, and distribution according to merit. These principles can be combined in different ways. Now see, capitalism covers all that with price, right? It covers the full system of distribution. Isn't a problem for capitalism. It's only a problem for socialism. And then they have to figure out, well, how do you do it? What's fair? Per head would be, I guess we're going to get into it, but a per head would obviously be like each person gets equal. Service rendered means like you'd earn more. According to needs means, people that are suffering, you give them more. Distribution according to merit means I assume you're awarded more means like getting a medal, basically, something like this. Genuine leftists, I imagine, only consider attainable due to wealthy or privileged background. They haven't scraped in the hood. Yeah, I'm with you, Loki. See, here's the thing. I would have always considered myself more on the left than on the right. But now my conception of what those things mean now is different, and I want to describe it real quick. Okay, so I think of it like this: conservative, also right wing, is the concept is the approach to the world like this. The world is tough, and in order to deal with that, to survive that, we have to practice our old traditions. We trust the wisdom of our ancestors, and we double down on that, and we trust what works. We know what works, we're going to use it. Then you have socialism, leftism, something along those lines that says reality is harsh, but we don't have to accept it. And in fact, we can fight against it, and we can change it by getting enough people to believe that we don't need to accept it. That's leftism, communism. And then you have the third state, which is applying the dialectic. We don't need to get into dialectic right now, but you apply the dialectic by the thesis of the leftism and thesis and the antithesis of the right view, and you get the world isn't fair, and if you listen to me and my view of the world and accept it, we will make it fair. That's fascism. That's fascism slash, complete statism kind of view. World leader or whatever. Now, when you think about that version of conservatism, or on the right, there is a thread of leftism, which I would still probably be, which is like, I kind of agree with them that the world is tough and that's a problem. I mean, the world is tough, but I do value our ancestors, but I also think like I want to try something new. I want to challenge the borders of what works and that kind of thing. So I think there's two factions of what people might call the left. And they're different. They're drastically different. One's the one I just described, and the other is the one that people romanticize about, that are more creative, that are more pushing the boundaries, that kind of thing. They're actually probably like in that conservative way of thinking, but they think they can change things, right? They have some. They think they can push the boundaries. They think they can test what's real. They think they're not quite in the communist camp. They're not really the same thing. They're closer to the conservative camp, but they're what most people would consider a leftist to be. And that's confusing. And that's confusing that it works that way. Because most people, when they say like lots of people leftists now are communists, socialists. But I would still say I'm something of a leftist as opposed to conservatism. If conservatism is now, I know, of course, etymologically they go back to the French Revolution. They mean leftism does mean against the state, against the what is. That is what it means etymologically. But I don't know. There's like I still would kind of consider myself. I'm not really conservative, right, by any real means. But I'm definitely not a communist. I'm definitely not a socialist. I just believe in I believe people are pretty close to right, but we can find out the difference. You know what I mean? Like we can try stuff. We can learn new things. We can develop new practices. I don't know what that is, but it's somewhere kind of on the left, right? But it's not. It's just like it's kind of like not even really visible anymore. But I do think some people mean that when they say left. But I think that's what I would think of. Makes sense. Get your smarts on, chat when listening to Cry Reads. Put your shirt on. Yeah, you might have to. According to merit means betraying your neighbors under socialism. Yeah, right. Sure, yeah. Sure. You guys get me on that? Is there anything, did that make sense? Back to reading anything. The principle of equal distribution derives from the old doctrine of natural law of the equality of all human beings. Rigidly applied, it would prove absurd. I would merit no distinction between adults and children, between the sick and healthy, between the industrious and the lazy, or between good and bad. It could be applied only in combination with the other three principles of distribution. It would at least be necessary to take into account the principle of distribution according to needs, so that shares might be graded according to age, sex, health. Is it? Huh? Why did you play a laughing thing? Oh, it was that. It was that. The music was dead on. It was the no McDonald's bit. The music ran out, sorry. Israel is far right. Left or right would mean Israel is far right. You think so? I haven't really thought about. I try not to think about Israel, to be honest with you. I try not to get into that topic. We do have a person that comes by the chat that lives in Israel. So we talk about it sometimes, a little bit, but yeah. Very polarizing topic. Where was I? The principle, principle is true, blah, 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 blah. It would be necessary to take into account the principle of distribution according to services rendered, so a distinction can be made between industrious and less industrious, between good and bad workers. And finally, some account would have to be taken of merit so as to make reward or punishment effective. But even if the principle of equal distribution is modified in these ways, the difficulties of socialistic distribution are not removed. In fact, these difficulties cannot be overcome at all. We've already shown the difficulties raised by applying the principle of distribution according to values of services rendered. In the capitalist system, the economic subject receives an income corresponding to the value of his contribution to the general process of production. Services are awarded according to their value. It's precisely this arrangement which socialism wishes to change and to replace by one which the shares attributed to the material factors of production and to the entrepreneur will be distributed, that no property owner and no entrepreneur would have a standing fundamentally different from that of the rest of the community. But this involves a complete divorce of distribution from economic imputation of value. It has nothing to do with the value of the individual's service to the community. It could be brought into external relation with the service rendered. Only the service of the individual were made the basis of distribution according to some external criteria. The most obvious criterion appears to be the number of hours worked, but the significance to the social dividend of any service rendered is not to be measured by the length of working time, for in the first place, the value of the service differs according to its use in the economic scheme. The result will differ according to whether the service is used in the right place, that is to say, where it is most urgently required, or in the wrong place. In the socialist organization, however, the worker cannot be made ultimately responsible for this, but only those who assign him the work. Secondly, the value of the service varies according to the quality of the work and according to the particular capability of the worker. It varies according to the strength and his zeal. It is not difficult to find ethical reasons for equal payment to workers of unequal capabilities. Talent and genius are the gifts of God, and the individual is not responsible for them, as is often said. But this does not solve the problem whether it is expedient or practicable to pay all hours of labor at the same price. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? If that is the case, then what Iran? Guys, I don't know about Iran and Israel. You guys, come on. There's other places in the world, guys. The third principle of distribution is according to needs. The formula of each according to his needs is in a slogan of the unsophisticated communist. It is occasionally backed up by referring to the fact that the early Christians shared all goods in common. Others again regard it as practicable because it is supposed to form the basis of distribution within the family. No doubt it could be made universal if the disposition of the mother, who hungers gladly rather than that her children should go without, could be made universal. Now I know this is true. Marx wants to make the family structure the way society works. What he doesn't understand is why it works, right? Like the mother loving her child is not going to work for other kids. Like it's not going to transfer that same way you think it is. Yes, mothers in general could be more motherly, whatever, but you can't force society to make a mold that's like family at a different scale. It's not going to work, man. Is that Jimmy? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. The third principle, distribution. Which part are we at? The advocates of the principle of distribution according to needs overlook this. They overlook much more besides. They overlook the fact that so long as any kind of economic effort is necessary, only a part of our needs can be satisfied, and a part must remain unsatisfied. The principle of to each according to his needs remains meaningless so long as it is not defined to what extent each individual is allowed to satisfy his needs. The formula is illusory, since everyone has to forego the complete satisfaction of all his needs. Right, nobody can be totally satisfied. Like, it's never going to happen. It could indeed be applied within narrow limits. The sick and suffering can be assigned special medicine, care, and attendance, better attention and special treatment for their special needs, without making this consideration for exceptional cases the general rule. Similarly, it is quite impossible to make the merit of the individual the general principle of distribution. Who is to decide on merits? Those in power have often had very strange views on the merits or demerits of their contemporaries. And the voice of the people is not the voice of God. Who would the people choose today as the best of their contemporaries? It is not unlikely that the choice would fall on a film star, perhaps on a prize fighter. Today, the English people would probably be inclined to call Shakespeare the greatest Englishman. Would his contemporaries have done so? And how would they esteem a second Shakespeare if he were among them today? Moreover, why should those penalized in whose lap nature has not placed the great gifts of talent and genius? Distribution according to the merits of the individual would open the door to mere caprice, and leave the individual defenseless before the oppression of the majority. Conditions will be created which would make life unbearable. As for the economics of the problem are concerned, it is a matter of indifference which principle or which combination of different principles is made a basis for distribution. Whatever principle is adopted, the fact remains that each individual will receive an allocation from the community. The citizens will receive a bundle of claims, which can be exchanged at a certain time for a definite amount of different goods. In this way, he'll procure his daily meals, fixed shelter, occasional pleasures, and from time to time new clothing. Whether the satisfaction of needs which he obtains in this way is great or small will depend upon the productivity of the efforts of the community. And next we have the process of distribution. We only got 2 more parts to read today, guys. We've got the process of distribution, a little bit of a long one, and then the cost of distribution, and then that's it for today. Then we're done with chapter 3. Then we have chapter 4, 5, and 6, and 7, but then there's section 2, section 3, part 3, part 4, part 5. We're going to be reading this book forever. But I have learned a lot of things from it, so it seemed worthwhile. My spelling is bad sometimes, chat, maybe on purpose, to not be throttled. You think so? To not be throttled? You don't want robots to get you? Special needs, I guess, His chair needs support. The commentary that chair exudes is insanely riveting and groundbreaking. His chair needs our support. Who, mine or Hassan's? Anything to get past the sentence yet. My chair needs support? I'll be right back. Okay. Here we go. Cost of distribution. Socialistic criticism of the capitalist system devotes much space to complaints about the high cost of what can be called the apparatus of distribution. They include, under this, the cost of all national and political institutions, including expenditure on military purposes and war. They also include the expense to society arising from free competition. All the expenditure on advertisement, the activities of persons involved in the competitive struggle, such as agents, commercial travelers, etc., and the costs entailed by the efforts of firms to remain independent instead of amalgamating into larger units or joining cartels which make possible specialization and thereby the cheapening of production, are debited to the distributed process of the capitalist system. The socialistic society will, so the critics think, save enormously by putting an end to this waste. The expectation that the socialist community will save that outlay, which can properly be termed state expenditure, is derived from the doctrine peculiar to many anarchists and to Marxian socialists that state compulsion would be superfluous in a society not based on private property in the means of production. They argue that in the socialist community, obedience to the simple fundamental rules governing any form of social life will very soon become of necessary a habit. But it is backed up by a hint that evasion of regulation and control enforced by the whole people will undoubtedly be enormously difficult, and will not incur swift and severe punishment, since the armed workers would not be sentimental intellectuals, nor let themselves be mocked. All this is merely playing with words. Control, arms, punishment are not these a special repressive authority, and thus, according to Engel's own word, a state, whether the compulsion is exercised by armed workers who cannot while they bear arms, or by the workers' sons clad in police uniforms, will make no difference to the cost which the compulsion entails. But the state is a coercive apparatus not only to its own inhabitants, it applies coercion externally. Only a state comprising the whole universe would need to exert no external coercion, and then only because in that event there would be no foreign land, no foreigners, no foreign state. Liberalism, with its fundamental antagonism to warfare, wants to give the whole world some form of organization. If this can be achieved, it is inconceivable without a coercive apparatus. If the armies of individual states were abolished, we cannot dispense with a world apparatus of coercion, a world police to ensure world peace. Whether socialism unites all states into a single one, or whether it leaves them independent of each other, in any case, two will not be able to do without a coercive apparatus. The socialist apparatus of coercion, too, will entail some expense. Whether this will be greater or less than the expense of the state apparatus of the capitalist society, naturally we cannot say. We merely need to see that the social dividend will be reduced by the amount involved. As for the waste of distribution under capitalism, little need to be said. Since in capitalist society there is no distribution in the real sense of the word, there are no costs for distribution. Trading expenses and similar costs cannot be called distribution costs, not only because they are not the cost of distribution, which is a special process in itself, but also because the effect of the services devoted to these purposes extend far beyond the mere distribution of goods. Competition is not confined to distribution. That is only part of its service. It serves equally the process of production. Indeed, it is essential for any organization of production which is to ensure high productivity. It is not enough, therefore, to compare these costs with the costs incurred by the apparatus of distribution and management in a socialist community. If socialist methods of production reduce productivity, we shall speak of this later, it matters little that it saves the work of commercial travelers, brokers, and advertisers. Only one more section today. Or wait, was that it? I finished? Is that the last one? Hold on. Did I skip one? Did I skip the process of distribution? Oh, I did. Guys, I skipped a chapter. It's glitchy. Kick was hella glitchy. Kick is... Loki, Kick is a fake website. Have I told you this already? Kick is a fake website. If you log in... The real purpose of Kick is to log in, right? I'll show you real quick the purpose of Kick. And let's see, kick.com, you go to kick.com, right? I'll show you the real purpose of Kick. And then I gotta go to this scene where I have the where I can show not this. Which one of these is just the face thing? Sorry, I haven't labeled these very well. Well, that was it. Okay. Or no, was it? No, this is it actually. Yeah, this is it. Okay. It's for the reason why is so you can autoplay. Oh, there's my buddy. Shock is my Shock is a buddy of mine. Nice. Hell yeah. But anyways, it's why. Well, because you have the autoplay here, right? But what are two of these streams? I'll tell you. Two at any point in time or what? Take a guess. Two streams at any point in time or what? Stake gambling streams. At any point in time, 24 hours a day, 24/7, 7 days a week. And now Mustache, my boy Mustache, said a statement the other day on TikTok that he was having with Paulie. Let me see if my clip is still here. Here it is. Nice, he didn't get rid of this one. I renamed him and said, it said, "You are a fraud, Mustache," but they fixed that. He fixed that, but he still left the second time I did it, and now I just said fraud. But I made his clip say that. It said like last week. It said you are a fraud mustache. I see he's gotten rid of that, but it's still he didn't get rid of this. Hold on. He didn't get rid of this, did he? Now listen very carefully what he says here.
Our top 4 regions, 50% of them, 50% of our top 4 regions, you cannot show gambling.
What now?
Our top 4
What did you say?
our top 4 regions, 50% of them, 50% of our top 4 regions, you cannot show gambling.
Razor Red, the big retro game of Razor Red. What does that mean? Now, who is this guy? This is the head of Kick, bro. You have Eddie at the top. You have Bijan also at the top. Then right below that, you have 2 people. You have Paulie, head of product, and then you have Santa Maria, head of Kick Studios. This is the head of Kick. This is the head of Kick. I had a whole feud with him. But anyways, what did he just say? Listen, bro.
Our top 4 regions, 50% of them, 50% of our top 4 regions, you cannot show gambling.
Or what does that mean? What's the inverted way to say that? What's the inverted way to say that? Kick is penetrating a market state cannot penetrate. Their top 4 markets do not allow gambling. But Kick gets away with it.
Our top 4 regions, 50% of them, 50% of our top 4 regions, you cannot show gambling.
Exactly. Exactly why you're making Kick, bro. Exactly. That's exactly what Kick exists. Yes. Thank you for just giving the game away, bro. He just gives it away. He just tells you the thing. That's why
He's just a
they're.
good guy.
That's why they're making. That's why Kick exists.
He's just a good guy.
What's it? Stop playing that one. That's the whole purpose of Kick. Is a advertisement for stake that they can put in places that they couldn't actually do. All I know is Kick getting promoted initially by Trainwrecks. It's stake side Kick. Bro, Loki, we were. Oh, you want to see something else? You want to see something cool? You want to see something cool? I know a fair amount of Kick. Check this out. I know a fair amount. Check this out. Kick pick week 11. Look at when we get to the bottom of this. This guy sucks. Banned me for some reason. Kenny, I've never seen that guy. I went by his chat. He didn't really talk to me. This lady, I don't know. Look at this one. Look at this guy. They gave us 100 subs and put us on front page for like half an hour when we won this. We were Kick picked. Anyways, we had a lot of fun on Kick. Kick is really crazy. Kick is pretty crazy. But it's fake. It's fake. If any effort you spend in Kick, you might as well just burn it, bro. Like I know some people are trying out Kick on YouTube. They're fools. They're dang fools because that website sucks. It's such a favorite, like it's because it's really for stake, right? What that means is they allow Mustache to have his whole stupid little fantasy about making a TV studio and picking out his favorites and putting them on front page and giving them more money than other people. It's a fucking rigged game over there, man. It's a fucking rigged game as hell. It could not be more rigged over there. But you know it's not rigged? Sims isn't rigged, but that place is. Really don't get the gambling stream stuff, but I guess it's a blessing. Well, all I'm saying to you on Kick that you should be aware of is that's the real purpose of the website. That's all I'm trying to make the point here now. Also, it's Carl. You haven't seen Carl yet, Loki? That's Carl. He used to be the delivery for Prop Pills, the city of Potenco, the Pretend Company, real company. Shit, I didn't know you hadn't seen Carl yet. Normally I do him in the mornings, but I guess I haven't been doing him for a while. Normally I do Carl in the mornings. We should have Carl be on tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow. We'll have Carl tomorrow. He's from above and below Nevada, of course. But I know you didn't meet him yet. Yeah, we'll have Carl tomorrow. Amazon is too big in that I feel like I know the guy in concept. Yeah, you probably do. Amazon is too big in that it'd have Kick take it all. Same as BitChute when they were bigger than Rumble because Apple owns a fair chunk of Rumble. Well, I agree with you, Mike, in that. Well, but here's the thing, though. Amazon is not Twitch, really. Although Amazon owns Twitch. Amazon is Amazon Web Services, which they rent to Kick. And they also rent to a bunch of people. So you are right that Kick can never really beat Amazon. But Kick isn't dueling Amazon, they're dueling Twitch. Right? And Twitch could close down, like where to the point where there could reach a point where they decide they'd rather just outsource the whole thing and not have Twitch, because Twitch is like Twitch is Amazon's R&D for Amazon Web Services, right? There could come a point where they decide they don't need it and they just close the doors to it. It's not profitable enough, and just allow the other clients to basically be the test bed. You know what I mean? Now that's a possibility. That obviously wouldn't hurt. Like Amazon could close Twitch's doors and probably wouldn't even be that hurt, you know. But I assume that depends on how much money they make, how they restructure. I know they're trying to make it save money right now. But I assume it's possible that they could close the door on Twitch. Is Steak evil? Yeah. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'm just kidding a little bit, saying yeah so quickly. Eddie, who's the main guy. Well, okay, so he's got his mustache. Eddie is like one of the main owners, like the CEO, they call him. I don't think he's evil, okay? I think he made a lot of money on his gambling thing. In a way, he could be evil. He might be evil, okay? I don't know if he's evil. But I think the reason he does Kick is so his friends have jobs. Besides the click-through. Because a couple of his friends are streamers on there, and they get enough, they get a fair amount of money. I think that's what I think that was part of his idea, right? Was to make it so his buddies could be employed doing like just streaming and stuff. And one of his buddies has some kind of health condition, but I do feel for the guy. And he's a nice guy. I've hung out with him with his chat a number of times. I've hung out like in his chat. I mean, not like for real hung out with him. He's a nice guy. So I don't know if Eddie's evil or not. That's a tough one for me. But is the net things they're doing evil? Yeah, you could definitely make that case. Yes. But I wonder because of stuff like that, right? Like he's trying to help his friends from my perspective. And that's nice and all, but to make a whole freaking fake website that like basically, screws people for that, is it worth it? No, it should fail. It should fail, probably. You remember Google is Googleplex, but the split company, now Google is the split company Alphabet. Why? I just heard vague notions that state gambling big bucks has some ownership tied to Saudi. Oh, well, yeah. No, it does. That's why there's so many Muslims on Kick. Yeah, that's why. Yes, correct. Yes, there is ties. I mean, there's ties to all kinds of stuff. I don't know how bad it gets, but what I do know is I started on a quest to figure out why they freaking lied to me or were playing favorites around me, and it ended with we had the Revenge of Spooky Ghost plotline, which is one of my favorite ones I'd done, I think. And I think we gave Mustache a couple black eyes I think we gave him a couple black eyes that he's still to this day probably. I think the guy's scared of me a little bit. I don't know if that's crazy to say, but he will not talk to me. He won't. He's afraid to engage with me. He will talk to anybody else. He'll talk to like any of the other like Kick rogues galleries, which I know all of them. I'm friends with the whole Kick's rogue gallery. Like everybody has an issue with Kick. He'll talk to them. He'll engage with Wiz. He will not talk to me. He'll engage with Wiz. He'll engage with Vagabond. He'd probably even engage with Joker. Maybe not. I think he's scared of Joker too. Maybe not Joker. I think he's scared of Joker. But he won't even talk to me. Freaking coward. That's why I put shit like this on his thing, saying he's a coward, fraud, or whatever on his clips. Because the guy's too freaking cowardly to even talk to me now. The guy's a bitch, bro. Sorry, where is this? Right there. This clip saying fraud. put that there because the motherfucker won't even talk to me. He will ignore my emails. I have his private email because we were once upon a time on that kind of term. The motherfucker. That sucks. Kicking my headcanon is the hood twitch. That's not a bad view. It's not a bad view. It's not a bad view. Not a bad view. Basically, it's basically, I mean, it's just advertising for steak. And if you want to stream, if you want a future in streaming, I think you got to figure out what to do, and it's not Kick. It's got to be YouTube. It's got to be maybe even Twitch, even though I don't fit in there. It's too communist for me. I can't make it there. Maybe even Twitch. Maybe I think YouTube is solid. Twitch. The not Party, that place sucks. There's Simps, but that's like a crypto thing, right? That I'm on. And I know lots of people aren't into crypto, so you might not be into that. But YouTube. Make a podcast on Spotify. I don't know. Streaming is dying. On Twitch, in general, streaming is declining. YouTube is the only one that has any strength in its streaming market. It's growth, like it's growing. Is YouTube? YouTube is the only one that's growing its streaming market. Everyone else is declining. So I think avoid Kick, avoid all those places, man, and I think just do YouTube if you're getting into streaming, or Twitch if you don't mind the communists. If you don't mind the communists, do Twitch. I bet no one Jew, no one, oops, sorry, I'm a Jew all of a sudden. I bet no one knows here that Pornhub is owned by a Jewish person. I didn't know that. Wait, Twitch is like socialism. It is like socialism, yeah. And Kick is like oil-rich autocracy. Well, actually, I would say, here's the thing. I call Kick welfare. Twitch is like a socialist model too. But I call Kick welfare. It's welfare for streamers. Why? Because it's the same kind of thing, right? They get on this plan and they get paid hourly, and it's a set rate, despite what they say. It's actually a set rate, and they just stream for X amount of hours. It's like welfare. It's like they clock in and they do their stream. It doesn't encourage a good stream in any way. It's just they clock in, get their partner pay, and clock out. It encourages really boring, lame content. It really sucks. So you would know the Cracky reads. So you would know this Cracky reads. What would a system be that is big company that runs the influence of the people, like Umbrella controlling a city, or city owned by a major company? It's like reverse socialist, right? I don't know if I'd say reverse socialist. So we're saying, like, what about a company that like starts a town, like almost like in Shadowrun they have archaeologies where they start towns, right? And they're like super corporate things. How does that compare to socialism? How does that, let me think about that for a minute. Because, well, here's the thing. To me, and I've thought about these ideas a bit, so private, I think, includes the private company. Okay, so like it means the family and it means the private company. That's what private means. And then public means the state. It means government control. Okay. So it depends on the nature of the company. If the company is privately run completely, right, and maybe the interests of the people in the company are in the town, then I'd say, in a way, that is reverse socialism, I think. But they have to actually, they can't be like a corporation that's backed by outside interests. Then it's actually similar to socialism. It depends on how the company operates. If the company is legitimate, basically, then I'd say, yeah, it kind of is the opposite. If the company is not legitimate, like it gets a monopoly of power through the state, and it oppresses its competition through the state, which a lot of companies do, a lot of corporations do, then I'd say it's not that different than socialism, or fascism or something. It's similar, right? It's similar then. It all depends on the nature of the company, I think. Because like some companies are like, yeah, it depends on the nature of the company. Does the company survive on its own? Is it like the town backing it? Then it could be private. It could be a private entity, yeah. Definitely. It could be. I would need to see the specific thing. Like Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes they'd say, yeah, it's a total private entity. Sometimes they'd say, no, it's a public entity. It depends on like who has interest in controlling interest in the company and how it works. Kickhead's a staff. Anyway, that is Amazon. Oh, sure. Sure. Is it a monopoly on what? Logistics or something? On large transportation or something? Yeah, but here's the thing. Couldn't somebody else do like drone delivery or something better than Amazon if they really like came up with a clever idea to do it? I wonder about that. I mean, obviously not at the scale Amazon can do, but could they do it at a limited scale, like in a little region? I would think so. I would think so. But there probably are distribution companies like that are working on ideas. I don't know. In control of the goods for people, yeah. Like the battery that fell, yeah. It's more the company has so much money. It's more the company has so much money. Well, Amazon's publicly traded, right? So it gets more complicated for me than privately traded. Right? Yeah, publicly traded. Okay. That's kind of a weird hybrid between the two. If a company does that's like there's a publicly traded company because they have deep interest with the state, so it's not like they're not public. They're not exactly private. They're okay. So like you're private, right, which is totally independent, totally run without the state involvement, and then you have corporations which are combining hands together with the state, and so it's some weird hand-holdy amalgamation, I'd say. If you have something like Amazon running the town, yeah, I'd say it's some kind of weird amalgamation. They have the jab and the bird flu for that one, do they? Oh yeah, I gotta finish reading this. Hold on, I skipped a section. Sorry, it's the longest section too. Okay, let's get this done, and then tomorrow, guys, we're beating Breath of Fire 3. That's exciting. I like it. I'm actually like reading a book. What am I doing? Let me just finish this out. What am I doing? Changing the music. I'm reading a book. What do I think content is? What do I think I'm doing here? Alright, one last section. What the fuck do I think I'm doing? I'm just gonna read a book to people and make people listen to a book. Alright, last part. The process of distribution. Oh, let me go back to that scene. Last part, then we'll be done for today. It is not necessary that each individual should himself consume the whole share allotted to him. He can let some go to waste, give some away, or, as far as the commodity permits, put some aside for later consumption. Some, moreover, he can exchange. The beer drinker will readily forego his share of non-alcoholic drink to obtain more beer. The abstainer will be prepared to forego his claim to spirits if he can acquire other commodities instead. The aesthete will surrender a visit to the cinema for the sake of more opportunities to hear good music. The lowbrow will willingly exchange tickets to art galleries for more congenial pleasures. Everyone will be ready to exchange, but the exchange will be confined to consumers' goods. Producers' goods will be res extra commercium. That's Latin. Such exchange need not be confined to direct barter. It can also take place indirectly with certain narrow limits. Hold on. I know I want to put this OST on. Get the start though, because you'll know what it is if you hear the start. If you hear the start, you know exactly what it is. Right here, here. If you don't hear the start, you might not know. Okay. The same reasons which have led to indirect exchange in other times of society will make it advantageous to those exchanging in the socialistic community. It follows that even here there will be an opportunity for the use of general medium of exchange, money. Right. So that's where there's opportunity for a market, right? The role of money in the socialist economy will be fundamentally the same as in a free economic system, that of a general facilitator of exchange. But the significance of this role will be quite different. In a society based on the collective ownership of the means of production, the significance of the role of money will be incomparably narrower than a society based on private property in the means of production. For in the socialist commonwealth, exchange itself has much narrower significance, since it is confined to consumer goods only. Right, so you can't buy anything that, like, increases your quality of your life and stuff like that, really, right, is what we're saying. You can't really buy that kind of stuff. You can't upgrade, like, a production, and you can't start producing something. You can't make your life better, really. The accounting function which money exercises in production in a free economic order will no longer exist in a socialist community. Money calculations of value will be impossible. Right, you can't even figure out how much stuff is really worth. You just have to, like, guess. It's all speculation. Nevertheless, the central administration of production and distribution cannot leave out of consideration the exchange relations which arise in this sort of traffic. Clearly, it would have to take them into account if it desired to make different commodities mutual substitutable when assessing the distribution of the social dividend. Thus, if in the process of exchange the relation of 1 cigar to 5 cigarettes was established, the administration could not arbitrarily lay it down that 1 cigar equaled 3 cigarettes. So they might be able on the basis to give one individual only cigars and another only cigarettes. Oh, like you can do in an actual society. Like you would do, like, oh, sorry, in a capitalist society. In a capitalist society, you could figure that stuff out, right? You just pay people appropriately because money works, right? Prices work. Whereas here, you can't really do that, even if, like, because on a personal level, let's say I trade you cigarettes for tobacco. The government doesn't know that, so they can't just start switching our things around and pay us that way. If the tobacco allowance has not been equally distributed, partly in cigars and partly in cigarettes, that is to say, if some either according to their wishes or by order of the government received only cigars and others only cigarettes, the exchange relations already established could not be ignored. Otherwise, all these who receive cigarettes would be unfairly treated, compared with those who are receiving cigars, since the person who had received a cigar could exchange it for 5 cigarettes, whilst he had obtained it as equivalent of 3 cigarettes. Right, okay. Alterations of exchange relationship in this traffic among the citizens would consequently compel the administration to make corresponding changes in the substitution ratios of the various commodities. Right, but it's backwards from prices, man. It's backwards from prices. So prices work that way kind of already, right? But it's set in the price. Like by the time it gets on the shelf, that's already accounted for. But this would be in the reverse. So the state would say, okay, all right, well, I guess it has to be 5 cigarettes. We have to go off of the information that they're using, but then they have to get information from the public in order to update that, and that's going to be a real mess, right? That's not going to be convenient. That's not going to be nice. Whereas prices do all that without any outside models doing them, without anything else moving. They handle that. Whereas these would require large state apparatus, like knowledge people, like to go that try to take all this information and keep the different exchange rates and things accurate. That would be a lot of bureaucracy, right? Be a lot of some kind of hierarchy built just for that purpose. It's waste. Every such change will indicate that the relations between the various needs of the citizens and their satisfaction had altered. The people now wanted some commodities more than before, others less. The economic administration would presumably endeavor to adjust production to this change. It would endeavor to produce more of the more desired commodity and less of the less desired. But one thing, however, it would not be able to do. It would not be able to permit the individual citizens to redeem their tobacco tickets arbitrarily in cigars or cigarettes. If individuals were allowed free choice of cigars or cigarettes, they might demand more cigars or more cigarettes than have been produced. Or, on the other hand, cigars or cigarettes might be left on hand at the distributing centers because no one demanded them. The labor theory of value appears to offer a simple solution of this problem. For an hour of labor, a citizen receives a token, which entitles him to the product of 1 hour of labor, with a deduction to defray the general obligations of the community, e.g. support of the disabled, expenditure on cultural purposes, allowing for this deduction to cover expenditure borne by the community as a whole. Every worker who has worked 1 hour will have the right to obtain a product on which 1 hour of labor has been expended. Anyone who is ready to pay by giving the community his own working time corresponding to the working time used to produce them can draw from the supply centers consumers' goods and services and apply them to his own use. Now that sounds stupid, no? Like, why don't I just make my own stuff then? You know, why go to work? If I have to pay a freaking token of my hard-earned work for a sandwich that they say it makes an hour to make the sandwich, why not just make my own sandwich? I can make it quicker. I can make it better. You know? I get the model, but don't you think that's kind of stupid? You get 1 hour of work, but not all hours of work are equivalent, right? Like, you have somebody that works really hard and they only get like 5 coins or something, right? And you have somebody that works really lazily, like, or just like an easy job, they also get 5 coins. If I was that guy that worked a really hard job, like translating or whatever, right? I would be pissed if I only got 5 coins. I like learning, like, jobs like Japanese translation, okay, is financially, like, I don't know how to put it. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and if I didn't make significantly more money doing it than not doing it, I wouldn't do it, right? If Japanese translation didn't pay well at all, there would be almost no Japanese translators because of how hard it is to learn Japanese and then to be a translator, right? So if we don't have a way to pay people for higher quality labor that takes like years of their life to be able to do, then they're not going to do it. Why would they do it? They're just going to be mad. They're just going to feel like they got ripped off. Yeah, they put you over a barrel. Yeah, I'd be screwed. Me personally, I'd be screwed. What if you're on disability? Well, I think it's those people, I think they just try and like give them stuff because they say there's a deduction to defray the general obligation of the community, e.g. support the disabled, expenditure of cultural purposes. But I think they just give them some. I think they just give them some coins. And they skim part of your coins off the top. Like if it was cryptocurrency, I think you would get like 0.9 something and they would skim the bit off the top. They'd have some system like that. And then that bit they skim off the top goes to disabled supposedly or something. I assume they're just going to take care of them in this kind of model. But such principle of distribution would not work since labor is not uniform or homogeneous. Exactly. There are qualitative differences between the different forms of labor, which, in conjecture with variations in the supply and demand of the resulting products, lead to different values. Ceteris paribus, the supply of pictures cannot be increased without the quality of the work suffering. The worker who has supplied an hour of simple labor cannot be granted the right to consume the product of an hour of work of higher quality. And it would be impossible in a socialist community to establish any connection between the importance of work done for the community and the share in the yield of communal production given for the work. Payment for work would be quite arbitrary, for the methods of calculating value used in a free economic society based on private ownership of the means of production would be inaccessible to it, since, as we have seen, such imputation is impossible in a socialistic society. Economic facts would clearly limit the power of society to reward the laborer arbitrarily. In the long run, the wage total can in no circumstances exceed the income of society. Within this limit, however, the community is free to act. They can decide to pay all work equally, regardless of quality, can just easily make a distinction between the various hours of work, according to the quality of the work rendered, but in both cases it must reserve the right to decide the particular distribution of the products. Even if we abstract from differences in the quality of labor and its products and accept the possibility of determining how much labor inheres in any product, the community would never allow the individual who had rendered an hour of labor to consume the product of an hour's labor. For all economic goods entail material costs apart from labor. A product for which more raw material is required must not be made equivalent to a product requiring less raw material. Oh yeah, that makes sense, right? We're saying like, okay, the sandwich, right? That's not actually enough to pay for the sandwich. That hour of work to make the sandwich doesn't pay for the ham or the cheese or whatever else. So it's not actually enough. I actually have to pay my coin and change for the goods, the materials. Yeah, there's a lot of problems there, huh? There's a lot of problems there, huh? Alright guys, thanks for hanging out. We're gonna read more of that next week. Next week we're gonna keep learning. We're never stopping. I'm gonna read this book until we're done. Maybe I might drop it. Once upon a time, we were reading Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell on stream. And I read a couple chapters of that, just like we read this. I did eventually drop it, though, so I might eventually drop this book, too. But I think, you know what I think? Maybe I should just read a couple chapters of books. Why do I say that? Because, I mean, it inspires some people to read it on their own, right? Maybe that's the best use of my time. Read a couple chapters, move on to another book I think people should read. And then read the rest in my own time. But on stream, just read a couple of the first chapters. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe start a new book next week. And maybe I start a new book every week or every 2 weeks. Then we just read a couple chapters. It's not a bad idea. Because then the people coming in will always have new books to look forward to. Okay, I think that's what I'm going to do. It's going to be... I think next week we'll have a new book. I think next week we'll do a new book. I'll link you this book if you want to read it, though. Right now. You can read it online for free. Crazy Rock, thank you. Thank you very much. You made me look more to Thomas than I would have otherwise. Whatever. That's with Thomas Sowell? Well, that's exciting, Nintendo. I do definitely recommend reading Basic Economics. Also, what is it? Black Rednecks and White Liberals. That's a good book too. Social Injustices, also good. All those things are good if you want to. If you're gonna have like arguments or talk to anybody that's into those topics. He covers all the things. All of it's good to know. Like the stuff he's figured out, all of it's good to know. Anyway, but there's other angles too. Thomas Sowell, I think, is a great writer and explainer and thinker and blah blah blah, economics guy. But the thing about these ideas is that if they're the truth, there should be unlimited ways to arrive at them, right? And I think that is true. I think there are. Because I've arrived at these same ideas multiple different directions. Maybe we'll read Rules for Radicals next week. We could read more communist literature. Like actual pro-communist, like actual stuff like that. That might be fun. This is of course Mises is of course a smart guy. I look up to Mises, but we can also read. We could read some real crazy stuff too. That could be fun. Rules for Radicals would be good. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have another book. Let's start doing new books. I think that's a good plan, right? We'll do a new book. We'll read as much as I can read in the day, and then we'll call it, and then people can read it on their own if they want. Yeah. I think this is a good idea. Then it's more. There's more reason to tune in too, right? Because you might be interested in the new book as opposed to the old book. Nice. Okay. Yeah, these are good ideas, guys. I'm gonna read a book every Wednesday night, Thursday morning, but I'm gonna start changing it. I'm gonna start reading new books. Well, every week will be a new book. That sounds good. Yeah. I'm really feeling that idea. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out. So I'll have to pick out a good book for next week. Yeah, I can do. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna start making a book list then. And we'll do a new book every week. We'll do a new book every week. And we'll just read as much as I can read in one day, and then if you guys like it, you can read it on your own, and if you don't, I think that works pretty good. It's like a sampling of a book. And we get to learn a bit about something. Yeah. Like for all the floating people, subscribe. You decide otherwise, you miss out. You decide. Yeah, you might miss out on the next Craggy Reed stream. And here's the thing. Now, I'm not saying Craggy Reed stream is the best stream in the universe. I'm not saying that. But, I mean, would it be wrong if someone said that, though? Like, what's a better one? What's the better stream? What one? And why? And how do I beat them? Also. There's a couple streams I do look up to, though, like, seriously, real quick. There are some, cool tech streams and cool, funny streams and blah, blah, blah. There are people out there that I look up to in streaming. But in general, streams kind of suck, right? They're a little boring in general. As I say, as I read a book. I have some fucking nerve. Alright, guys, have a good day. I have some goddamn fucking nerve. I was trying to find the right one, sorry.
are powerful, and our work is not over. It's time to wake up. It's time to take the next step. I've spent the last 8 years watching Bitcoin grow up. I've seen incredible innovation, inspiring courage. We didn't know how things would turn out for Bitcoin back in the beginning, but over the years, I've been continually impressed what you've accomplished. I am proud of you, and I have no doubt we can do anything we set our minds to. I am proud of you, and I have no doubt we can do anything we set our minds to. We are transforming the global economy. We have brought a taste of freedom and equality to far corners of the world. I know we can transform criminal justice too. And now, today, I challenge you to set your sights on the hardest problems. I challenge you to shine Bitcoin's light into the darkest places. I challenge you to set us free. I've seen several of my friends go home after years, even decades in prison. More than one overcame a life sentence. Each time it happened, I weep for joy. Seeing a person regain their freedom, seeing them reunite with their family, there's nothing like it. It's so beautiful, it hurts. It feels like a miracle. We need more miracles. I am proud of you, and I have no doubt we can do anything we set our minds to.
Also, bro, guys, something I forgot to mention real quick. When I went to Mustache on stream and I talked about doing the prank and I showed it on stream, the prank that said "You are a fraud, Mustache." Remember I was talking about that earlier? What I did was I added up I made clips that said that in the name, and I made them have like 1,000, 5,000 views each. And it said "You're a fraud, Mustache." After I showed that on stream, the second I turned off my stream and I checked his clips, you know what happened? They were gone.
Done so much for me today.
What does that mean? Am I being paranoid, or does Mustache watch the stream?
The most freedom I've felt in a long, long time. Thank you. Thank you for giving me your attention. I will never forget this day. The memory of this day. This can never be taken from us. Okay.
Why was the timing like that, man? Why did he know all of a sudden after not knowing, and he didn't know this time either? If those clips did disappear this time, you know. If we see those clips gone, we know. Right? Tomorrow. If they're gone tomorrow, we know. Bye, guys.